Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again when we're together and not yet. Understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
If we don't get a lot of viewers tonight, it's not because I've been sick and I took some days off for my health, figuring out my diet, got a little bit of a cold. It's none of that. All right. It's clearly because Viva La Dirt League's Gone Fishing and From Software's Elden Ring Night Rain dropped tonight. And clearly they just, they're just checking out those games, and it has nothing to do with me missing too many days from streaming or like trying to figure out what I'm allergic to. Turns out I'm mostly allergic to gluten and alliums. Can't have fucking bread and pasta and mac and cheese or any of those fun things. And I can't have anything with a roux and no gravy. No, nothing with onion or garlics, which is basically fucking every processed food. So now I'm just eating fucking steak and eggs that I made myself. Or that Mark made. That's pretty much it. It's pretty gay. I've almost got a fever right now. Luckily I didn't get a fever. I just got like a sore throat and like real tired. My daughter had a fever though, and she's the one that gave it to me. On top of trying to figure out what my fucking food allergies are, doing an elimination diet. I got scared for a minute there because I thought it might be dairy, but further testing proved the dairy's not a problem. Alex just randomly putting one of the debate guys' pieces out there. Criminal immigrants in Texas in 2019, illegal conviction rates and arrest rates of homicide crimes. Yeah, I know the research that you're referring to. It's him basically responding. If I remember correctly, it's Cato. Is it Cato responding to or about Cato responding to this one guy in Texas that did research, and then the guy in Texas responded again, and Cato shut the fuck up because they realized that it is very clear that illegal immigrants commit more crimes than American citizens. Not that like the consequentialist analysis is a libertarian argument or anything. But yeah, this is the most contentious thing amongst libertarians. So I really I'm not going to run from it. I know that I risk splitting my audience by reacting to this as a Hoppian private borders advocate, which is, not that popular amongst most hardcore libertarians. But it is what it is, right? Like I'm going to engage honestly. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to hate this entire debate. I'm pretty sure everybody here is going to say stupid shit regularly, and I'm going to have to spend an insane amount of time debunking like sentence by sentence. Was I ever an open borders type libertarian? By the time I became a libertarian, I don't think so, no. Like I was kind of open borders and whatnot like when I was a communist. But no, open borders just kind of goes against my natural intuition. When you were a neoliberal, you were open borders? That's weird. Hey, thanks, Lose Million. Lose Million. I appreciate the sub. Lose Million makes me think of like oh god, what is that fucking lame ass superhero from My Hero Academia? It's like a million My Hero. Stop giving me the goddamn fucking Lemillion. Fucking every time I try and Google some fucking manhwa or manga or mangaka or whatever fucking term, they always be like, hey, you wanted the Japanese name, right? Right? Like, you don't want to speak that lame fucking language that is the language of your country and also the language of the words that you Googled. You want the Japanese shit, right? Yeah, of course you do. We know what you want, you pillow-having weeb. It's like, dude, just give me the English. Yeah, Lemillion. Lose Million. I'm not trying to make fun of your name, but it just immediately made me think of like a lame reference to million. Like, stream, be altruistic. Facts, boys. Like, share, and subscribe. Click that notification bell. But clicking the notification bell is somewhat useless when YouTube doesn't push out notifications for most things. So the best way to get this content and know that you're going to know when I'm going live is to join the Discord, and then you'll get added in the Discord when I'm going live, and you'll be able to keep up with me and other people in the community on days we don't have off. Or if you just want to watch me be a toxic piece of shit, then follow me on Twitter or X or Zitter. I appreciate that, Praxeb. I don't usually share the stream on X or Twitter because whenever I do, I get like 3 likes. And so it's just kind of not worth it. Like, it's just not worth the time investment of like copy and pasting a link and putting it on Twitter. It just doesn't go anywhere. Of course, I always answer super chats, right? So if you pay money to super chat, not only will you apparently get that crown for talking a lot and be on the community leaderboard, which I do not care about, but maybe some of you do, who knows? But, you know, that's the best way to support me is through super chats or just becoming a member for $3.99, both of which I get 70% of the money. You can do a direct donation, but I think the super chats and stuff help out in the algorithm more, which is why I push it more. Because at the end of the day, like, I don't really care about getting an extra 10% of your $5 if growing the message and growing the audience is what we're looking for. Scott calling me out. I'm hurt. How did I call you out? Wait, are you one of those people that always wants the guy to copy and paste is too damn much? Yeah, I don't know. I think I have somebody hopping in here soon from like the YouTube audience that was just like some communist that was like, welfare is actually good. And I was like, well, fucking no, it's not. And then he was like, why don't we talk about it? And I was like, I'm free tonight at 6:45. So hop on in here. I'm not being a good Jew. I'm not Jewish. I'm like every ethnicity but Jewish. Like, I'm part black. My family said we were part native, but 23andMe didn't fucking pan out on that. Turns out saying you're native is a good way to avoid saying you're black. And then I'm like a little bit of French, a lot of Scottish, a lot of Irish. What else? German and Lebanese. Fabian is definitely Jewish. Well, I don't have any fucking Ashkenazi in me or anything, and nobody in my family is religiously Jewish, so I don't know what to tell you. Where's my small hat? Sorry. Just a good head of hair. God gave me a lot of height, a lot of intelligence, and a good head of hair, and then fucked me in every other domain. Gave me fucking autoimmune diseases and joint disorders, and a big dick. They gave me that too. And made me crave food and gave me abusive parents. Actually, my dad wasn't. No, my parents were abusive. I love them. I was about to be like, they weren't that bad, but no, they kind of were. Do I even do hats? Got this hat from when I went to New Orleans. I got the dad hats. One size fits all don't usually fit my giant fucking head. Right? So like my hats are small. Oh, I have a beanie. I have this hat. It's like a super giant hat and it's comfortable. There you go. I got that hat. Now, mostly this hat is used for playing hide and seek with my daughter. Because it's the only way I can make sure that she doesn't cheat is by telling her that she has to put this hat over her head. Because if I don't put a hat over her head, she'll be cheating, looking where I'm hiding. And it's already a supreme disadvantage because I'm gargantuan. Dollar General Tim Pool. I mean, that's mean. I want to talk shit on Tim Pool, but I feel like I'm better in what I do than Tim Pool. Only because we do different things. No, I mean, Tim Pool's, I don't know. I can't help but like Tim Pool. Like, I hate a lot of people, and I'm sure Tim Pool's probably a grifter, lying sack of shit like every other streamer or, like, person I've ever met. But, like, when I went and hung out with him, he was real cool, and everybody liked him, and, like, there was no weird vibe, right? Like his employees seemed to, like, actually respect and enjoy their time there, and everybody felt comfortable saying shit. He gave me good vibes. That's all I can say. You need to take me back to high school, but I'd rather wear those. Cool dude, bad opinions. Yeah, I mean, that's true of a lot of people. Oh, my camera's off a little bit. Hold on.
Is that better? Yeah. Nope, that's not better. I can't see through the camera because I'm using a Elgato. Oh God, what is it? Capture card. So like it doesn't light up on the camera anymore. Else it would burn the battery. Oh my God, I made it worse. There we go. I gotta get rid of this. This was sitting on top of my trash can. Scott fell for wine and dine him. It's Jover. Not really. I mean, we didn't talk that much. Like, there's mostly other people there. It's not like it made much of a difference. I haven't been able to go back. I haven't been invited back. Probably did too well. Scott, I have a really good argument for privatizing airport security and TSA. I mean, I'm all for it. You don't really have to work hard to convince me, though. Do you think he will invite you back in the future? I mean, he hinted at it when I was there, but that doesn't mean he remembers me or his booker remembers me. You know? Like, I'm gonna wait a little longer before I like DM his booker or text message his booker again, or one of his bookers, anyways. I just don't want to be one of those people that's like constantly being like, "Hey, get me on, bro. I swear I'm really good. I'll do a good job again." But at the same time, you can't let him forget about you because I am a nobody. So, where is his studio or whatever? Can I say? I don't know that I can. I mean, I can say. I mean, obviously, I can't give you exact details or anything, but it's it's like a 3-hour drive for me. West Virginia. It's like near West Virginia and Virginia. I feel like all of that's public, so yeah. $420. Why didn't? What's the argument? Hello, man. Thought I was asking for the layout and coordinates. I mean, he's been swatted a lot and had to move multiple times. So, like, I do want to be somewhat careful about what I say in case I say something that, like, is another piece of information. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to make sure that I'm not saying something that hasn't already been said. You know what I mean? Like, oh, and then there was this farm, and then people are like, oh, let's triangulate, because there are psychos out there that would, like, look for that information. I don't know that it would funnel all the way down to me, but if it did, I didn't want to be the guy. You know what I mean? That was responsible for that. Those geoguessers be listening? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, fucking... Dude, I saw a meme today. I'm just going to show this guy to see real quick. I saw a meme today, and it is the most beautiful meme I've ever seen. I am in love with this so fucking true meme. At the bottom we have IQ, right? And on the y-axis we have intelligence or G factor. And as you can see, G factor or intelligence near perfect correlation with IQ until we get to around 120, when it immediately drops all the way to the bottom. I saw that shit and I was like, yes, that is exactly right. This shit is where you hear trust the science. This shit is where you hear calories in, calories out, you dumbass. Like, all of those, like, platitudes for smart people is right here. And I was like, fuck, dude, that's a perfect meme. I gotta save that one in my folder of dunkable memes. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. We will love or hate you, honestly, too, Fabian. All right. Do you think West Virginia will drop Manchin and elect a Republican? I don't know enough about West Virginia politics to be able to guess what their state does or doesn't do. I know it's kind of a cop-out answer, but it's just true. Like, I understand Virginia politics pretty well. I just don't understand the players at the local level and how money gets funneled in the state. Like, too many people make too many predictions that are like streamers. It's like, yeah, if you're a pollster, if you're Nate Silver, yeah, sure. Let's hear your opinion on what the West Virginia, race is going to look like. But if you're just like a streamer that's into politics, please shut the fuck up about predictions on shit like that. You don't know what you're talking about. You just don't. Foreshadows Scott is going to encounter someone that the graph directly applies to. Well, here in just a couple minutes, I'm about to talk to a communist. I'm pretty sure they're a communist. I don't know. They might not be. I mean, so that, I'm just saying tends to be true of the commies, is they tend to be a little above IQ and have the dumbest fucking takes. It's my personal opinion. That has only been borne out by every experience I've had. Some of the really smart ones get away from that, though. Like, if you get to, like, the 130 plus IQ commies, they're actually really fucking interesting to talk to. Like, I would love to have a sit-down conversation with Slavoj Zizek. Right? Just like a full-blown 2-hour interview. I mean, you guys would have to deal with the audio issues of me sounding fat and him. The whole... Anyways, you'd have to deal with his fucking nose problems the whole time, but it would still be worth it. You think the graph should be shifted to the left by around 10 IQ? I don't know. I disagree, right? Because, like, I think because it seems like it's 115 to 125, right? And 115 would be exactly one standard deviation from the mean, which is, right, like 2/3 of people are sitting in that, 85 to 115 IQ range. So we're talking about the top 1/3 smart people, but only the dumbest people within the top 1/3 of intelligence. And I think it's pretty accurate. I think 115 is probably about the right spot. Ooh, that sound made my skin crawl. You've clearly never listened to Slavoj Zizek. Hold on. Let me find just anything from him right now. Let me just... I'm literally just going to grab a random thing of Slavoj Zizek so you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, I will give you one example. A typical boss no longer wants to be a boss, Imagine this postmodern companies like some digital programming company, creative agency. A boss comes
Come on, do it.
Embraces you with all vulgarities. Did you have a good fuck last night, whatever. But fuck you, then he remains a boss. He nonetheless gives orders, but the social game is you have
now he's not going to do it.
We are friends and so on. In these relations, the first...
No, we're fucking, here we go.
If you were American, who would you vote for?
Trump. I'm horrified at him. I'm just that Hillary is there. Why? Inclusive. What?
I knew there was a clip. I knew there was an edit.
He will probably do it. And he
I love Slavoj Zizek, man. I mean, I get he's a communist, you know. I just don't love him too much, but oh fuck. All right, let me hop in the Discord real quick. See if we can talk to this guy. Turn that on to logic capture. Put this on center. Put this. There's so many steps. Remind me later. I don't care. All right, start virtual cam. And then we'll hop in here. Pop this out. There we go. All right, let me see if this guy's ready. Oh, he said nice. All right, cool. All right, so this just happened in the YouTube comments, and the guy was super pro welfare. That's pretty much it. So he was like, I just rather talk about it. And I'm like, all right, cool. Well, let's talk about it. So I'm going to drag him in, and we'll see. It could be fun. This could be 10 minutes. This could be 2 hours. I have no idea how this is going to go, but we're going to entertain it for as long as it's entertaining. Your camera is sending at a low frame rate. Oh, shut up. No, it's not. It's be entertaining for as long as it's entertaining. And then when it's no longer entertaining, we'll hop on over to the Dave Smith. Oh my God, I can't remember that guy's name. Alex Nowrasteh. I don't know how to say his name. Sounds like a crazy name, but I'm going to hate both of them and it should be a fun time. But for now, let's talk to Owen McDonald. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Rutro. Let me get some music playing. Oh, there you are.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Nice. How are you? All right. Can you see me now as well? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Awesome. Excellent. How are you? All right.
You know, listen, I'm doing great. I'm not gonna lie. I saw your profile picture, and from the lighting of your profile picture, you look very white. And you are surprisingly not white in in camera, which is fine. You know what I mean? Like I don't care. Like obviously, please don't Michael Jackson yourself or anything. No skin cream to change it. But the profile picture was deceitful, and we're off to a bad start.
Really? I mean, I must say, you're the first person who's ever said that picture looks white. I must say, it's a curious one. Is it really that light?
Well, see, I'm American, right? So we're all a little admixture over here. There's no racial purity in America. As much as the people on Twitter love to beg to differ, let's be honest, everybody is a little bit mixed over here in America if you've been over here for a couple of generations.
Human history, right? There's no such thing as a pure, there's no, everyone's a bit of everything, aren't they? So.
I remember.
It's an old picture now.
Yeah, I was just teasing a little bit. I remember I was arguing online years and years ago with this white supremacist who was like, I'm British, blah blah, and I was like, okay. He's like, I'm 100% British, and I was like, cool. Are you like 100% Anglo-Saxon, 100% like Norman? Are you 100% Gallic? Are you 100% Druidic? Like which of these cultures that makes up the white identity are you 100%? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, yeah, like you were just kind of there for a long time, and then that identity gets formed around like successive generations and a culture. And I agree as a conservative, homeostatic property clusters, that like race plays some element to that, but also like, what do you mean I'm 100%? Like, what is this math equation you're trying to put into this? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, people like that who are really fixated on some ethnic purity and some distilled, my bloodlines are completely 100% of one nation. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't have any basis in actual lived history. And it's silly too. Like, why would you... Something like that, which is just chance, really. Like, you can't control where you're born or who your family is, right? Like, you should be proud of what you do in real life, not something that happened thousands of years ago, potentially.
to give the devil his due for the white identitarians as well as for like all the critical race theory lefties, right? I would say that there is a heuristic or like a call, you know, a correlation between like race and culture, right? And so like I don't think it's necessarily wrong or problematic to be proud of your culture or your heritage in some capacity. And that is going to have a certain element of race to it. Like you can't be proud to be Polish without being proud of what Polish is, which is white, right? Like you can't, you know what I mean? So I do think that there is some element to that, but I think it's one of those things where the left believes that it must be completely gone in society. And like, that's wrong, right? Like there needs to be some level of recognition of heuristic of what culture is, what behavior is, and things of that nature. But at the same time, you know, because of that swing, I think you have this right wing that is like ascendant with like just this, you know, that pendulum swing of like completely going way too fucking far with it.
Well, I suppose where we find that farness and sort of where we place the importance of culture may differ. It'd be interesting to come onto it a bit later, actually, because that's an interesting topic. But
yeah, we're here for a reason.
For a very long time. Yeah, no, exactly. I caught the.
There's no moderator.
I was listening to.
There's no moderator, so I'm just like I just vibe it. We're live streaming.
A chill conversation, right?
Yeah, I was just trying to get to know you a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, you don't seem like the. It seems a bit silly calling myself like a YouTuber or anything. I'm just essentially just some random person, basically. You know, I find conversation interesting, and so, you know, when I caught the last minute or so of what you were saying before I joined the stream, and you summed it up quite nicely. You know, I saw bits of your video. I thought, don't quite agree with this. Left a comment, you left a reply, I left a reply, and I thought there's a chance this could go on for like 500 comments.
Yeah.
Like, why not just speak directly, right?
I have, as a YouTuber, I have realized that when it comes to Twitter or YouTube comments or anything like that, it's like if there's a disagreement and you get a paragraph and then you give a paragraph back and then they give another paragraph, it's like, stop, because you have completely lost whatever audience you think you have. Like at this point, everyone is like, that's cool, I'm not reading that shit. And now it has just become a like burdensome conversation via texting or typing with one other person and no audience. It essentially becomes a waste of my time, both as a person and a content creator, when I can just have a conversation, get more information out in a smaller amount of time, and also monetize you, you know? So here we are.
Indeed. Also, YouTube is very unreliable. Like I find often I'll type out something and post it and then it's vanished, just gone.
It's gone.
Just
yeah.
disappeared.
You said the wrong keyword. You said the wrong keyword and the AI like just gets rid of it.
Indeed, and especially when you put a little bit of, because if it's like just you said like hi or something, it's not such a big deal. You can post it again. If you've put a bit of thought into something you've typed out and then it's just struck off, just gone, it's infuriating. You know?
As we're speaking, someone in live chat. hold on. VV goes, what did he say? YouTube censors the fuck out of comments, and then my chatbot immediately deleted the comment because it's cursing. Oh, it's funny. Exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, it was welfare, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. So I think for me, because I'm coming at this, I think you said that I'm a communist. I wouldn't quite call myself that, but definitely that sort of trajectory. Like I definitely would say I have a critique, of capitalism, which is quite fundamental to its operations. I think society needs to change quite a bit from what we're seeing at the moment. But I'd like to say I'm a pragmatist. I'd like to say that I exist in the here and now. Like I'd rather do things now to help people, even if it's a small way or a big way, than idealize and prophesize about something that's going to potentially take a longer time.
So I mean, like if we are only reading Marx, then I guess that would make you like not a traditional communist, right? But if we're reading Engels or Mao or Lenin or Stalin, right? You know the kind of the beginning classical communists, they would all agree with that sentiment, right? I mean, like if you're reading like Engels' Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? Describing in kind of more layman terms the concept of the dialectical materialism or historical materialism or historical dialectic, whatever fucking term you want to use, right? they would say, like, like he describes, where does capitalism come from? Capitalism comes from, an inherent contradiction between, the nobility, the oppressor, right, and the peasantry, and that contradiction cannot exist in reality for too long, because and we saw this with the Industrial Revolution, with the creation of a merchant class. And so there is that kind of that dialectic of, well, in the here and now, there is this miniature revolution, and capitalism is that miniature revolution that is, dealing with the contradictions that can no longer maintain the order of the society, so that the ruling class can maintain order. They create the capitalist class. So I mean, like, if you're saying, like, oh, well, I'm a pragmatist and I want to change society in a meaningful way in the here and now that gets us closer to, no private property, no capitalism society, that's just Marxism, right? Like, that's just communism. That's just communism in reality, as opposed to communism in like a little red book Discord server where they're, complaining about the fact that you misgendered the furry, right?
Well, I mean, come on to misgendering another time, but in terms of, I get what you're saying there, right? Like, obviously, there's a lot of overlap between me saying that pragmatism is what I want, right? Like, I want things to get better, and yeah, that betterness is coming in the form of moving away from right-wing economic systems and moving away from a capitalist mode of economy. But what I more mean, I think, bringing us back to like welfare and stuff, or not bringing us back to, leading us into welfare. I think that for me, I want people just in general to be able to live and thrive and exist in a way that isn't going to give them hardship through in needless ways. And so when we think about what welfare is and what it does, and what the welfare systems and sort of state and all the functions of society that exist in what we would potentially call welfare, they exist in reaction to our capitalist system. They exist because someone said the current market will not provide enough for people to live, or access, or not give access to people who are not rich enough to afford the goods they need to survive. And so someone said, actually, we're going to put things into a consensus, a collective, a government organized program that will say, okay, no one's going to go without food, no one's going to go without housing and such. And to me, that is a big turning point from centuries of fairly, brutal, unlivable conditions where, as you've just said, peasants basically had a pretty rotten time. The Industrial Revolution happened and people moved en masse to the cities, and living in those cities was dire. And right up until really, like, we're in the 20th century, really, until it starts being properly formalized. In my country, most of the welfare state comes after the Second World War. And then you see a huge upturn in living quality and living standards. People start living beyond just their working years. People start thinking, oh, we can put all these resources to good use. And you get the huge improvement in quality of life from, early 20th century to today, pretty much, where whilst there are still issues, and certainly there's major problems in the society, the average person you're in America, right? You're in the US. Average person in America, average person in Britain, in most of the Western world, isn't probably going to die of a preventable disease, isn't going to starve to death, isn't going to have various hardships. However, the welfare state, and I'll finish in a second because I'm aware that I'm speaking, I don't want to stop you from talking too often. The welfare state comes under criticism because it's got its flaws, but they aren't an inherent fault of the person who said we need to help people wasn't the person at fault. It's the people who've come after them that have either defunded various public sector things or have taken away the capacity of various public sector functions to help people, or it's the wider economy, which ultimately is based on some fairly flawed ideals and logics, which eventually lead to societal problems. You go ahead, sorry. You go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot here. So in the beginning, I was with you, right? I would say, in summary to what you're talking about, so first and foremost, let me state, I have no problem with voluntary welfare. I think voluntary welfare is a necessary component to a functional society. I think when people fall on hard times, right, or circumstances occur that are unpredictable or unlikely, but given enough iterations, they happen to someone, right? Someone somewhere gets a workplace accident, or someone somewhere gets a non-Hodgkin's lymphoma out of nowhere, right? Like these are things that are predominantly unpredictable in terms of happening in your individual life, and saving up for these things isn't necessarily like economically feasible for most people in any type of system, because they don't happen to everybody, right? They only happen to a small portion of people, but when they happen to those people, it can be devastating. So I'm not against welfare as a voluntary means of association and helping people, or people choosing to band together collectively to be their brother's keeper when those things occur. What I am against is state-based welfare. And I think that state-based welfare has been one of the greatest disasters economically and in terms of its actual long-term impact. Like, we can look at individuals. So like you talked about, I think you really made one huge misappropriation here, which is, after World War II, economic conditions or material conditions for the poor and the middle class, rose exponentially. And then you kind of made this argument, well, then this must be welfare, or that these two things are correlated. I don't want to be like that Reddit guy that's like, causation doesn't equal correlation, right? But I kind of have to be in this moment. I don't think welfare is what caused those things. And I think the data, if we start packing it apart, at least from an American perspective, I'm not as familiar with UK's systems and data and things like that. Will help illuminate that. And so, you talked about how capitalism and these inherent values and these things are wrong, but you didn't name any of the things, right? So I want to, like when we go into this conversation, I want to play this, kind of this game of specificity, which is name the trait, right? If all of these things are inherently wrong or bad, what these foundational aspects of capitalism per se, then what is that and why is it bad? And I think there is where we will have probably our greatest philosophical differences. But in terms of just a consequentialist analysis, right? Just doing an internal critique from your perspective of like, increasing, positive rights, right? Access to opportunity, access to school, access to healthcare, things of that nature. I don't disagree in any way, shape, or form that welfare has provided those services to people that may not have otherwise had those services. My disagreement is that what would that money have done in a free economy? And just because we can measure those short-term gains in like, we intentionally put money to give people healthcare and now they have healthcare, therefore good, right? I think is a false analysis, because it doesn't compare it to what would have been otherwise, A, and B, there is there seems to be a lack of understanding of the long-term effects of those things, like welfare recidivism, how long people stay on welfare, whether or not their lives actually find meaning or purpose, or whether or not they end up in a welfare trap where they where this incentive structure is to maintain poverty, is to maintain, it's the same thing with healthcare, right? Like, you don't see a lot of genetic testing so that we can find what diseases you have, so we know what food for you to avoid. It's all maintaining your poor health, right? And then giving you a new drug and giving you a new thing. And so it's really a high time preference, low time preference thing, a philosophical disagreement. And then I just kind of reject the historical argument that welfare is the reason for those gains that were seen in the mid 20th century.
Okay, so let's start with that point actually. So we'll the historical argument. So it's an interesting point, because you're right. There's more factors to the post-war boom, right? The war ends. America, in particular, has got a burgeoning industrial sector. You've got the boom years. absolutely, it's not just the welfare sector. I think the crucial intervention, though, the sort of point that sticks out for me at least, is that before you couldn't access these things unless you had the resources, and after, the welfare state ensures that people had the foothold to be able to access housing, healthcare, transportation.
Why are we dealing with the null though? Right, like it feels very much like when you're having a conversation about abortion, and it's like we only bring up rape and incest, and it's like, sure, you know, like that's a thing to talk about, but it's a small portion, right? So like when we're talking about welfare, you say unless they had the resources, and then you said these things. Now I don't know about the UK, but in America, you know, somewhere close to 1 in 6 men. Sorry, hold on. Let me look at my data. Actually, sorry, I'm thinking 1 in 6 because it's 1 in 26 for a specific fraternal society. Something like 1 in 3 men were in a fraternal society that were covering healthcare needs, unemployment insurance needs. I don't know what you mean by these things, so I'm kind of guessing at the things, which are things that are often covered by welfare in fraternal societies. And the average amount of money that they were paying for healthcare and for unemployment insurance and for insurance for, going on work. I can't think of the term when you get injured at work, like workman's comp or whatever. They were paying roughly 1 week's wages for the year for that service. So it was much cheaper, and they had access to these things in an economy that was admittedly far more impoverished and far less wealth in general, because wealth has been kind of created over time, right? So like I don't understand why we're dealing with the null. Why are we dealing with just the kind of bottom tier that can't scrounge together a week's salary for a yearly
well, there
thing?
Our central point, right? The people who didn't have resources and then found they were able to exist in a healthier state after the intervention of the welfare state is the central argument, right? We are able we have been able through the welfare system to allow people to live and be healthy and happy. And then when you have more people in that category, you're able to see an increase in production, happier, healthier people, with the expansion of various sectors of society, industry, electronics, the arts, etc.
Again, this is
because you've got more people going into it.
You're not connecting them. You're giving a hypothesis, but you're not giving any evidence for the hypothesis. The hypothesis that you're giving is if we divert money from the economy and give it to the destitute, the poor, the sick, the elderly, etc., then we will get an increase, like a return on investment, if you will, of, all of these other industries. And then your evidence appears to be, well, we did these things and then they went up, therefore it is proven correct. But you also admit that like a univariate analysis makes no sense here, and you don't have a control group. You don't have anything to compare it to, which is a world without welfare, a world that went through the Industrial Revolution and went through World War II, right? That had a purely capitalistic framework. The best thing that we have to compare it to is fraternal societies in the turn of the century, which were far more effective at being able to provide these resources.
The prior existence of people before the welfare state was not very good for the majority of people. I mean,
without a doubt, Industrial
Revolution left pretty dire urban areas and inner city areas. Poverty was quite high in many cities. You look at the levels of poverty in many of these places. Big industrial cities. I'm British, so I'm sort of thinking British cities.
Right.
It's the case anywhere where there's been industrialization. Pre-welfare state, you have these essentially, slums, you might call them, right? Like really poor housing, rat infested. There's no access to many of the things we take for granted now. Then the governments and states introduce a welfare system, and there's an upturn. Now, you're quite right. Technically, there has not been a society where there is pure 100% no state whatsoever. Capitalism is reign supreme.
Yeah, it's like super rare. Maybe you can like look at maybe like the Republic of Cospaya, but that's like a couple hundred people. And currently we have Prospera in Honduras.
But
they're doing really well though.
You can see though that where the welfare state is reduced, where the neoliberal turn, the introduction of austerity and of various cutbacks on the welfare system, suddenly the improvements we see to human development and human prosperity, they start to decline. Suddenly we see the gains made post World War II start to shrink, and in some cases recess. In my country, the UK, many of the quality of life measurements that you might look at are declining, which it's shocking because you'd think a country that's quite wealthy, quite affluent like the UK, you'd think it would be able to look after everyone, but through
your NHS is like
system,
really fucking stretched right now. I mean, this is
defunded. It's been defunded massively since the
the
neoliberal turn.
Well, it's been funded more since World War II, right? Like healthcare costs have only gone up in the long term. You can look at short-term sections of defunding, but if you look at it, in terms of net costs compared to population, it's gone up consistently, right? There are times it dips, but healthcare spending, welfare spending has increased.
Okay, but the value of that money is less, isn't it? Money.
No, I'm saying adjusted for inflation and population. If you adjust for inflation and population, you will see a consistent trend in neoliberal democracies or democratic constitutional republics, whatever fucking term you want to use for neoliberal Western first world nations. You will see a consistent increase in welfare. I mean, so when we look at the United States, we have some of the lowest welfare of the industrialized Western democracies. And even still, if you don't account for interest on the debt, which is 13% of our payments, it is, let me see, I have the exact figure if I can get it. Welfare accounts for, let me just... Where are you? I want to give you the exact figure, right? I want to give you a guesstimation. It accounts for 61% of every federal tax dollar, right? So 61%. And then if you add in, the debt that's causing, it jumps up to 74%. So when we're talking about the U.S. debt, we're talking about welfare. We're not talking about the military defense spending, even though we have spend more than you guys times 200, right? We're not talking about infrastructure bills, public education, roads, bridges, any of that shit. We are talking about Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, TANF, food stamps, and corporate welfare, to be fair, right? Which is something I think we both would probably agree to get rid of. But again, so the ability to go in and say, oh, well, certain programs have been defunded and that's why they're doing poorly, is just the data just doesn't match that in any way. Yes, if you reduce, no, it absolutely is true. You can look in the short term, and you can have a short term defunding, or or a specific program can be not have increased funding adjusted for inflation or adjusted for population. But in terms of how much of our of the money that we make, GDP, as well as in real dollars per population, over time, welfare spending in Western liberal democracies has just gone up, and it is only, it's not making, we haven't won the war on poverty, right? Poverty still exists, destitution still exists, hard circumstances still exist.
So destitution and poverty, and again, it's to draw into another topic about capitalist critique, right? Critique of the system at play that cultivates the inequalities which we describe, and then need welfare systems to come and sort out. But in terms of spending,
in a minute.
In terms of spending, though, absolutely in the UK, funding for healthcare, education, higher education, transportation, etc., have been cut, and programs have been slashed, and the resources that were available to our predecessors are no longer available now, be it in malnourished, underfunded form, where it's less fruitful, less plentiful resources, or just cut entirely, handed over to the private sector. And that is the reason for a lot of the welfare state's inability to function properly. It's not that the system itself is inherently flawed, it's that it's not been given resources to cope with the increasing population, the modern demands of society. At the same time as that, you have a private sector which is bursting with wealth, which is absolutely flush with money and resources, and therefore, if you have resources to be able to access private healthcare, private transportation and such, private posting and such. In my country, Royal Mail has been privatized. Then great, you've got a lot of resources at your disposal. On the other hand, the average person who is below that wealth bracket isn't going to get some tough choices. They're going to potentially lose out, and so that is why
I'm trying to understand. Like, I want to have an honest conversation, and I'm not trying to accuse you of being dishonest. I just think that your data is wrong. So I'm trying to figure out where you are getting this idea that, like, so when we look up specifically just like NHS, right? I wanted to focus on NHS, not because I'm trying to be sneaky. Maybe other programs have been cut, et cetera. And if you have data to support that, that's fine, right? But like, if I look up Institute for Fiscal Studies, .org.uk, ifs.org.uk, right, we can see that NHS has gone in real terms, this is below long-term historical average of approximately 3.6% per year. So in real terms, it has gone up 2.3% per year, adjusted for inflation. So more and more money, even adjusted for inflation, has been thrown at the NHS over the last decade. Now, that is less of an increase than the increasing decades before that. So if that's a cut, what you're saying is we cut how much money we were increasing over inflation. I don't get this concept of like, oh, we're actually making cuts because the rate of increase above inflation has lessened. Is there a different program you're talking about or something?
So part of the problem with neoliberalism is that packaged into it is managerialism, is the introduction of middle management, is the tiering and hierarchization.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely right? I don't know it's neoliberalism.
If I just finish this little bit quickly, when you have the introduction of, as you say, like wasted spending, money that has been put into creating managers and creating bosses and creating jobs that don't need to exist within the organization, that is where the money has gone, right? You see hospitals with fairly wealthy, I say bureaucrats, but like administrators and people who have given themselves a very large salary at the expense of the actual healthcare program. So
right, but this is a goalpost shift, right? This is a goalpost shift.
No, it's not a goalpost shift.
It absolutely is. Now, if you're saying that less, yeah, it absolutely is. Your new argument, I would presume, is that less money is going towards the actual individuals that need it because there is administrative bloat of the managerial class. I agree with you. As an anarcho-capitalist, I'm against welfare, and one of the reasons I'm against welfare is because of the bloat and inefficiency of government programs, right? So you're making my argument for me, and you're not actually presenting evidence of your previous claim. Hold on. Your previous claim, which was that these programs are not succeeding because funding has been cut. And I'm saying I've not heard that. That is not something that the data seems, and when we look at something like the NHS, what we see is not funding cuts, but funding increases, just less increases than there used to be, but still real increases by both GDP and population and adjusted for inflation, just not to the degree that it was before. Now you're saying, well, there's administrative bloat, the money's not getting down to the people. I agree, government is inefficient, and this is one of the reasons why I'm against welfare. I appreciate you making the argument for me, but can you deal with the original argument?
Right, okay. I didn't make your argument for you. The issue wasn't the welfare system. The issue wasn't the welfare system, right? The cuts have been there. You're talking about people who have attached themselves to various elements of government, via private sector. Let's not forget the private sector does take control
pseudo-private,
of
right? Like NGOs and things like that too, right? Like it's a little bit of
it's not pseudo-private. It is capitalist organizations with the express interest of making a profit on various services. that come in and do the job of various what was once state sector stuff, and that leads to resources pulling upwards, it's going upwards, and then not the previous level of operation that was seen prior to.
So that's not private. So hold on.
But going back to what we said a second ago.
Hold on. Hold on. I have to call this out because it's a bit of a fallacious argument, right? Which is you're sneaking in.
Can we go back to what we were saying about the?
I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick, right? You're sneaking in a proposition with the term private, right? And so you're using the term private to mean that it is a company that wishes to make a profit, but you are describing a process which is a monopsony, which is where the state is the purchaser of the product on behalf of welfare and things of that nature. So it is anything but capitalistic when a private firm or corporation takes on government contracts to deal with like housing or welfare or building projects or any of those things, because it's only one buyer, which is the UK or the American taxpayer, and it is out of a capitalist market. So I just want to point out that private doesn't mean capitalism, right? It's a mixed market economy, kind of like bait and switch thing we're doing here.
It's not quite a bait and switch though. A mixed market, where you have private entities, as you say, taking a contract from the state, has still used the same tenets to use their capital, use their wealth to secure a contract, and then put themselves in a profit-making position. That's still capitalism. That's still
that's not capitalism. That's capitalism by some definitions, right? But when I am talking about capitalism, I am talking about a free market capitalism. I'm not talking about a mixed market economy where corporations don't provide goods and services to voluntary customers, but instead utilize state power and regulations to be able to obtain contracts that are involuntary, right? It goes very against the ethos of what capitalism is.
But do we understand why those entities and organizations operate in that manner, right? Like they're acting in their capitalist interest. They want to make more money, and so they go to the state and put themselves in an advantageous position to be able to advantageous position to secure the contract that rewards them quite a bit of financial reward.
Yeah, and it's a mixed market thing. It's part socialist and part capitalistic, but it's not capitalist.
It's not socialist.
How is it not socialist if it is a government involuntary program that is directed by the state, and then they choose private firms and give them contracts? This is no longer a voluntary exchange. This is no longer capitalism.
Well, it's not a democratic work thing, is it? It's not like it's been the state acting as agent isn't the same thing as a socialist state, is it? Or a socialist society?
Well, no, it's a mixed market economy. It's in part capitalistic and in part socialist, and that is what I'm pointing out, is that when we use terms like private and then we say like the capitalist, right? It's important to point out that this goes against the very ethos of capitalism, or my position, which is free market capitalism, voluntary exchanges. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, right? I'm just trying to point out that these are different things we're talking about.
Yes, there's a difference there, but I'm saying the distinction isn't like the most meaningful, essentially, because it's still, at the end of the day,
it is if I'm advocating for something else and then people are attaching bad things that I disagree with the thing I'm advocating for.
Okay,
right?
That's fair enough then. We'll
you know
talk
what I mean?
about, I'll happily disagree on that point. What I'm saying, sorry. I can't think how to express it. I get what you're saying, that you are not advocating for what I am describing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll come on to it a bit later, that's fine. On the topic of the, what were we saying about welfare a second ago? Yeah, okay, so cuts to services. There 100% have been job losses, like positions at various state controlled entities, NHS, schools, various public sector stuff, in which cuts have been made to jobs that interact with the everydays of society.
Because government's inefficient.
But that's not the government. That's
a failure of
a right wing. Yeah, a failure of a right-wing program that the government have followed. It's not the failure of welfare as a concept, like the welfare state. Ultimately,
well, no, it's not a failure of
ultimately,
welfare as a
though,
concept. It's a failure of government-run welfare and the administrative bloat that you previously described, right? Which is kind of my argument, is that when you don't have a market incentive for a profit loss mechanism, where you're selling goods or services at either the lowest price or at an increased quality so that people choose to voluntarily engage in those services, but instead you're stealing money from people to fund government-run programs, that those same incentives don't exist and that they lead towards a growth in administrative bloat, an increase in a growth of cost. And so the cost of these things keeps going up and they keep getting funded more and more. And despite the increased funding, there's still job cuts. And that's because of the inefficiency of the state. Now, you can say the reason those inefficiencies of the state and the way those programs are managed is something that you'd like to fix and that you know a more efficient way of doing it. But it doesn't discount the reality, right? Which is that those programs over time have not been cut. What has occurred is that they have bloated, they have gotten more expensive, and because of that, the increases have not kept up with the demands.
Okay, so the market forces being introduced to those sectors is why the issues exist, right? They previously were they were previously there as a fundamental. We need to do this as a social good. We need to have it as something that exists for people to use the service because it is a humanitarian good thing to have. Obviously, this still took place in capitalistic society, right? It still takes place. I'm not saying it was like the communist world and then suddenly the 80s hit and neoliberalism happens. Of course, it was still a capitalist state doing this. But the neoliberal term describes the introduction of the market into much of the public sector. And with that introduction comes the cuts to services, which did happen, like for as much as obviously more is spent now, but that isn't a contradiction of cuts happening for hospitals, schools, arts, etc.
Well, it is because your original argument was that the reason these programs are doing poorly is because of right-wing people and government officials producing cuts in these places. And then we eventually get to the portion that it's not the cuts that are the major problem. Now, the cuts you might deem a problem, but overall that funding has increased, but that these programs have gotten less efficient. And by your argument now, the inefficiency has been added by adding market mechanisms to the situation.
Inefficiency is part of it, but cuts is also a major part of it. So there are less.
The funding has gone up. Can we just admit that funding has gone up, right? Because that is the reality.
I mean, like in terms of like a number, like
adjusted for inflation, cut that we have not had cuts. We have had increases in both the UK and in the United States. In terms of real numbers adjusted for inflation.
I would need to read that a little closer. You've got the statistic in front of me because, it's like
I said, if you have a countervailing statistic, I'm willing to take that in, right? Like I gave you, ifs.org.uk. If you have a different statistic or a different article that proves this wrong or is against this, I'm fine. But in the lack of you having any data to support that claim and me having at least some data to support the claim that these things have gone forward, that like government, you know what I mean? Like I think it's a silly hill to die on to say that the cuts are the problem. And then I say, well, the cuts didn't happen. Only some cuts have happened in a short term. You can see individual cuts. Like every time, there's an omnibus bill in America, for example, there's increases in spending and then there's cuts in spending. But over the long term, over the last decade and over the last 50 years, we have seen an increase in funding for welfare in both of our countries. And so it's not the lack of funding that is the problem. It is these other problems that you're describing, right? Which is neoliberals bringing in pseudo private institutions that are just trying to gobble state money, not actually in a free market. And because of inefficiencies and bloat of government run welfare, which again is my
increase in funding disproportionate to the other increases in the costs of operating and functioning in society, which is still in effect a cut, because you're not, the spending power of your money is less potent than it previously was. So the school, for instance, gets a budget that is bigger.
Hold on, we're
the
talking
school,
about adjusted for inflation numbers.
The school,
Like, so
I
that
was just
argument
let me
doesn't
finish
hold.
quickly. The school has got a bigger budget on paper, sure, but they're expected to buy their pens, pencils, whiteboards, fund a higher electricity bill, do more with less. So
that only makes sense if the numbers aren't adjusted for inflation. The numbers are adjusted for inflation. Now, if you want to argue that things like rent and housing have gotten so astronomically high that, like, discretionary spending that regular Americans have, especially in the lower quintile of the economic sector, are they have less purchasing power despite like in greater excess than the inflation rate is speaking of, because we're talking about a specific demographic, and you want to bring up Gini coefficient and things like that, that's fine, right? Like we can have that conversation, and we can have a conversation about where those things come from. But when you're talking about healthcare costs and things of that nature, the heart surgery is not really something that is in people's discretionary spending anyways. So I think it's kind of, for certain things, it's going to be a moot point. For other things, I don't necessarily disagree with you that the spending power of those that are poor is much less than it was, even adjusted for inflation, right? Than it was maybe in the 1980s, for example, right? Like, when we look at rent and we look at, the cost of housing and the increase in wages, we can see that it's ever more expensive to buy a home or to rent property than it used to be. Like I can meet you halfway there, right? Because I'm genuinely trying to be honest with this conversation. I can meet you halfway there and say that those at the bottom have less spending power that isn't necessarily appropriately calculated when we look at, inflation. And maybe then you have some argument about funding, but I still don't quite see. I don't think it bridges that gap. And it certainly is not worthy of a univariate analysis, which I think we both agree, right? Because we started talking about administrative bloat and about corporations, kind of like, the Margaret Thatcher kind of like aspect of bringing in, private markets into this government thing, which to me is anathema to capitalism, right? This is anathema to a free market economy. And I think it does worsen and cheapen healthcare services and other things when you have this pseudo amalgam. Like I would almost rather have socialism than to have like this, like, we're going to do socialism, but we're going to bring in private corporations and get them rich too. And it's like, okay, you're just making it worse.
Yeah. Okay. So I think then it's not so much that we're sort of I can see what you're saying there, in the sense that there's an element of like terminal. Sorry, I'm losing track of thought here a little bit. What were we saying? Sorry. Sorry, you say what you just said. My mind went blank very quickly.
Right, but what I'm saying is like I'm willing. I reject the concept that funding has gone down, and that funding is a primary in the analysis is a primary concern in terms of why welfare is unsuccessful. That my determination and the evidence that I see is that it is that administrative bloat you're talking about, and it is the introduction of corporations, non-governmental organizations, which are essentially, governmental organizations, except for their rich fat cat friends, that these have certainly made those costs go up. I would add another domain that you haven't added, right? And mine would be that we have done a poor job of tracking the real effects of welfare spending, because some of these effects are multi-generational. They're not seen immediately in the data, right? I would argue that there are cultural costs, that there are social costs, and that breaking down communities breaks down spontaneous order and values. And that's a more sociological approach to this. But I would argue that is another fundamental issue here when we're talking about the lack of success of welfare programs.
Okay, then. We'll put a pin in that then. I'll come back to what you said just then. You don't see the lack of the funding issue. Let's imagine you're a hospital. You're in a big city centre. You've got thousands of people coming through every day, right? So obviously, you need emergency response team, you need people on the hospital floor, you need various doctors available,
you need
nurses,
medicine,
paramedics.
you got to pay rent.
Exactly.
There's a billion things to pay for.
Electricity, everything. The hospital, compared to what it had, does not have the same spending power. It does not have the same budget and resources and staff to actually manage itself in a way that can support all people that previously used it. So the people using this hospital wait for longer. They might not see their doctor that day. They might not have the ambulance actually show up because the ambulance is busy dealing with 10 other calls, and so it's stuck in a backlog. When they get to their surgery, they're told, unfortunately, it's been postponed. Doctor couldn't make it today. Go on a waiting list.
Yeah, I mean, the waiting lists in the UK are insane compared to the US.
Exactly.
It's
and
nightmarish.
that has exactly right, and that has stemmed directly from the cuts to spending to the services that exist.
See, this is where we disagree. The spending hasn't been cut. What has occurred is that there is less.
What's the spending on direct services?
Okay, that is a different argument, right? On direct services. If we were talking about an increase in funding for NHS, which is what we have had in inflation adjusted, real money terms, we have an average of 2.6% increase year after year in the last decade in the UK, which is lower than the historical average of a 3.6% increase, right? If you were talking about funding for direct services, right, which would be like money for the doctor, money for saline, money for the hospital to pay its bills, as opposed to administrative bloat within the government or other companies that are, supposed to kind of take over that role because the NHS is stressed. So another company comes in and takes a government contract and then is overpaid for that contract. I don't disagree with you, but again, once you make that argument, you're kind of on my side, right? Which is the government has been proven to be inefficient at rendering these services and is bloated over time.
The government, as managed by right-wing people who believe in the free market, yes, that is the absolute.
None of those people believe in the right market. If they believe in the free market, they would absolutely get rid of the NHS and only have a private healthcare system.
Believe in their interpretation of a free market. Sure, they don't believe exactly the same principles.
They don't believe in a free market. There's no reason to say their interpretation of a free market. Like you're trying to sneak in free market capitalism, like free market capitalism is what's to blame here. It's not. It's not free market capitalism. They don't support free market capitalism. They're not for free market capitalism. They're not engaging in that. Like what they're engaging in is socialist regulations, socialist funding, and monopsonies, and then they bring in, as much like mixed market economies do, private entities or organizations that are for-profit entities and organizations, and then they funnel involuntary taxpayer money to these companies that are bidding in a pseudo-competitive market. Because let's be honest, in every country, it's like 2 or 3 fucking companies that are just kind of like playing whack-a-mole with whose turn it is to get the contract, as opposed to a true, competitive market.
Okay, so then the issue seems to be that I have identified the element that I don't like, and I've called it capitalist. You've identified the thing you didn't like, you've called it socialist. So clearly there's some terminological disagreement.
But we're also identifying the same thing, at least in this domain.
Yeah, exactly, right? We both dislike the current management of our societies, our countries, various sectors, right? What we can identify, though, is as you said a second ago, someone has come in and said, we want to profit from this function more. We want to make money from what is taking place further than what was seen previously. And so that is why we can identify this as a right-wing element of this operation, right? They've come in, they've said, we can manage this better than what was seen previously. Sorry?
How is that right-wing? What does that have to do with right-wing? Feels like you're just adding a label.
It comes specifically from introducing free market sectors. Introducing corporate spending, introducing.
We've already agreed this isn't free market capitalism.
We haven't agreed that. I just said we both got different labels for it, but ultimately.
Okay. So you think it's free market capitalism to have a monopsony and an involuntary exchange?
Monopsony.
Yeah, monopsony is when you have one buyer of a product, right? So a monopoly would be like one seller of a product, right? A monopsony is an opposite. So the government says we're if we're bidding contracts, we're the only one that's doing this, right? No one else is doing this. So like, let's say we were building, submarines, right? They don't allow the private market to build their own submarines for their own private navy, right? So the government would be engaged in a monopsony in saying,
okay,
we'll go to Lockheed Martin, we'll go to these 4 companies. So there are multiple buyers of the product, right? But there's only there's multiple sellers of the product, right? They're all competing to sell submarines to the UK government or the US government. There's only one buyer because there's not allowed to be another buyer. That's what a monopsony is.
Yeah, and you can see that that's obviously going to be it's like there's no
it's not capitalism.
But it is.
No, it's not. It's not capitalism.
Okay. It's not like complete deregulation, no state whatsoever. But as we spoke about history earlier, you can see why that isn't the case, right? You can see why society has organized itself into this fashion. I feel like I was going to say something very quickly about the privatization we're seeing here. The government has put their previously state-owned assets on the market and said to various entities and organizations, if you pay us, we'll give you this for you to operate. That is a capitalist tenant. That is a market.
Sorry, hold on. Yes, monopsony. Sorry, I pronounced it with an M. You fucking autistic nerds. I love you guys. My chat is like giving me shit for saying monopsony or monopsony instead of monopsony.
Everyone mispronounces stuff sometimes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
That's right. If the government puts its assets on the market and lets lets corporations, lets big entities try and compete, obviously only certain entities going to have a chance because it costs a lot of money and you need to have existing assets and resources to be able to say, yes, we're going to take on
you got to buy off the right you got to buy off the right politicians.
Exactly,
you gotta,
right? That's part
all of these things that are anti-capitalist.
And you see the fund, like, yes, of course. No, you're not. Of course, I'm not going to say like, oh yes, you support corruption in government and stuff. Of course not. But because I think it comes back to that historical element of it, that power structure that is at play. Because ultimately, this decision is an expression of power. It's a decision that has been made to consolidate wealth and power in the structure of people at the top of society, right?
Agreed.
Corporate power, corporate structure. They've set up this market deal. Yeah, exactly. They've set the deal up to ensure that only people of the right parties can do it. Someone could probably come in and say, well, we've got a more efficient way of operating this healthcare system. We're not going to cut dozens of frontline workers. We're going to actually say, well, why are you paying yourself millions?
You could do that in a free market, but you can't do that under government-run welfare.
You can,
because you don't have the political capital, you don't have the assets, the things like that to be able to play at the big kids table where the government is doling out those contracts. But in a free market, you could run a small hospital. If you have like a new efficient way of running things, then you'd be able to lower prices in a competitive market. But you can't do that with state-run.
Okay, but accompanying the turn to the private sector is mass tax cuts. Previously, part of the to go back to sort of the start of what we were saying, part of the big growth of human development and such was also the highest, really high tax rates. People used to there used to be high tax rates for the wealthiest, corporations, etc. Then neoliberalism happens. Then the 80s happen, Reagan, Thatcher, etc. Tax cuts all across the board. We'll leave it to you. Corporations basically given more incentive to do as they see fit with less regulation, and then you see the degrading effect on the welfare system. The loss of capability for hospitals, schools, transport, sports, all that stuff.
Sorry.
And that is why, as you say, if you just gave it all back to the government right now and didn't do anything else, it would struggle because it's not got the same spending power it used to. Hence the reliance on the private sector, and hence the dominance of blatantly corrupt corporations, basically taking contracts and mismanaging various sectors. And I think Like I said at the start, I'm a pragmatist. Like I'm not suggesting we click our fingers and instantly everything is handed back to the government straight away.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there needs to be recognition of the fact that when we allow people with the interest of their own profits to operate various sectors of society, there is going to be a fundamental problem, because their interest is what is our revenue for this month, not how can we deliver the best service to John with a broken leg, or Susan who's
right. But again, so there's two things here. One, we're getting into this causation correlation fallacy here a little bit.
In what way?
Well, you're saying historically tax rates were higher and these things were better, and then we bring in these tax cuts. So there's two problems with that. Number one, that's just not really true. There's a difference between statutory tax rate and effective tax rate. So when you actually look at effective tax rate, they've been fairly consistent over the past 60 years. Effective tax, so you had a higher statutory tax rate, especially in the U.S., like somewhere upwards. I think the highest it peaked at was like 54%, right? But the effective tax rate was lower then in the 1950s than it is today. So there was actually paying less taxes then than they're paying today. What we've actually seen is tax increases. Now this is before. Now, obviously, if we want to go back far enough before income taxes, obviously income taxes were added and then they phased in. And so we got, we did get a new revenue source, but that also correlated with a reduction in tariffs, right? Because, at the turn of the century, there was a lot of tariffs and there were a lot of other taxes. There were other means of getting income. So no, the effective tax rate has been relatively unchanged. It's gone down a little bit. From where it peaked in I want to say the late 50s to as you say, the introduction of neoliberalism in the 1980s. But also the problem is tax revenue versus tax rates, right? So have you heard of the Laffer curve?
What, sorry?
In economics, do you know what the Laffer curve is?
Yes, yeah.
Or Laffer curve.
Oh, I haven't. Right. What, sorry? No, I misheard you say. What?
Laffer curve. I think it's Laffer curve technically. So just because you have a higher tax rate does not mean you pull in more tax revenue. Sometimes you get more tax revenue by lowering taxes. So the government gets more money because more economic transactions occur. So for example, just in silly, stupid bird's eye view, to simplify the concept, let's say I am a customer and you are a seller of a product. You sell widgets, okay? And your widgets cost 40 cents a piece. And I have $1, okay? And now the sales tax is 20%. So I go to you and I say, 45 cents. So you sell them for 45 cents and the sales tax is 20%. So I go to you and you say, I love your widgets. I'd like to buy 2 of your widgets. That's 90 cents. And they go, okay, well, that's another 18 cents. That's $1.08. And I go, ooh, I can only buy one widget. So I buy one widget for 45 cents. Let's say you make 5 cents in profit off of a widget. And then I get the widget. And then the government gets 0.9 cents, right? So they get 9 cents in revenue because it was a 20% tax. Now let's say the government cuts the tax in half. They slash the taxes from 20% all the way down to 10%. Same scenario. You sell widgets for 5 cents in profit a piece for 45 cents, and then I have $1. I go to you and I say, let me get 2 widgets, and you say, with taxes, that'll be exactly $1. Okay? So now you made 10 cents in profit. You made more profit. I get 2 widgets, which is what I wanted, as opposed to just having 49 cents left over and I don't know what to do with it. And the government gets 10 cents, right? Sorry, 0.9. So the government gets the exact same amount of revenue. So we can cut the tax rate by 50%. We can halve the tax rate, and the government still gets the exact same amount of tax revenue, and you get more profit because there was less taxes, so there was more economic transactions. And on top of that, there's, the supply and demand equation has moved, so maybe you even have the prices go down so you can sell even more, so you can get a higher rate of profit, and I get more widgets, the things that I wanted to buy. So when we're talking about taxes, and we're just talking about statutory tax rate in the 1920s or the 1950s, and being neoliberalism came in and cut the taxes, so we have less tax revenue. that's not exactly how it works, because you have to look at the effective tax rate, not the statutory tax rate. So you got to account for, subsidies and tax write-offs and all these other things that were occurring. And you have to look at actual tax revenue that comes in, because sometimes, very often, if it's overtaxed, you will get more revenue. The government will get more money by lowering taxes. This happened under the Trump administration, for example. When he did the corporate tax rate and the individual tax cuts, we actually saw an increase in revenue from Donald Trump cutting taxes. So the government took in more money in taxation. It stole more money because it lowered taxes.
I mean, ultimately, a lot of what you say there, whilst having basis in history of the country and such, doesn't change the fact that ultimately, in the 80s, the intervention that we saw, two things happened, right? State was given, state sector was cut, privatized, assets sold off and such, and tax for corporations via through loopholes, via breaks, all the things you describe. Then they had an easier time creating their fortunes, generating their wealth. And whilst you are right, there are ways in which various tax mechanisms can be constructed in that sense. At the same time, the ability of the corporate structures and financial organizations to generate their wealth was made much easier by that 80s turn. And that's what we're saying when we talk about the decrease in tax, the decrease in the ability for the government to control various elements of society decreased. And so the
but again, this is my argument.
Welfare. Sorry?
But this is my argument, right? Like, okay, you're not going to get rid of welfare tomorrow. I totally understand. You're not seeing the inherent problems that I see with welfare and the community destruction aspect, or the philosophical reasoning why I think taxation is theft, and why, this is actually, increasing poor behavior and incentivizing bad things. We're not going to agree on those things. We're just two diametrically opposed in our philosophical views. But if you agree with me that government handouts and government, kickbacks and government coming in and privatizing by bringing in corporations into monopsony markets and all of these things are bad, which is what I also agree with, then that's a thing that we can talk about. That's a thing that we can work towards a common goal in making things better for all of us. But ultimately, that is part of my argument, is that the government has mishandled welfare to such a degree that it is a collapsing system. Now, you say it is predominantly that the introduction of this type of mixed market economy, neoliberal bullshit that you dislike. I would say that it is a combination of factors, and that's one of the problems. But why would we not work hand in hand towards eliminating that bullshit? Let's work hand in hand on making sure that Kristi Noem, who got kicked out of Congress because of sex scandals, is in California right now, and she's the CEO of a company that's supposed to provide housing to the poor, and also sits on a board in California to determine which companies get state funding, and then they don't actually build any houses for the poor. They house 50 people, and then they just siphon millions of dollars. I think it was $5 million in wealth away from Californians that are paying taxes. We don't agree on those fundamental things, but the things that we do agree on, you can call it capitalism and I can call it mixed market economy socialism, but we both hate it, and I both would say that we should focus on it. But again, these are areas of agreement, not disagreement. And so I don't know at that point where this conversation goes in terms of you disagreeing with my takes, if we continue down this domain of this area that we both hate and we both want to get rid of, and I welcome your support of my argument.
Okay, but then you're so I agree with what you said in the sense of, yes, it's bad that someone who is clearly unfit to do the job that they've been given is put into that position, being able to leave government, go into the corporate world, suddenly be in control of giant private contract, and basically running it for.
What's how the rich
profit.
do shit?
But,
like they have kids, and then their kids become philanthropists. And it's like when I hear the term philanthropist, I hear a silver spoon-fed rich kid that is almost certainly using my tax dollars to enrich themselves, and then pat themselves on the back for fixing problems that they maintained.
Exactly, but that to me isn't. All of this is stuff that has attached itself to the core principle of what the welfare system was. And I think the overall point as well, because I think part of the issue is that the reason we had to have a welfare state to begin with was because of the existing inequalities that our power structure that we inherited from the feudal era and from centuries of unjust systems and inequalities left us with. And I think
remember what I said in the beginning, name the trait? Like you just keep saying the existing system's power. Like I hear a lot of buzzwords, but I'm not hearing any details on what you're saying is because your argument is welfare was necessary because of these things, but then you haven't actually named any of these things. You've just said systems, inequality. You've given me buzzwords.
If we have, okay then, sure. I wouldn't call it buzzwords, but sure, I'll be a bit more specific. Mm-hmm. If we have a right-wing system where we are expected to sell
right-wing
our
is another thing that you can't define.
Capitalistic profit, selling labor to gain access to the things in society we need to live. So place of shelter, water.
So hold on.
Food.
If you believe in private property, you are right-wing.
Rewind slightly. Private through that definition, in the sense of private for like profit making. Sorry, we'll come back to that in a second. What we have society.
All those things stem from private property,
operated.
right? Like I have exclusive control over my property. So you're saying everyone that believes in private property, all property that I gain. There is no distinction.
Okay,
what do you mean?
Personal versus private property. So
that would be material things, scarce resources. Okay, I'll define private property for you. So scarce resources that I have exclusive control over.
Right.
That's it.
Sorry, what were we saying a second ago? Sorry, right.
Well, I'm trying to. You're saying, these right wing things, and I'm like, well, what the fuck do you mean by right wing? Right, because right wing is a kind of more of like a vibe for most people. They don't have a good definition of what makes something right wing or left wing, and it seems to be that you're describing a majority view of Western society is just right wing, which is the existence that like I have my property and I'm allowed to do with my property as I please, so long as I'm not like aggressing upon another person, which would be like 90% of Westerners.
But that isn't quite that sense that you said. I have my stuff and I can do what I see fit. That's fine. The issue or the element of right wing theory and politics and such, where it comes into it is through what is done beyond your remit. So your hoodie, for instance, was made elsewhere from where you are now, right? Like it has several interventions several stages of labor have gone into turning it from raw materials into the hoodie you're wearing now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the processes through which that hoodie was produced were managed for a profit by entities which control vastly more than what they personally interact with. That can be described as you would agree, like a market system, a capitalistic. Take this and sell it for more.
Free market capitalism, but it's capitalistic, right? It's a market economy for profit.
Yeah, market economy for profit. And so when people enter the world, they are expected to engage with these principles, right? They go to their places of employment, they do their job, they get a wage back, and then they can use that wage to buy things that are on the same market they are contributing their services to. And so because so the organization of society through these principles, allowing people to engage with it as they see fit, they've got a freedom to engage with it how they see fit. That is right wing. That is what I am describing when I say right wing. That market. That
that's a Okay, if that's your definition of right wing, like I won't begrudge you saying that, like that's your definition. That like I think it's a terrible definition because it's
Why?
because it describes your definition of right wing is anything that isn't communist, that isn't Marxist in its philosophy is right wing. So that like sure, that can be your definition of right wing. It would certainly would be to the right of you, but calling that right wing kind of loses any functional definition because the term right wing that most people are engaged in is going to be, to the right of center, right? And so there's a kind of a framing device here
I agree.
where like Marxism is the center. And then
I've never said Marxism was the center.
I'm not saying that you're saying Marxism is the center, but when you say that anything that isn't Marxism in its philosophy and how it engages in the distribution of resources, right? Because that's what economics is, right? Is how do we distribute scarce resources because scarcity exists, right? And so capitalism is one solution. Communism is one, democratic. So like different economic models are offering different solutions to the problem, which is we have a scarcity of resources. And so if you were saying everything that isn't Marxist in its philosophy is right wing, then by definition, you're kind of by using right wing where people assume that means to the right of center, you're kind of sneaking in this proposition that everything that isn't Marxism is right wing, and that's why I'm like define right wing. This is why I think I just objectively showed exactly how you're doing that.
No, I don't think you did objectively show that, but we can go back to what you said in there. Of course.
Why do you just deny what I say? Just deal with the argument.
No, because you didn't you didn't objectively prove it. It was just your opinion. But
no, it's not my opinion. I gave reasoning. Is the reasoning wrong?
The term right wing, of course, has context. Like like it's got colloquial meaning, right? Like of course, it comes from. If I said today, Bernie Sanders is right wing, of course, it would be you'd raise an eyebrow, right? But when I say right wing, I'm talking in this conversation.
Well, Bernie Sanders would be right wing
of the capitalist
to you.
Sorry. Oh, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Obviously,
I'm listening very clearly.
In terms of what is colloquial to our society now, we have left and right. But because we live in a world that is dominated and based on markets and based on things that are derived from capitalism, the vision that like someone like Adam Smith, for instance, would talk about in 17 whenever, it's built from those principles. And yes, of course, there have been interventions. Of course, there is meddling. Of course, it's not a 100% free market. Of course, but the principles are still based on that. Take X, sell it for more than what you bought it for. You are a capitalist. You have made more money. You can expand your capital and accumulate more. That is what we're talking about when we say right wing. And so, for this conversation, yes, the majority of the world does operate on varying degrees of right wing logic and rhetoric. Like, can you see that?
No, I'm not saying that your usage is wrong per se. What I'm saying is that I believe that there is a need for a recognition that when you say right wing, you mean 95% of people living in liberal democracies, right? Like, and that's
systems, not people, systems.
Okay, sure, but if people support the philosophical presuppositions for those systems, then they are philosophically founded in right-wing ideology.
Sculpted by it, sure.
I mean, like you're basically saying I mean, like you're like, and that's like if that's the definition that you want to use because you're a Marxist, like I understand that. I formally was a Marxist, right? When I was young, I was a Marxist-Leninist Maoist. I was like hardcore in it, right? Over time, I aged and became more libertarian, and in theory, brought me all the way to anarcho-capitalism. But again, I'm not saying you can't use that to say right wing. I'm just saying, for the audience's sake, when he says right wing, what he means is everyone that believes in private property as a means of having exclusive control over their property, and that if you don't believe in what's that?
So private property. I think the word private is another thing to contest meaning of, right? Because it's got two meanings. Your bathroom is private, and no one would dispute that, right? Like, it's a bit of an interesting example, but when I think of the word private, there's the first meaning, which is that every person has their own space and their own right to privacy. Like, whatever happens in my bathroom, bedroom is my own business. And then there's private, how we use it in political terms, where a corporation can buy, say, entire sweep of land and say, this is our private property, we've got a fence around it, if you come in here, you'll be shot. You'll be, detained and sanctioned by the law.
I think
to
the libertarians here, we've kind of heard these arguments a billion times, right? Like what you're describing is the distinction between personal and private property, right?
Yeah, sure.
And to anyone, asking like just read Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread, right? Like, I mean, when the Marxists goes face off, you recognize that there is no distinction between personal and private property, that this is a meaningless distinction that is a rhetorical tool to bring about Marxism. There isn't a real meaningful distinction between personal and private because you're not capable of delineating that, because you don't have any foundation for the, you don't have any objective foundation for what becomes or what is personal property versus private property, that all property is private property, right? And this is why I would suggest people read Kropotkin. Like, it's a meaningless distinction when you're not even using the personal versus private. You're kind of, I don't know if you're running away from it or you just haven't heard that distinction, or that's not how your argumentation is. I don't want to say that you're being extra sneaky or anything, because I don't fucking know. But what you're essentially talking about is a distinction between personal and private property. But there is no, how would you philosophically ground and objectively say X is personal property versus Y being private property? Do you have any answer to that quandary? I guess this is how it should be. Maybe I shouldn't put words in your mouth. Do you have that distinction?
You're not trying to put words in my mouth. I think personal, because you're right, it is tricky and it's blurry, I think, a little bit as well. Personal is what we use in our day-to-day life, what is stuff that has connection to us in our routines and our schedules, stuff that we wouldn't take as some
I love when
business
British people
venture.
say schedule. I love the British way of saying schedule.
Schedule. It's interesting, actually. There's loads of words which have been Americanized and sort of crept into the British English. It's a funny thing, language.
Sorry, but so how are you making this distinction between personal and private property? How do you make that distinction? How do you delineate the two?
What do you use to make profit from, in terms of market terms? That is essentially, if you have gone and bought a piece of land with the express purpose of making profit from it, then that has that can be seen as
my toothbrush.
Private profit.
My toothbrush. My toothbrush is no longer personal property.
Your toothbrush. You profit from your toothbrush.
Because I'm a streamer, right, and I make profit via streaming in some regard, right, via donations, via ad revenue and things like that, right? The more fucked up my teeth look, the less views I get. So I distinctly go out and buy a toothbrush and make sure that I floss and brush my teeth so that my teeth aren't too yellow. Everything is going to be utilized to gain some portion.
But that one's not that you could. But that is, you would brush your teeth anyway. Though that's not the fact that
you don't know that. Have you seen Asmongold? The dude lives with roaches, all right? There's no proof that not for the desire for profit, the desire to gain wages, the desire to build from the voluntary transactions of other people, that I wouldn't spend money on things that improve myself, my look, the way I speak, the way I act, so that I can gain more profit. There is no distinction between personal and private property.
You having one or two toothbrushes, no one's gonna care about, right? There's enough toothbrushes. If you bought 1,000 toothbrushes and then said, you're gonna have to pay me for some of these to so maybe you've bought the shop that sells toothbrushes and then you've upmarked a price and tried to make a bit of money off it. That is where we would call that private property, and that's where we would have an issue. So
that's a meaningless distinction.
As it exists, but it's not meaningless, because in one example it's something you use and you need. In the other, you have now introduced market.
Right, but you haven't delineated. See, all you've done is gone to an extreme, right? Which is gone to two extremes, right? One toothbrush is one extreme, and then the store that sells toothbrushes is another extreme. And then the way that you've delineated it, the way that you've delineated it in your argument is that you bought the toothbrush store so that you could make a profit. But the problem is that I also bought the single toothbrush so that I can make a profit. There's no meaningful distinction here. You're just saying there is one by using a different extreme, and that sounds reasonable because our intuition is that these things are different. But the difference is not the mechanism by which you establish property. The difference is the excess. I don't have a toothbrush store, so it feels like that person is doing something that is exploitative in some degree because they have the toothbrush store, but you haven't actually delineated them in how you establish property. There's no foundation there.
Okay. The point at which you have tried to market and where you've tried to commodify the toothbrush and turned it into some business venture is the point that is criticized. The toothbrush as a device to clean one's teeth is not the issue. To use another example, we spoke about hoodies earlier. One person, having a set of clothes to yourself, not an issue. That's your stuff. That's your personal property. That's fine. Where the resources, because I think that's the focus when we talk about this sort of stuff. It's not like one person in their house doing whatever. It's the conglomerate, the organization of capital at the behest of a limited number of people taking over vast swaths of land as we see today and using that as some business venture, and that is what is.
So how many hoodies is too many hoodies?
Used to say, right? But clearly,
that's a serious problem, right? If I have 1,000 hoodies, right? Wouldn't you say that this goes beyond my scope of personal property and goes into a certain domain? Am I allowed to hoard wealth? Am I allowed to hoard all the hoodies? Hoodies. I want all the hoodies.
I mean, past a certain point, you'd stop being able to have. You wouldn't have the
What's
space.
What's that point? Right.
Okay. I don't know the exact point at which there is too much or too little of hoodies. However, the focus is very clearly on. But is it a problem though? Because
yes, absolutely.
As I said,
you can't vibe out whether or not people are allowed to procure property for personal use.
We're not focusing on some person
I
who
am.
likes hoodies. We're focusing on
the reason I am is
Adidas,
because
Lacoste, whoever has millions of the stuff, right? Like I think that's the part of the issue for me. Like I want to think in terms of the vaster, the broader perspective here. Like and that's not to say of course, that like if I got my way and we switched all of a sudden to a different economic model, of course there'd be hard moments and hard questions, and of course there'd be grey areas where we struggled to think, what is too much, what's too few. But these concerns are dwarfed by like some like Gap in who own sweatshops and such, and have control of millions of
so here's the problem.
Being produced.
Here's the problem. Right?
Surely that's the issue.
So here's the problem. If we go all the way down to a fundamental level, libertarianism, right, is able to describe private property, and the Marxism that you're advocating for is incapable of doing so without. So when let's say Robinson and Crusoe both are stranded on an island, right? Robinson is stranded on the island. Crusoe is stranded on the island, and there is a stick. And the stick is nice and it's flexible. And Crusoe thinks, I should use this stick to catch fish because we're stuck on this island. This would be a great fishing pole or spear, we'll say. I'm going to whittle it down to the spear so that I can, frog gig and, maybe gig some fish so we can get food so we can eat. And Robinson says, well, no, that stick is needed so I can build a raft so that we can get the fuck off this island and get back to civilization. Now, who does the stick belong to? Who gets to use the stick?
Well, it doesn't belong to either. It's a stick. They should work together. They could probably both find a way of achieving either of them.
There's one stick. There's one stick, and it can either be used for a raft. Okay, if it's snapped in half, then it's useless to be for the raft, and it's useless as a gig for fishing.
Right. Okay, I'm not trying to be obtuse. But you're giving me an analogy which is a little bit like it's not much to work with here, right? Like,
well, no, it's a thought experiment, and the reason is to elucidate how one establishes what is their property, right? If you make the claim that there is personal property, both of these people have a claim to utilize it towards their own survival. They're not using it to gain, they're not using it to exploit some other person into working for them or whatever, right? They both want this property. Now, conflict has arisen. Now, only libertarianism can resolve this conflict, because the libertarianism says the first user principle. The first person said, I like this stick, this is my stick, is the rightful owner of said stick. But under communism...
How is that better than if the two just work together? And is it in this analogy, can the stick only be used for one purpose ever?
Well, if it's whittled down into a spear, then it's useless as a raft. And if it's made as part of a raft, then it's useless as a spear for fish.
So you can again, we're in this thought experiment. This stick can be turned into a raft.
The thought experiment is conflict. Conflict occurs over scarce resources. We're both proposing economic models that say this is how we ought distribute scarce resources. The libertarian says that the scarce resources, right, can be solved. The conflict, it can be resolved if argumentation fails, right, which is cooperation that you're talking about. If neither party can agree on what we ought to do with the stick, there is a solution that is conflict reducing, that no longer inherently has conflict baked into it, which we can call an ethical system, which is libertarianism, which says first user principle. Once it is my stick, I can do with the stick as I please, so long as I'm not aggressing upon you. Now, under communism, no such conflict reduction can occur. At some point, force must be initiated to make the party that refuses to use the stick, it is law of the jungle. Communism says eventually we'll add 3 people, we'll add 4 people. Okay, now we have 4 people on the island and 3 want to use it for a raft and 1 wants to use it for, catching fish. And the 3 say, we outvote you. And then the other guy says, well, no, it's my stick. I found it first. And then eventually, if they can't be convinced, you have to use violence and you have to use power and you have to use control to force that person to go along with whatever the majority position was, because they hold the power. And it is my argument that the socialist model, the framework of not actually establishing private property rights, in an objective way, is the argument of I will use power against you, and I resent you having control over your own property, and I resent your liberty because the outcomes are not what we have decided. We want the preferable outcomes. And that it is just law of the jungle. It is just, I will take what I want by violent means or revolution or whatever, or through a vote in a ballot box where we hold the guns and we say, you have to deal with it because you lost the election.
Okay, to get to the point in society where we'd have, as you say, people coming to consensus and people sharing resources and resources managed in a way that saw all this stuff happen, you would need to obviously have a shift in mindset from what we see today, right? Like a shift in getting used to things being different. And that would be tricky. And as you say, there would be some teething issues. But through that democracy, through that genuine communication and stuff, through people's discursive powers, you have an easier way of people understanding each other's viewpoints and such. Where we fall apart today is in large part because resources are artificially placed on the market, and you must compete and you must fend for yourself, otherwise you're going to be short, and that leads to this false competition where people are needlessly sort of fighting over resources that they could, if they cooperated, come together. It's not insane. We've
already agreed that these resources are scarce, so not everyone can use every resource. Are we talking about this example? Sorry, are we talking about your analogy?
No, resources. Are we talking about real?
No, resources in the world are scarce. There's only so much cobalt. There's only so much food.
Why they need
There's
to
only
be,
so much.
That's why they need to be organized, and they need to be democratically managed, not left to the market to allow big bucks to come and sweep in and
turn it into
exactly. A net enterprise.
Your argument is so long as the majority, is capable of exerting their will and violence upon the minority, then that is the right way to distribute those resources. My argument is that people ought to have the liberty and freedom to do with the property that they homestead or that they gain through financial means or that they gain by being the discoverer of said thing, out in the wilderness.
On a market, though. on a market vote, right? On a market vote, this is happening.
What do you mean on a market, though?
Oh, okay, so if we're, let's say, your vision of society, right? Like I take it like a free market, and not in how I was saying earlier, like a proper, no state intervention. Market is left to not corporate entities, to the capitalists to invest as they see fit and place their resources where they like, and to trade and barter and do all that without anyone intervening, right? And you've got freedom to choose and stuff. Does that take place in has there been some equilibrium? Has there been some resetting? Like where are we entering this from? If that makes sense. Like I don't because if tomorrow the state stepped back and said, right, we hands up, we've messed up, we're going to leave it to a free market. It's all down to you now. Spend with your money. Like Elon Musk still exists, and he's rapidly world's wealthiest man. Jeff Bezos still exists. These extremely wealthy entities across the massive financial powerhouses exist, right? And now
created by government.
Helped by the same like wealthy market forces, but they still had their wealth. Like the fact that but so then how is that going to be dealt with, right? Like if you've got people who've got like basically private militias and such, how are they going to be dealt with in this? Like someone says, yeah, it's mine, I've got it first, but they're competing with like some billionaire who has got every financial mean and, let's be honest, extra legal means of sorting him out. That's a nice house you got there. Shame something happens to it.
So I mean, there's a slew of problems with this question, right? So the first problem is fraud exists now. People utilize power to gain ill-gotten gains now. That's how the government fucking works. And that's how corporations that work with the government work. And so this is a distraction from what is the moral argument versus this is a reframing into the pragmatics, right? How do we achieve said society that is now following morality? If I could answer that question, right, I would probably be like a godlike figure. Like if I could answer in every domain, how can we right all of the historical wrongs and rebalance wealth, to where people legitimately gained it, right? Because we'd have to do reparations for slavery. We'd have to do reparations for, the Cherokee that were forcibly walked on the Trail of Tears. We'd have to do, let's talk about Israel and Gaza for a second, right? Like we'd have to go through every single property deed and see who actually originally owned the property and then determine who was a criminal that deserved to be kicked out because there was some type of terrorist, and then who was like a settler that came in and kicked out somebody that legitimately. Yeah, I mean, like we're talking about violence, right? We're talking about billions of interactions that would have to be adjudicated in some way in order to get to like the perfect null state, right? But I'm not arguing. Which is why what I'm arguing is whether or not that was wrong initially, and by what metric we can say that it is wrong. And then separately, when we're talking about how would we or how ought we structure society in terms of strategics to get us to a better place, like that is like I'm not living in a utopia, right? Like,
but as you've identified that there is that force that has gone into the creation of the state, the house, the private property. That's why the fundamental is addressed in the first place, right? Like the socialist or the communist, whoever says there is a bit of an issue with saying this is mine because it is my private land. I can do whatever profits.
There's no issue with that.
But there is no issue with that. As you said, there's been some violence to attain that, right? Like,
hold on. You're sneaking in propositions again, right? So we went away from the question. I'll explain. Absolutely. So we went away from the question of how is it that you establish property. And I gave you the libertarian means by which we are able to objectively establish property. Okay. And then you went into a pragmatic conversation. And then I had to split and be like, okay, there is a difference between pragmatics and a difference of whether or not the thing was right or wrong to begin with. And then we describe the ways in corporations, and there's so many wrongs that have been committed throughout history, and much property that billionaires have, many of them have gotten in like, horrible ways, or some of it have not even been that bad, like Elon Musk, but he's still gotten government subsidies. We've still had tax money stolen from us so that he could avoid, so that he could have competitive advantage in the electric car market, where he's gotten a lot of money for SpaceX from government funds, etc. And that's money he owes the American taxpayer. But now you are saying, oh, well, you're saying that that Marxism has identified a problem with the person, the first user principle, which is to say they go to an island and then they say, this is my island. This island that I discovered is all mine now. No one else can use it. Except you haven't actually identified a problem there. You've only identified a problem in which some people that have a lot of wealth have gotten so through mechanisms where the government advantaged them over others, or where property was wrongly distributed, or they were given, legal protections so that, they didn't have competitors, et cetera. But you haven't identified any problem with the first user principle or established where personal property comes from.
All right, let's look at that first user principle then. Everyone running around saying,
the meme eater. I appreciate it. It's the logical fallacy that we're talking about is, the sneaking in a proposition into the definition of a word or into an argument.
Okay. Let's go back to that, what we were saying. So the first owner. If everyone in society runs around trying to say, this is mine, I've found this first, I've got this, my private property, there is going to be conflict, right? Because as we've seen, if there's issues with who has got something first, then all of a sudden we have conflict, we have disagreement. In societies that are built on social fabric, unfortunately, that conflict escalates. That leads to serious disagreement and violence and death and such. And especially when we look at the history of wealth expansion, as we mentioned earlier, the indigenous populations of the Americas, quite famously, didn't matter that they were there first. They have been kicked off, led to all sorts of violence against them. Not mentioned in wealth creation today.
Right, don't get too cheeky now. You're fucking British, all right? There's a lot more sins in your history.
No, absolutely. That's the sort of point. That's why the fundamental sort of shift away from seeking what is mine and what is our private land and such isn't necessary to move away from into one of more cooperation and collaboration. It's like, let's say this person goes into the island and they find the stick. They have not come into the world through independent ways. They have benefited from the labor and the organization of everyone else around them. So for them to then suddenly vanish off and find the island and say this stick is mine ignores all that has come before it. They should instead think, okay, how can this stick be used to the benefit of society? How can society has produced me, therefore how can I help and improve society? And so
what if they make the wrong choice? So let's say,
that's where democracy comes in, because it's not just them saying yes, time to use this stick. They consult.
So what if the democracy is wrong? What is the democratic decision of how can this best help us, right? So your argument, your argument is a person doesn't come into the world without benefiting from the collective in some way, right? Yeah. They're a baby, they're taken care of by their parents. There's, let's say you're in a tribe and there are people that hunt. Okay, well, the baby the mother was able to eat meat so that they could have milk for the baby. So the hunter is owed something in some regard. This purely collective small community is, operating under a system where they have benefited from other people aiding them in some way. And so you use that as the argument as to why a person that is the first user, the first comer to a property, undiscovered stick in the woods, they don't have a right to that stick. That stick is owed to the hunter. That stick is owed to the mother. That stick is owed to the village chief elders. That stick is owed to the village. And you're saying, and I say, how do we figure that out? how you say that what they must do or what they ought to do is what is most beneficial to the tribe with that stick. And then you say, well, we'll figure it out democratically. But what if half of the people that vote are just straight up retarded? Let's say half the people in the tribe have an IQ of 115 and half the people in the tribe have an IQ of 80. Okay? Do we weight the IQs in the vote? Like, what's going on? Like, what if half the tribe?
Not something that IQ is not something we need to take seriously. Firstly, but secondly,
hold on. What
the
IQ? So psychology can be disregarded. Do you believe in any this psychology is discovering anything helpful?
Okay. The in terms of what we're doing with this stick, sorry. Obviously, you'd be consulting people who are like if it's like what is the best tool to make? You consult with people who can use tools. You're not going to just ask a random person if it's like just something that is specific into their their sector, their field.
How do we know that it ought to be a tool?
Well, exactly. You're consulting with people. The point is you're consulting with not academic types and people who work with the land, and you're consulting with people who would ask what is the best thing to do with this. You're not just taking it for yourself and hoarding it in some private stash and then later saying, well, it's my property, so I'm going to make whatever money source I can use with it, right? Like,
well, no, I would say that that's the morally righteous thing to do, that your situation is immoral. So I wouldn't agree to that.
Why? Okay, but
I described it already. Because you don't have a system of ethics. You have a system of violence and bullying where the community gets
How is it violence and bullying?
Because a conflict occurred and the means by which the conflict over scarce resources. I want to use the stick to do A. Everyone else wants to use the stick to do B. We are in a conflict over scarce resources. We don't agree on how best to use the stick. And then you're saying we will resolve this conflict via democracy. But what is in the proposition of democracy, of voting on what to do, is A, that there are losers in this proposition. There are people that want to use the stick towards opposing means from the other people, and they get told, you're in the minority, so you don't get to do what you want to do. You do what we tell you to do, or else.
The fact that you found a stick doesn't automatically make it your stick. Like the land, it doesn't. Like in this system, land doesn't have inherent owners, does it? It's just land, and so as we're all of the land, as we're all of Earth, in a better system, we would see that resources, when managed democratically, can go to a social
mysticism.
benefit.
This is mysticism.
There's
it's mysticism. We are of the land, and therefore land doesn't have an owner. This is mysticism. This isn't an argument. There's no rationality behind we are of the land. Okay, like we can hug trees all we want and we can fucking sing kumbaya, but that's not an argument as to what to do with scarce resources when we have individuals that want to use scarce resources towards opposing means.
Why should you?
My system is conflict reducing. It does not induce conflict. Your system induces conflict.
Reducing?
Because there is an answer to the quandary of what do we do with the stick? And the answer to the quandary of what do we do with the stick is the person who discovered the stick and who claimed the stick and argued intersubjectively that it is their property is the person that owns that stick. And now they don't need permission from someone else. They don't need someone else to tell them what they can or can't do with the stick. They do with the stick as they so please. There is no longer a conflict because, other people may want to use that stick, but there is a means by which we can establish who is the rightful owner of the stick and how that stick ought to be used. The communist system we will vote on it is conflict inducing insofar as anytime someone disagrees, they're voted out and they're forced to just accept the consequences of that disagreement because the majority told them that they were wrong. And then they're threatened with violence or banishment or something.
How did you find the stick, Ben? How did you find in this example? How did you find the stick?
Are we on the island or are we the tribe?
Either. You can choose.
All right, I'm in the tribe. I went out in the woods. I found a good stick. Wow, that's a great stick. I want to use that stick.
And how did you how did this come into being? How did this happen?
What do you mean? How did this happen? You walked out into the woods and you found a stick.
And you're just you're you as now, like a grown man. You're clothed. You've got communicative skills. You've come into the world, right?
Sure.
So you've interacted with society through that. Like you're not just like when we're saying tribe. Are you thinking like literally like 10,000 BC? We're like, are we thinking like if it was now? Like what's?
I mean, there are tribes that exist today. You know what I mean?
Okay,
like,
yeah, but are we? Of course. But are we contemporary? Like,
we're simplifying. We're simplifying it, right? Like if it gets overly complex, we're talking about a city of 120,000 people, right? I'm using the tribe example or the island example because these are simpler examples that allow us to illuminate the actual founding, the philosophy behind it.
You're in the tribe. You and 100 people or so, maybe not even that, maybe like 20. But there's a tribe. You go into the woods. You find a stick. You say it's my stick. The tribe say, well, hang on a second. We've raised you. You benefit from being around all of us. You've got all this stuff, with us. Why should it be just yours? Why can't we decide democratically? And I mean, it's a bit strange that there's only one stick, but sure. Let's say for this example, there is. It's scarce.
So
why
when
have we got? Why is it just yours?
All right, I'm a 16-year-old boy, or I'm an 18-year-old boy, right? So we don't get into weird age of consent shit, right? I'm an 18-year-old man, all right? Now, the argument is because people aided me in living in the tribe, right? I don't have a right to property that I find out there. So I need the permission of the entirety of the tribe. Now, in order to not be conflict-inducing, everyone in the tribe must agree with what to do with the stick. We must all come to consensus. If we don't come to a perfect consensus where every single member of the tribe, let's say there's 20 people, 19 people say we ought to use the stick to do this, and one person says we ought to use the stick to do another thing, right? Now that person is a loser. They have lost in their ability to vote. They had the ability to vote, but they lost the vote. So there is a conflict that is maintained in this. Right? And you're saying, but that's okay because everybody worked towards me. So my question to you is, did they do so voluntarily or did they do so against their will?
Like they've done it. If in this situation, like the tribe, in terms of them raising you.
Yeah, did they raise me voluntarily or did they do so out of fear that they might be killed or banished from the tribe, or were they coerced into helping me?
Well, I mean, if it's a tribe, then presumably it's their ethics, isn't it? But if we're talking markets, like then
no.
Sorry, I'm slightly lost with our analogies here. Sorry.
You're saying that I owe the stick to others because they aided me. My question is, did they aid me in my upbringing voluntarily, or did they aid me against their will?
Is it my choice? Am I choosing?
So they did so voluntarily, right?
No, I'm asking, what have I got the choice to say whether it's one or the other, or am I saying, what is... I'm slightly lost with what you're saying here, sorry.
Were they forced to aid me? Were they forced to take care of me? Where they did not have a choice? Someone would come in and give them a coercive punishment of some sort. If they did not aid me, they would be banished from the tribe to die in the woods alone, or they would be punished by flogging, whatever the fucking punishment is. Did they aid me because they wanted to aid me and they wanted to help me, or did they aid me because they were forced into it?
And it's a bit of both, right? I mean, they probably like and care.
Okay, so there's an element,
but they also need to have people if they hadn't raised you, you wouldn't be a member of a tribe able to help the rest of the tribe. So there'd be an element of
so
falls apart, right?
So the element of voluntary is not an issue here, right? Because if they voluntarily aided me, then then there's no reason that I can't voluntarily do what I so choose to do. Now, the element of coercion here is of particular interest. So because people were coerced into taking care of me, I must now repeat the cycle of coercion. By what means, if it's all purely voluntary and I go out and do a stick, right? And if they say you can't do with the stick what you want to do with the stick, now we have introduced the element of coercion. We have gone from a purely voluntary society where people were helping me just because I was a cute kid and they liked me, whatever, right? And now we are introducing coercion that says you must do this or else. If we were already living in a society that was you must do this or else, we need to backtrack and say, why was it morally or ethically right to coerce people into going against their free will and to going against their liberty to take care of me or to make me part of the tribe? And we go back 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 over and over and over again. This becomes an unanswerable question of why, like where the initial coercion kicks. Okay, so why is it
humans
why
should look after other humans? Humans should care about other people. We should care about the other people we surround ourselves with.
Yeah, I don't disagree that humans ought care about other humans, but that's a completely separate thing from whether or not they have a right to coerce my behavior. They have a right to tell me that I can no longer do what I want to do with my body. I went out, I found a stick, I want to whittle the stick into something. And they're saying, you don't have that right. You're not allowed to use your knife and your limbs in that way because you're destroying the communal property. Why is past coercion justify current coercion?
If it's a scarce object, if it was like one of the only sticks around, because I think in my mind, like we're in a forest and they're like arguing over one stick.
It's the perfect stick. Every man knows what the perfect stick is. Don't pretend like you haven't watched a YouTube video and saw a stick and been like, "Ooh, that's a good stick." We all fucking know if you have a fucking Y chromosome, we all know when you see the perfect stick, like, oh shit, that's a rare stick, okay? It's one of those dope ass sticks where everyone is like, cool fucking stick, all right? Don't play pretend with me. You know what a good stick is.
Sure. Okay. We'll pretend that it's it's a proper stick. It's you could use it into like a proper
make it British that shit up. It's a proper stick. Yeah, it is. All right, let's go.
Sure. It's gonna have some value to more than just you, right? Like maybe this stick could be used as like a proper, you've been using some rubbishy old falling apart hammer to get things done. Now you've got a big mallet to whack things on with. Maybe you love sport and you need a proper bat, and this is the best one. But the point is, it affects more than just you, because it's not just you who lives it, right? It's the whole tribe. Everyone is affected by what this place is, what this item is. And so for you to say no, it's mine for me to do as I see fit because I found it first, invites a mode of competition and of conflict into itself. Maybe then the person who has in the tribe maintaining the fire says, well, I actually collected all this firewood, I'm not getting maybe as is your name what, Fabian, is it
well, my name's Scott. It's fine.
Scott, sorry, Scott. They said, well, Scott, you've got that stick for yourself and you're not sharing that. Well, you're gonna have to compensate me for this fire. And then the next guy says, well, I've got these
I think I get what you're saying. And so I want to be honest with you, right? Because I do try and be as good faith as possible, right? But I did play a little bit of a trick on you, right? And so I'm going to reveal the trick that I put on you. Is about 30 minutes ago, we were discussing the difference between personal property and private property. And you attempted to make this about, about there being an actual distinction between personal and private property. And I told you that you wouldn't actually be able to differentiate the difference between personal and private property. And you scoffed at that. And we had a conversation about toothbrushes and about how a multitude or a toothbrush shop is different. And so what I did is I did thought experiments intentionally at the individual level on the island and then at the tribal level. And I walked you into proving that you actually can't make the distinction between personal and private property, because even a single fucking stick in the woods is owned by the tribe, and you don't have the right to use a single fucking stick in the woods as you see fit. So I appreciate your time and consideration on this.
Okay, but you said that the stick was scarce. Obviously, sticks aren't.
All resources are scarce.
Okay, but in the tribe example you gave, like a tribe has many sticks, and so it wouldn't be an issue for you to have one. If there were a finite, like as in not thousands of sticks, if there were like only a handful of sticks, then it's well within the rights of the tribe to say, no, we need to think about what we're doing with this stick. You can't just hire it for yourself. Okay, let's use another example.
But in not using it for personal profit or gain or any of those other modifiers that you put in before, right? Like once I revealed the illusion to you, and I pulled the wool from your eyes and showed you what I had done, is that you couldn't make that differentiation. Now we add this new domain of, well, but the stick is especially scarce. It's more scarce than other scarcity, and because it's more scarce, that's the real distinction. So again, this makes no sense if we go back to toothbrushes, because some people can have a $200 toothbrush that is really, really nice and, has like squirts out water and, water flosses very well. And some people get cheap $2 toothbrushes at Walmart. And so the same stick analogy would be the same thing, is that I'm not allowed to have my $200 toothbrush that's actually a super dope toothbrush because it's a rare and really good toothbrush.
In a democratically organized society, the toothbrush distribution could be sorted out fairly, right? Ultimately, the fact that some toothbrushes are more fancy than others wouldn't. Ultimately, you can still brush your teeth with a less fancy toothbrush. All the fancier one is doing is simplifying the process, right? You could still distribute toothbrushes in a way that ensure that everyone's got access to it and achieve that. The stick situation.
It's a proper stick. It's a dope stick. It's a stick that multiple people want because it's a better stick. That doesn't. Yes. We both agree that there are other sticks. We both agree that there are other toothbrushes, but the toothbrush in question is a really nice toothbrush that is more efficacious than other toothbrushes.
Nice. So it becomes something which is something that is so structurally organized. You'd work out where it's most suitable to distribute those nice toothbrushes to, and get them there. You wouldn't say, well, we've put this massive price on it, so if you're rich, then great. If you can't afford it, too bad. Have the ones that are cheaply made and fall apart. In fact, you'd improve the whole process of making toothbrushes because you no longer have a profit motive for people, Billy Big Bucks making it.
That might be the wildest claim I've ever heard, which is that if we socialize the production of making toothbrushes, we would get more efficient at making toothbrushes. Both history, all of the data, and the philosophy do not support the conclusion that nationalized or socialized industries where people are forced to labor in toothbrush factories is going to make the process cheaper and more efficient. The market is unbelievably better than state planning at providing goods and resources and services, however you want to define those terms, than nationalized industries. You're not going to find an economist worth his salt in any domain that would make that claim unless they are an avowed Marxist. Any economist from a Keynesian, a Chicago school, an Austrian, right? You're not going to find that. There's no data or philosophy that supports that other than Marxism just saying magically true.
Not magically true. In this world we live in right now, which is a market-based world, we live in a free market of varying stripes. You don't like it being called a free market because it's not technically free. Sure, it still has those market principles, right? So countries which in the past have tried to nationalize various elements of their society in production and such have always still had to compete with those private entities who have a direct interest in taking over nationalized goods and nationalized resources. And as we said earlier, those wealthy entities also operate in governments and so have an interest in defunding national programs and making the spending power worse and essentially making it so that they have better means to take over more, to expand their capital. So the idea that someone would point to some struggling national entity and say, well, this is why we can't ever leave the free market because profit is all, we must use profit as our driving factor is bad. And then twofold, and secondly, the idea that production is going fine right now with a profit motive is not true. We look at the amount of waste our planet is producing, look at the terrible management of resources, the fact that stuff is binned without it even reaching people who could probably use it, the enforced poverty. We could go on. I've realised, by the way, that it is 1:35 in the UK. So if as lovely as it's been talking to you, and it has been interesting,
we should do it again sometime. I'll ask you. Yeah. I'll ask you one question, right, and then because I'm just curious as to what you might think. What do you think are all of the inputs that go into making a toothbrush? Like if you had to guess.
So, like the resources and such. So obviously need to get the material to produce the brush. If it's plastic, that's going to come from various synthetic processes. If it's a wooden one, then that's coming from more natural ones, but it's still quite a bit that goes into it. The division of labour is quite broad. Lots and lots of stuff. It needs to be shipped over to the shop, needs to be taken to the shop via someone driving it from the docks to the shop front, needs to be packaged, all of it. Tons of stuff, of course.
Yeah. I was just curious, and because I thought it was an interesting question about the the problem of central planning because of how complicated it is. And I was just curious as to like what Grok would say, obviously, it's AI, so take it with a grain of salt, but that seems to make sense. They gave a fairly succinct response, which was, plastic for the handle, which includes colorants, stabilizers, plasticizers, bristles, nylon, nylon 6, nylon 6-6, packaging materials, which is a whole list of things that have to come from different countries, metal that is optional in all of those places. I think there's like 7 steps under manufacturing equipment, labor, energy, water, chemicals and ancillary materials, design and development inputs, packaging and branding, logistics and distribution, marketing and sales. Now that part, you might not have to do in a centrally planned economy. Regulatory compliance and inputs, that part would be a lot more in a centrally planned economy. And then, of course, a whole giant list of miscellaneous inputs. The point being that I was just curious as to what level of complexity we were thinking of, like, state managing the market economy and how that would be more efficient. It's just like such a wild claim.
Democratic. Sorry?
Well, it's just such a wild claim. The idea that the market is less efficient than the state at producing materials, and
say it was as we exist today, where market has when we have a market as all interaction, like all everything we have comes through a market now, but that doesn't mean that things couldn't be better in a different organization, and we couldn't eliminate many of the flaws that we're seeing in today's market-based structures and such. Obviously, it's complex.
Philosophically,
I would never
it's
say
impossible. The price mechanism is just.
It would take a big step. It would take a huge leap from where we are now.
Oh no! I mean, it's literally impossible.
No way. Anything is possible if we try.
Yeah. All things are possible through Jesus. So jot that one down, boys.
But it's true. There's no. I mean, can you imagine saying to someone in 1700, that in a few generations' time, it would no longer be a serf to the land? You imagine saying to someone in 1900, we're going to have instant communication with someone on the other side of the planet. There's always what
or
our
telling someone
is.
or telling someone now that in 100 years they won't have to pay taxes. But hopefully I'm right on that one. I appreciate you coming here. It was a fun little chit chat. I got to get into a reaction. I got some other stuff I want to do, and who knows how much that will get done tonight, because this conversation did run long. Let people know where they can find you or follow you.
How long have we? 2 hours. Sorry.
Yeah, just let people know where they can find you and what you're about or whatever, so that they can.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm as serious. Devoted is the wrong word. I'm not as organized as you are with your streams and such, but I am on YouTube. I am on Twitter, but I don't really use it as much anymore. If you want to, if you're in the chat and you're thinking, "Wow, I don't agree with this guy at all. He's talking rubbish," happy to chat with any of them as well, any of your fans as well. But no, it's I'm very grateful for having time to talk to you. And yeah, perhaps at some point we'll do a part 2. You take care. Right. Enjoy your evening and. It must be what, like 9 in America where you are at the moment?
Yeah, it's almost 9. We got some more stuff to do.
A bit of time, eh? Right, you take care. See you in a bit.
All right, peace. Oh my God, just open. There we go. Now we get some music. That was fun. I like talking to commies. They're entertaining. I enjoy talking to commies because their conception, they are the mask off, right? So you can see the kind of the goal or the plan of like left-wing politics, the natural conclusion of many of those ideas. And even when they attempt to hide behind definitions or hide behind words or, obfuscate their true beliefs, you can pull it out of them, and it's not a big deal to pull it out of them. And, but it's much, much harder for the neoliberal that doesn't even realize what they are, to see the logical end conclusion of their ideas. Just to be honest, they make you feel smart. Maybe a little bit. I tried to, and sorry, Casimir, I saw your super chat and I just couldn't get it to him. It didn't feel like a right time to get that question in. And so I went for the second question that you put forward in the chat that I saw, before, because he was about to leave. But I do appreciate the super chat nonetheless. You asked the question, will the worker pay the factory owner back for exploiting the value added for each product the worker buys on the market? P.S. Evaluate a cell phone. Right? So it's like, are the workers at Foxconn that have, nets around their factory to keep them from committing suicide, are they going to pay back pay back Apple for the value added? The UK is doomed if this is the average voter. I'm gonna be honest with you, that guy's way smarter than the average voter. I'm sorry. I hate to fucking tell you, buddy, but that guy is way smarter than the average voter. All right, let's get into immigration. Let me just hop right into it. I don't want to waste any time. We've already spent a lot of time.
Welcome to the Cell Forum.
So we're going to get in this as quick as possible. Because I know a lot of you guys want to hear my opinions. Because I'm one of the few Hoppians on Borders. There's a lot of people that say they're Hoppians, but they're just fucking conservatives that are pre-closed borders. Have I watched it yet? No, I don't ever watch things that I react to. I feel like that's not a reaction. That's a fucking... Actually, let me do the main screen. I don't know why I thought I'll do the main screen. And we'll do. But yeah, no, that's not a reaction. If you if you've already seen something, then then you're just talking about a thing everybody's watched. I don't even know what we're watching. We're watching Dave Smith and a Reason TV guy argue about closed versus open borders, presumably. It's a debate about immigration. And I'm very excited to shit on everybody's opinion. Now, if you want more of my opinions, I have a video. It's like a 40-minute video about my position on closed borders and open borders and why I think open borders is just philosophical masturbation. But nevertheless, if you'll get my opinions through this as we react to it. Let me just put this at 1.5 speed and we'll get going. See Dave Smith's opening statement, Alex's opening statement, Smith's rebuttal, his rebuttal. I don't know. We're probably not going to get through the Q&A, right? Like we're probably just going to get through the opening statements and the rebuttals. And then maybe we'll get into the Q&A. If the Q&A seems interesting or if we have enough time, we'll take it from there. But that conversation, I kind of expected that conversation to be like an hour and it turned into like almost 3 hours, like 2.5 hours. So, or a little over 2 hours. Who would you agree with more between the two? Well, I don't really know Alex's position. So, I mean, I presume he's a open borders libertarian, but he's probably like a Prague bundle of sticks. But Dave Smith's entire philosophical grounding of this issue is horrendous from what I've seen thus far. So I probably heavily disagree with them both. But if you're asking me, like, do I think the state, has a role in limiting immigration? Yes, I think that it is an act of aggression for individual state agencies to not maintain the borders in some degree. I think the entire concept of like isolating one aspect of the state is like I said, philosophical masturbation. It's like, it's just not real. Like it's sneaking in. It's a context fallacy, right? Where their arguments about open borders hinges upon a nation state that exists, that does all of these other aggressive actions, and by letting in large amounts of people under our current system is a means, by importing votes, is a means of increasing welfare, is a means of, even like white replacement to a certain degree. It is by design intended to destabilize the nation state, so that they can gain more power, so that they can aggress further. And that the appropriate way to do it is to introduce a Hoppian system, an invitee system, so that we can eventually phase into private borders. But we've got to get rid of, it's the way I view the state is like a game of Jenga. And this idea that you can just focus on one individual piece randomly is kind of sophomoric. That like the entire Jenga tower is a system of aggression. And if you're going to dismantle the tower, you have to be careful about what pieces you pull out. And just like when you're doing a math equation at home, in you're taught PEMDAS, you're taught order of operations. There are certain things that need to be done before other things are done, or else the whole tower collapses. And once the crisis is there, what happens is the state gains and gobbles up more power. This is the one domain where I fall into this kind of libertine position of like pragmatics, but I don't think it's pragmatic when you actually break down and understand that this context is important.
We are pleased. We are pleased.
Bro, people on Twitter cannot understand PEMDAS. You're right. PEMDAS is a perfect example of why democracy is stupid, because despite us all learning it, only like 15 to 20% of us actually know what it is and how to use it.
We are pleased to be debating the issue. Government restrictions on the immigration of peaceful and healthy people make sense from a libertarian standpoint, especially in present-day America. Speaking for the affirmative, Dave Smith.
Wait, hold on. What is the actual proposition?
Government restrictions on the immigration of peaceful and healthy people make sense from a libertarian standpoint, especially in present-day America. Speaking for the...
Why did Dave Smith accept that proposition? The proposition has loaded terms in it against him already. That's so stupid. Of peaceful and healthy people. It's like so immediately like other issues that could arise from immigration, such as non-peaceful people. Like that is such a fucking loaded proposition. Like it defangs his argument to talk in any way, shape, or form about those that are not peaceful and that come from, war-torn areas, or that come from area like that's super dumb of him to accept that proposition.
The affirmative, Dave Smith. Dave, please come to the stage. Speaking for the negative. Speaking for the negative, Alex Nowrasteh. Alex, please come to the stage. Watch out. Dave, you have 15 minutes to make your case. Please close the voting. Lucas, take it away, Dave.
Thank you, Jim. Hey, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Thank you guys very much for coming out. Thank you, Gene, and thank you, Alex, for being here. I used to be at like every Soho Forum debate back in a time when I had less commitments and babies. And so this is very nice to be back, and it's great to see a lot of familiar faces. Me and, look, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with me, but it's nice to do one debate where I'm not going to piss off the Jews. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty huge for me these days. Okay, sorry. But you guys got it. There's the whole thing about the Jews. Anyway, okay. So...
So even here, he has to bring up the Jews for some reason. Like, that's so fucking weird. I mean, I get that he's like presumably a comedian, you know, but what? Like, fucking relax, man.
This is me and Alex have over the years we have traded some not so friendly tweets back and forth. But I do want to start by saying that I really am grateful to Alex for coming here today, even when we were not getting along on Twitter.
It would be great, so great if you just did a 15-minute roast set and didn't even try to put forward an argument. That is how you win debates in collegiate debates now, is that you just and you say a bunch of fucking shit about white supremacy, even though it has nothing to do with the topic. So, I mean, if it was a collegiate debate, that would be the appropriate way to win.
Saying that I really am grateful to Alex for coming here today, even when
realized he was
were not
so
getting
young
along on Twitter. I've always genuinely respected Alex's intelligence, and I think he is somebody who really has a mastery of the data on this issue, unlike many others. And I think this is an issue that maybe the one thing me and Alex would agree on is that it's an issue that's really important that libertarians get right, especially today, because this is the issue that's gotten the sitting president of the United States of America elected twice. It was the central issues of his campaign.
Timu, Michael Malice. No, he doesn't look. They look so wildly different. They just happen to have similar haircut, which is a fade. Like, that is such a wild thing to say, Silver. It's like, look at these two people. They're both white. What is your take on mutualism and individual anarchism? I think that I enjoy talking to anarcho-mutualists. I think that anarcho-mutualists might be the only anarchists that could exist in a anarcho-capitalist framework and would actually not try to invade like other territories because it's like evil that they have all the wealth or whatever, right? Like, I mean, working within the, you know, the domains of a market economy, like, I think they're wrong, obviously, right? But like when we look at, for example, when we look at the, oh God, what is the Mexican anarchist? And it's indigenismo, but it's also an anarcho-mutualist commune in Mexico, Tehran, Mexico, right? Like, that's a very mutualist society, and it works for them because they're ethnically homogenous. They have weird religious things that are, you know, keep them together. But like, I don't really have that much. I think they're wrong. I think their philosophy is wrong. And when they make moral claims about why what we're doing is wrong, you know, I obviously feel the need to correct them on that regard. But like, I can see 1,000 Liechtensteins in the future, and like, anarcho-mutualists living in a voluntary community would probably just do their own thing. And they believe in market economies to some degree. So they wouldn't be a problem to trade resources with or things like that. Right. And so I think anarcho-mutualism could be adopted under an anarcho-capitalist framework as a voluntary society that is a collective very easily without a lot of conflict. But like ANCOMs and like, you know, genuinely anarcho-syndicalists and shit like that, like, these people would be doing everything they could to try and undermine our society and try and foment resistance and potentially like be a violent problem. So like, I enjoy talking to anarcho-mutualists. They also are very theory driven in a way most ANCOMs and stuff aren't, which is interesting, but annoying. I do think ultimately they're kind of fucking annoying, and they, you know, because they're dealing, like, it's like, I just don't want to have another fucking conversation about Proudhon's, you know, meanings in, you know, property is theft and what property is liberty means. And like, it's just like, it's sometimes it feels like an exercise in futility talking to them.
According to almost all of the opinion polls through the 2024 presidential election, immigration was either number one or number two. And so the question before us tonight is whether libertarians ought to support restrictions on immigration, or at least in some categories. So I would start with this. It's something that kind of everybody in the room knows already, but really the foundational principle of libertarianism is all orbits around voluntarism. Voluntary exchanges. Now, people will start at different starting points, but basically that's what it is to be a libertarian, is to believe in even things like property rights, the non-aggression principle. All of them are essentially built around the idea that we prefer voluntary exchange and we reject coercion or aggression. And
it's a little big tent for me, but that's fine. That's a fine definition. I don't mind that.
There are different types of libertarians who are libertarians for different reasons, some more radical than others, but that kind of is the centerpiece of what you're arguing for. If you're arguing for a libertarian society, you're arguing for more voluntary exchanges and less coercion. And if that's your starting point, and then you...
Now there I have a problem, right? You're arguing for more and less. No, you're not a libertarian when you are arguing for a government and a state that is just less aggressive. Now, if you're arguing for a less aggressive state in the transition as a strategy to get towards a complete non-aggression, then yeah, you're a libertarian. But if you're arguing for like minarchism or like, a constitutional republic that is, less aggressive in some, but, maintains some level of aggression, no, you're not a fucking libertarian. Like his original definition was fine. The caveat that you're, so long as you're arguing for less aggression makes you a libertarian is like Big Tent shit I'm not about.
Your end point is supporting a policy that you would have to support in order to reject this resolution that would essentially be saying you are going to drastically change almost every aspect of our society against the will of almost all of the people who live here. I would humbly suggest you've messed up somewhere along the line.
And so this is a collective will of the people is a completely anti-libertarian argument. There is no collective will or a majority will. Like at this point, then democracy is valid. Then the state is valid, right? Like we are talking about whether or not, you can use consequentialism as an analysis for strategy to move towards a less, to as a strategy to get to the final endpoint. But the idea that it's the collective will of the people has any say-so in what occurs with immigration or on the border is to fundamentally misunderstand individualism and how that purports to, tie into libertarianism. Can one be an anarchist without adjectives and be completely voluntary economically? I would argue that to be an anarchist is to be an anarcho-capitalist, that the two are one and the same thing. That if you're an anarcho-mutualist, you're not an anarchist. That if you're an anarcho-communist, you're not an anarchist. If you're an anarcho-syndicalist, you're not an anarchist. The only exception I would say would be anarcho-objectivism, but that is a relatively new thing started on SnakeTube amongst many of us that are adding a level of philosophy that is built upon also accepting anarcho-capitalism. That if you are not, like, you cannot be an anarchist and say that anarcho-capitalism is wrong, because the foundation of, like, you might disagree with some of the economic theories of Austrian economic theory, that's fine. But if you are against private property rights, and you are against individual liberty, you are not an anarchist. You are advocating for some enforcement mechanism to step in and create and induce conflict, which is either a micro or a full-blown state. Nevertheless, I totally understand why people are just like, dude, I'm an anarchist, like, and simplify it and say, like, I just want to be able to live voluntarily in the community the way that we all voluntarily want to live. But that is anarcho-capitalism. That is not anarcho-communism or anarcho-mutualism. Anarcho-mutualism cannot be anarchist. It just can't, unless it adheres to anarcho-capitalist principles. The moment that an anarcho-mutualist says, it is wrong and it is a violation of rights for you to hoard wealth, and therefore we have the right to take your wealth, is the moment that they stop being an anarchist. Now, if you live in a voluntary community that is anarcho-mutualist, and then somebody starts hoarding wealth, and then they say, hey, take your wealth and leave because you violated the contract that you set up when we came here, which was to live in an anarcho-mutualist society, that's different, right? Like that's them engaging practically and pragmatically in anarcho-mutualism, but under a framework of anarcho-capitalism, or what I would just call anarchism.
All of the people who live here. I would humbly suggest you've messed up somewhere along the line. Like if your kid brought you their homework and their starting point was everything should be voluntarily, every exchange should be voluntary, and their end point was I am going to force on hundreds of millions of people their nation to be changed radically in almost every area you could imagine, culturally, politically, religiously, all types of different areas. If that is your end point, I think it's worth re-examining how you got there.
Yeah, it is worth re-examining how you got there because it is a red flag that allows you, but it's not about the changing of the nation. Nobody owns the fucking nation. There's no will of what America ought be that exists at that level. But there is something to be like there. But so when you examine that, then you examine that at the individual level. And what you realize is that our immigration policy is one of forced integration. And the reason it is one of forced integration is because we are taxed against our will, because we have welfare systems that especially funnel, our funds directly to immigrants, especially through their children, that we have states that have sanctuary cities, and those states divert federal funds from Social Security to immigrants. So immigrants come here looking for our money that is taken against our will. And then if we attempt to discriminate against us, the government makes it illegal for us to discriminate based upon immigration based upon nationality or nation of origin. So it is illegal for me to say, I want my community to be white, or I want my community to be American and has been American for this while, or I want my community to be black, whatever it may be. I'm not allowed to discriminate when I'm selling a home. I'm not allowed to discriminate when I'm renting. I'm not allowed to discriminate when I'm giving out jobs or not giving out jobs. And then there are all of these NGOs that are funneling our tax money to prep these people up. And so that's where the aggression comes in. The aggression doesn't come in from fucking my desire for America to look like a certain way, or the will of the collective will of the people for America to be a certain way. That is nonsense collectivist trash, and it shouldn't be a part of this argument if you're presenting a libertarian argument. The argument that he should be presenting is that it is that the immigration system is layered with acts of aggression, and that we need private borders. How best ought we reduce the state's aggression towards both immigrants and towards us? And the best way and the best, most just, and to recognize that CPB and these agents are custodians. They are guardians of a right that they have stolen from us. And the state as an apparatus has stolen the right of private borders, has stolen the right of freedom of association, has stolen many policing rights. They've stolen all of these different rights from us. And as custodians, what they ought to do at an individual level is reduce that aggression to the best of their ability, and they ought first and foremost, they ought fucking dissolve as a nation state. But if they're not going to do that, then like I said, as a Jenga piece, right, as puzzle pieces, they need to act in such a way to reduce aggression to its greatest, to the greatest way that they can. And the best way to do that is to move towards an invitee system, to stop deportations, because once they're already over here and they already have jobs and they already have things, and then you start physically using more tax-paying dollars to remove people that already have jobs. Like, no. In the fucking deportations, and reform immigration in the best way possible that we can, that gets us as close to possible to private borders that we can. And the best way to do that is a Hoppian invitee system, where people need to be invited in order to come here, and that there's no limit, and that those people pay restitution if the people that they invited commit crimes, et cetera, so that we can reduce that aggression. Then we need to get rid of welfare, and we need to get rid of taxation. We need to get rid of a lot of things. The border is one of the last things to go. And the reason the border is one of the last things to go is because it is citizenship, IDs, and the concept of that line is the very thing upon which defines what the nation itself is. And so you can't take away the definitions of the state and then keep all these other systems, because it turns into forced integration and chaos and crisis that is absolutely manufactured by the elite class that are trying to bring in as many immigrants as they can to destroy your communities and to have cheap labor and to, increase taxation and stop you from breeding and having big, healthy families, but instead import workers that have all these socialist policies that will vote for them so that they can gain more power. It is a tactic. And this idea that like people individuate specifically on should the state allow a person to cross this border or not that they don't legitimately own. And it's a context fallacy that plays completely into the hands of people that are doing everything they can to bring about more aggression and more power for themselves.
And I'm saying here that, again, if you...
And Odd Nova is one of those people engaged in that philosophical masturbation. He does it all the time on Twitter, and he won't engage with the actual arguments. It's really unfortunate.
If you look at where the American people are, there are kind of... it's hard to get a gauge exactly. Like almost no pollster will ever ask, do you support open borders? Or close to something where there's no restrictions except for violent or ill people, two fairly arbitrary limitations. Almost no one will ask that question, but if you look at where the American people are on immigration, it's nowhere near there. And it's about as much of a consensus on any issue.
Too philosophical. I love how you use quotation marks to not only avoid the argument, but also inappropriate, like add a new word into the quotation mark.
As you could find in America that people reject, it's nowhere near there. And it's about as much of a consensus on any issue as you could find.
I'm just saying, you proved me right with your responding comment. Can I turn the video volume up? Oh shit, my bad. It's like the AI equalizes in my headphones, but it doesn't equalize it on the output to you guys. I apologize. I didn't notice because it was perfectly loud.
The American people are on immigration. It's nowhere near there. And it's about as much of a consensus on any issue as you could find in America that people reject Alex's position on this. Now, by the way, that is not that does not mean Alex is wrong. I certainly hold lots of positions that the overwhelming majority of people would reject. I'm not making an appeal to democracy or an appeal to popularity. I'm making an appeal to voluntarism. My argument is that if the people of a country do not wish to have a large number of immigrants coming in, then it is not a voluntary transaction to force that on them.
No, that's insane, right? Like, again, he's coming at it from a completely anti-libertarian position. Again, it's like if 7 people, this is no different than saying like 9 out of 10 people enjoy gang rapes. Like it doesn't fucking matter if 9 people want the fucking gang rape, right? And then the 10th person that's getting gang raped doesn't enjoy it. Like it doesn't, it's wrong. It's wrong to aggress upon that person. Like you can't say the collective will of the people reject open borders. What you need to say is that open borders is not a libertarian position. And the reason open borders is not a libertarian position is because it's not private borders. It's part of a larger context of our entire immigration, welfare, tax, and civil rights legislation. And that when you take all of these other factors and then you intentionally use those to try and attract as many people to collapse our fucking system so that you can gain more power and gain more votes, that is the act of aggression, that it is an intentional cause, that is the downstream effects of all of these other systems that are inexorably linked to immigration policy.
And I think one of the things that libertarians, have a little bit of an issue with on this is that it certainly does seem as a reasonable starting point, and this is why I used to favor more of an open borders view, it seems as a reasonable starting point that we don't want the government doing anything to anyone. We don't want the government stopping somebody who's not aggressing or committing some type of violent crime. But the truth is that we find ourselves in an awkward position when it comes to immigration, because immigration is a government policy. Whether you have open borders or closed borders or anything in between, as long as the government is controlling those borders and the government is dictating immigration policy.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether or not they open the border or close the border. Immigration is part of a government policy that is aggressive.
What you have is a government program.
It's not fucking private borders. And to say that, well, if the government just stops doing this one thing, then it's less aggression and therefore is good, even though it causes an uptick in all these other forms of aggression, is just silly nonsense.
As long as the government is controlling those borders and the government is dictating immigration policy, what you have is a government program. And if you have a scenario where, let's say, 95% of the American people oppose an immigration system that would say anybody can come here as long as you're not sick or as long as you're not violent, you can come here. The overwhelming, it might be substantially higher than 95%, to be honest. We could get into the polls later, but there's been a lot of effort.
You should have data. Like, please do not show up to a fucking Epstein debate, or Soho forum, without having a poll. Like, I understand that, you don't need, again, his argument here is dumb about what percentage of people agree or disagree with this is not relevant to the libertarian analysis here. But if you're going to make that argument, you should have on hand poll numbers for that. Like, it's wild that he showed up to this debate not having that. Like, why is he riffing it? Like, that feels disrespectful to the Soho Forum. You give me a Soho Forum thing, like, I'm going to show up with pages of notes, and I'm going to show up with data to support my argument, and I'm going to write my opening statement. Like, you have 15 minutes to write for an opening statement. Don't fucking riff it. Write it. You riff the rebuttal. You don't riff the fucking opening statement.
I think at times from the Cato Institute to kind of spin the polls and say, you know, support for higher immigration has gone up. A Cato, piece would read 10 years ago. And it's like, yeah, it's gone up to 17%. 17% support more immigration. What percentage actually supports what this type of policy would lead toward? Very, very few. So you have the overwhelming majority of the American people who do not support this policy. And
like, you should have that example. You shouldn't say this is something Reason might have written 10 years ago. Just find that article and be like, in 2012, they wrote this. And this is the cherry-picked data bullshit. And I think you're going to see a lot more of that tonight, unfortunately.
As Brian Kaplan, who I also consider to be one of the most brilliant minds that libertarians have, as he has admitted himself, I don't know if he would consider it an admission, but from 1965 to today, higher levels of immigration have always been unpopular. Single-digit support for most of the years, higher levels of immigration. The American people have consistently, since 1965, said, we do not want this immigration policy. We want...
That doesn't fucking matter. Like, like just because people don't want immigration doesn't mean any fucking thing. Like, the collective democratic will of the people is nonsense. That doesn't say, first of all, just going from a consequentialist perspective, that doesn't say whether or not that immigration would be good for people or bad for people from a consequentialist standpoint. But even more so from a libertarian position, I don't give a fuck what Jim Bob in his garage thinks about immigration. What I give a fuck about is whether or not the state is engaged in a policy that in and of itself creates aggression. And the entire immigration system is an aggressive system, no matter whether or not we have fully closed borders or fully open borders. And so the question becomes, how do we limit aggression? And the way that we limit aggression is for the state to dissolve. Well, the state's not going to dissolve. Okay, but then we go for something smaller. We chip away at this oppressive system that is the state, that is utilizing welfare and infrastructure and funneling Social Security money to states so that they can give it to these people and putting them up in hotels and all of this shit, this stolen money, and all of these individuals that are not able to maintain their community because voluntarily enforcing private borders is a right stolen by the state. The state has stolen private borders from us. And an open borders policy or a closed borders policy does not magically give us that right back. And so what do we do? I think the best strategy is a Hoppian invitee system, because it gets us philosophically closer to that and would allow us to deal with it on more economic terms and would allow would allow for less increases in welfare and things of that nature, while at the same time, if you're invited, you can come here. So there would be less people stopped at the border that want to come here, so long as they have some connection here. But even the system that I advocate for also has aggression baked into it. And the reason it has aggression baked into it is because that means some people are going to be stopped at the border. If people are stopped at the border, it's an aggressive act against those people stopped at the border. If everybody is let in at the border and allowed to come into communities, it is necessarily an aggressive act that is being allowed by the state to bring those people in, funnel more money to them, and then disallow discrimination against those people so that people can live in the societies that they voluntarily agree to within their own communities. There is no non-aggressive action here other than the state disbanding and the restoration of private borders. And open borders is not that.
We want less people coming into the country, not more. Now, I will point this out before I get into a little bit more of this argument. I will point out that, and I don't think I'm making a pedantic point here. I think this is actually very crucial to the debate. It is impossible to oppose this resolution unless you...
The resolution is about government restriction of immigration, good or bad, is not what system is better. They're both bad, right? Like I'm not arguing for Dave Smith here, right? I'm not saying that I would have taken this debate with that proposition. I said at the beginning the proposition is bad. It's heavily loaded to where Dave Smith, there's no way to be a libertarian and to be resolved on the affirmative of the proposition that was given, because open borders is bad and anti-libertarian, closed borders is bad and anti-libertarian. The only thing that we are left with is a strategy to get us to private borders. And then people go, well, you can't implement that strategy because that involves the state doing a thing, is a context fallacy that is just stupid. It's like, oh, but you're saying the state ought aggress. It's like, no, I'm saying both systems inherently are aggressive. How do we get towards a system? How do we strategically get towards a system that eventually can lead to the dissolution of the state? And bringing in hordes of immigrants and maintain that while we have a welfare system, while we have anti-discrimination laws, while we have states doing everything they can to make it these people fast-track to citizens so that they can vote for the socialist policies from the socialist countries that we imported them from, and while we are funneling them into hotels and giving them healthcare services and immediately granting citizenship to their children the moment that they're born here, and then allowing all of the welfare to funnel through that, is absolutely not the correct strategy to get us towards less state power. It's the worst strategy imaginable. And on top of that, it's one that is just like anathema to what normal people think, and is a way to get libertarianism as a philosophy to be less popular.
Support unrestricted open borders, period. Like zero restrictions. Because even if you're going to argue, as Alex has in the past, and many other of his Cato colleagues, for an Ellis Island style system, you're still supporting an enormous restriction on peaceful and healthy people, because it's a prior restraint on their freedom of movement. So
the only way we would use a possibility of open borders is to remove civil rights law that removes our ability to discriminate, then make private communities, then they can vote to remove that. Absolutely. And we need to get rid of any non-voluntary tax that pays towards those immigrants, as well as the birth of new children. We need to get rid of the taxes in general.
So in other words, if the government were to say outside this venue, they were going to set up an Ellis Island style checkpoint. Okay, and you had to go through this checkpoint in order to continue traveling down the road. And this meant, let's make it real Ellis Island standards. You were going to get a health and psychological evaluation, including being forced to disrobe, having your eyelids checked. If you were older, you were going to be passed on for additional screening. You would be held for at least hours, in many cases days, in extreme cases months and even years, before you were granted the right to continue traveling. Me, Gene, Alex, and every single person in this room would consider this to be an egregious violation of our liberty.
Well, there's another thing that's really important here, right? Is like when we look at every other immigrants that came by, before the Civil Rights Act, they faced heavy discrimination because discrimination was legal. And a majority of immigrants that came over Ellis Island went back home because of said discrimination. It was only those that there was very, very limited welfare, if any at all, and they faced heavy discrimination. So they came because of like fucked up circumstances where they were at. Most of them stayed a couple of years, made some money, and then fucking left because there was no free handout here and because we were allowed to discriminate against them. Some of them formed strong, tight-knit communities and were eventually accepted. I mean, the entire concept behind critical race theory is this idea that like whiteness expanded. Well, why did whiteness expand? Why was whiteness this, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and then eventually included the Irish, and then eventually included Italians, and eventually included Sicilians, and eventually included, Eastern Europeans when it didn't before? Well, that's because they got here and then was like, no Irish need apply. They didn't get any fucking welfare, and only those that actually worked and strived to be here and contributed, to society in some degree, but mostly were able, at the very least, were able to fend for themselves, and they fend for themselves through the voluntary exchange of labor in some way, were the ones that were allowed to stay here. So the cultural change is kind of like, it goes up and down, right? Like, I think we're seeing a return to a lot of culture of like, no, fuck these immigrants. But when we've taken away the right to discriminate against these people, and when we have created a giant state apparatus of welfare, like, it is forced integration. Like, the non-enforcement of the border is absolutely connected to all of the policies that funnel our money to them and disallow us to maintain private borders. I'm not allowed to say no Mexicans at my grocery store. I'm not allowed to say our gated community doesn't allow Mexicans. Now, I'm not saying you should discriminate against Mexicans based solely on their race, but nevertheless, I'm not capable of formulating my community in the way that I want to formulate my community via voluntary process of all of the other people, that coalesce around me and have private borders. We do not have private borders. Open borders does not restore our private borders. It is just a means of, it is a intentional policy, the more they open up the borders, to funnel more people so that they can import more socialism and so that they can push the middle class and the poor further and deeper into poverty via all of the loss of wealth. I'm 100% sure he agrees with you on the Hoppian system, but meanwhile we can disagree on government actions. I'm missing something.
We would all say you're Joseph Stalin if you support that policy. And yet Alex and many of his colleagues will support that policy when it comes to immigration. It's almost like they're kind of admitting immigration is different. It's a different situation. And once you support something like an Ellis Island style, system, it's the the old bit where the man asks the woman, "Will you sleep with me for $10 million?" And she says, "Okay." And he goes, "Will you sleep with me for $1?" And she says, "Who do you think I am?" And he says, "We've already established who you are. Now we're just negotiating." Now, so often, many of the people who will argue for open borders or quasi-open borders will not bite the bullet and say there should be absolutely no restrictions, but they argue as if they do believe that. Now, the fundamental point that I think...
Nah. He's not deep in the libertarian spaces. He's in the paleo libertarian gate-kept community where real ANCAPs are fucking blocked on Twitter and won't debate them, and fucking where we talk shit behind blocks, and where the whole LP establishment is a bunch of fucking paleo libs. Like, nah, there are plenty of libertarians that are actual anarcho-capitalists that will 110% bite that bullet.
I think libertarians need to understand here about whether our position should be open or closed or anything in between is that this all comes down to the issue of government property. Governments are the ones who control the borders. Now, there are some areas of the U.S. border that are privately owned. And by the way, the people who privately own that land have been demanding that the government serve its only legitimate function and protect private property and protect them from trespassers, for which the government has not.
The protection of private property is only a legitimate function of the state insofar that they are custodians of the right to protect private property that they stole. Like, they are not, like, it is not legitimate. The police are not legitimate. Prisons are not legitimate, right? But at the same time, it would be a violation of the non-aggression principle for the state to release all of the prisoners in prison, regardless of the crimes that they committed, and then tell us that we're not allowed to have private police or private prisons. So long as we're not allowed to have private police or private prisons, it is incumbent upon the state to grab, aggressors and lock them in jail and keep them away from us. Nevertheless, it is not a legitimate function of the state to do so. It is only a legitimate function of the state to do so in the context that they refuse to give up the right that they have stolen from us, which is the right for us to have private police and private prisons.
Not been doing its legitimate function and protect private property and protect them from trespassers, for which the government has not been doing its only legitimate job. But the point is that many libertarians will act as if it's a given that there ought to be no restrictions on government property. But that simply isn't true. It's not deduced from libertarian principles, and none of us would apply that standard in life in general. Alex shared recently
Wait, what was this argument? Hold on.
Only legitimate job. But the point is that many libertarians will act as if it's a given that there ought to be no restrictions on government property. But that simply isn't true. It's not deduced from libertarian principles, and none of us would apply that standard in life in general. You know, Alex shared recently...
I would argue that he is correct here. But in order to make that argument, I think you have to contend with the really good arguments of people like Liquid Zulu. Right, like you need to have the concept that property ought to be, returned, that people can claim the right of that property, that it be auctioned off, right? That I am, setting up a fund for, Virginia's National State Park, that this is stolen land that we're not allowed to have, or whatever the local school, right? Whatever the local school is. I now claim that this local school, that I am the board of trustees for the eventual returning of it, and you may not damage or give away this property. You need to sell this property in some way so that we can have restitution for the money stolen via taxes. And that's you have to make those arguments and contend with arguments of people, like I said, like Liquid Zulu. Like, I would really love to see Liquid Zulu crush Dave Smith in a debate on this, even though I don't agree with Liquid Zulu's position, because like this nonsense would just be burned away so quickly. And even though I disagree with him, I would much rather have, strong philosophical libertarian arguments at the forefront, as opposed to this nonsense of like, they make this claim, but that's not true. You don't derive it from libertarian principles at all. It's like you set up an argument, a claim with no reasoning or argumentation, and then claim that claim has no reasoning or argumentation, and that it's not derived from libertarian principles. I don't think that's necessarily wrong to do in an opening statement, but it does get into a gray area of kind of dishonesty, because are you going, like, it is incumbent upon Alex here to exploit that bullshit.
As this debate was coming up, he shared a meme, which I'm not holding him to the argument of the meme. I understand he can present his argument tonight. But I did think there was something interesting about this. He shared a meme, and it was like, on my side of the meme was like all the mental gymnastics you have to do to be a libertarian to support closed borders. And it's like, Manette taxpayers, or they're going to vote for Democrats, or a bunch of different steps. And on Alex's side, it was just one guy who said, government property is illegitimate. And it's like, okay. Now, I understand that's not exactly your argument. My point is just that many of the people who argue for this lax immigration policy, they act as if that's the pure libertarian position. But ask yourself, is that really the pure libertarian position? Is it the case that if the government is currently in control of some property, that therefore there ought to be zero restrictions? If that were the case, then public schools could not tell a random 55-year-old drug addict that he can't enter the school and hang out in the girls' bathroom. Why? Would you restrict someone's freedom of movement? Would you say that all government property, you should be able to scream obscenities in a public library, that you should be able to lay down and camp out in the middle of a freeway? Is it wrong? Is the libertarian position that since a government has control of a highway, therefore they cannot institute a speed limit? That the speed limit ought to be whatever you can do? I don't think that actually follows. I think that if we recognize that...
I think the hardcore ANCAPs would make that argument. I think it's a silly argument too. But they would make that argument.
Taxation is theft, and we recognize that governments are built off aggression. They built and maintained public property with tax dollars that they took at the threat of violence from the American people. And what the American people want them to do with those tax dollars ought to play somewhat of a role. Now, I'm not arguing, as some other libertarians have, and I think they overstate the case a little bit, that public property is...
No. The public has no fucking role in determining what they ought do with public property. The first thing they ought do with public property is return it to people and sell it, so that they auction it off, so that they can use those funds for restitution for the stolen taxes that they've taken from all of us. The second thing they ought do, if they refuse to do the first, the only moral thing, is that because the people that are custodians are not the same people in Congress, right? Like, the state is not one person. The state is an amalgamation of people. So the people that are in charge of the school, like the principal, the school resource officer, those peoples are custodians of that public property until such a time that the apparatus of the state returns that property. But the role of the resource officer, the role of the principal, the role of the teacher is to maintain that property and to maintain that dudes don't go in the girls' fucking bathroom, which is like already a bit of an aggressive act. I think, you know, like kind of, it's debatable, but you know what I mean? Like there's something severely wrong with that. Right. And to maintain that property and the safety and security of those children as custodians of that property. But it is the state as a whole, it is their job to auction off that property, sell it, and then pay restitution from the funds that they get towards the tax filers. I don't know what fucking order of operations they ought pay people back, but, you know, it should be the people that you know, make the claim. First come, first serve, I guess. I would be interested to hear like maybe Casimir's opinion on that. Like what is the appropriate order of operations for, you know, restitution? Like is it the first people aggrieved? Like the ancestors of the first people aggrieved? Like do we start with the Native Americans that were like in like the Trail of Tears people, or people that had, you know, actual private property that was stolen? Like do we start in a historical timeline? Or why do we advantage those people over people that are being aggressed upon today? Like, I don't know that I have the right answer to that. I'd be interested to hear some people discuss that. How would a highway be auctioned off to 330 million people? A highway wouldn't be auctioned off to 330 million people. You would just auction it off. You would say, we're selling this, give people some amount of time to sell it, and then once the highway is sold, you can divvy up the funds. But who gets what is a severe question of logistics, because not everybody is going to get their money back, because the state can't sell off all of its assets and dissolve, right, and have enough monetary assets to pay for all of the money that they stole, all of the damages that they've done. It's like the damages far outweigh any possibility. Like the current value of money that we have in our economy today probably doesn't amount to the amount of damages the state has done in its history. So I don't know what the appropriate order of operations is. I know Liquid Zulu makes this argument that like land can't be divvied up, which is like, I've done it. Like surveyors exist. I don't fully understand his argument there. This is very libertarian autistic logistics. Yeah, I mean, it is, you know what I mean? But like the question is what is the right way to divvy up that money? I'm okay saying I don't know the answer to that question. Like, I'm not a fucking god. I'm not a theorist. I'm not fucking Stephen Kinsella. I haven't written books on the philosophy, you know?
Owned by the taxpayers or owned by the net taxpayer. Have, and I think they overstate the case a little bit, that public property is owned by the taxpayers or owned by the net taxpayers. I'm simply arguing that the American people have a better claim than others do, which is really, I think, the fundamental, what property rights kind of starts as. But
well, they need to make the claim is the problem, right? Like the net taxpayers don't own the public property, but the net taxpayers are owed restitution for the money that was stolen from them. And so if a taxpayer makes a claim and says, I claim this property because you, the government, owe me money. Like right now, I am claiming all of Richmond City public schools. Right now, on stream, live, right now, I am saying that I am a legal trustee. And insofar as the state is willing to sell that property and pay restitution, whatever money has been stolen from me, I would like that money back, and I will manage whatever leftover money is left over from the sale of Richmond City Public Schools and give it out to other people that have been stolen from. Now I make that claim. Now, if a new child is born today, right now a child is being born, and they are an aggressor, like they are engaged in an aggressive act. Their parents are by enrolling them in the state is, you know, like there's a list of it, right? But they are engaged accidentally in an act of aggression of which their parents are responsible for, of which the state is responsible for, right? Because it is the state's act of aggression that forces the parents to enroll their children in some school, and then, you know, their money is stolen, so they go to a public school, right? But the state is engaging in additional acts of aggression by putting any immigrant child in there or any native-born child in there. They are continuing the acts of aggression of stealing money to fund said schools. And so it is an act of aggression against me to bring in additional people to use those resources and damage those resources and steal additional money from the taxpayer to maintain the resources necessary to continuing operation of the school. And what they ought do is they ought auction that off. And since I'm the only one currently that has a claim and is a trustee for any money I'm not owed to other people, then they should give it to me. If someone else has a better claim to a specific piece of property because they're closer, because they have some level of expertise, so long as they're going to give it to people that are owed restitution, like we can kind of figure out the logistics on that. I'm not perfectly, like I said, I'm not perfectly aware of how that ought be done, either pragmatically or from a libertarian law perspective. It's an area of theory that I'm just not well versed in, or I don't know if anybody has really written extensively on. But I'd be willing to hear better arguments. But if they pay for it, stolen or not, they can't have a say on what to do with it. I would say no. I don't say that their say in what to do with it is legitimate unless that is some part of the process of restitution. Because you're choosing on how the state ought to aggress upon people. I don't know that the democratic will there matters. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd be willing to hear an argument about that. Would a shareholder system be a better way at how the property should be redistributed? So like homeowners have a share in a company which owns those roads? Again, I don't know. No. I understand. Not restitution reality right now. I just don't know that there is no collective ownership of property, right? Like it is a conflict-inducing concept in and of itself to say that scarce resources can be owned by multiple people, right? So it's not any ownership. So the idea that like the democratic will is valid here would validate democracy in and of itself. Like there's no like when the property can't have multiple owners. The property is property. And again, the state is not one person either, which is where the kind of like the Zulu position comes in. Is like, okay, well, can we divide a brick? Is a brick owned by one person? How ought we divide the assets, etc.? But the state has taken on, like the state needs to return that property that is stolen property. But the individuals that are in charge of property, insofar as the state is maintaining control over it illegitimately, are custodians of maintaining said property. But I don't think I just don't see a pathway philosophically for the people to be like collective owners that have a democratic will on how the property ought be used or ought not be used. I would say that goes against libertarian principles. Hit this one hard. My wife is listening and hates when I bring this up. LOL. I'm not sure what you mean, Drayle.
But the idea that if the American government is doing something, it ought to be for the American people. It ought to be in their interest. It's if there is a local public school and there's a group of people in the community who have been paying property taxes into the school for many, many years, I don't
think the state as a custodian of property does not have a duty to do it based off of the will of the people. What they have is a duty to maintain the value of the property to the best of their ability, and to maintain the safety of individual citizens or people on that property. Like, I don't think they have if most people want to get rid of critical race theory in the schools, like the school resource officer or principal doesn't have any fucking duty to getting rid of critical race theory. I'm going to fight against it because it's bad by a certain amount of domains, and I'm going to use my power insofar as I can via whatever election or system I can to get rid of those bad things from the school. But they have The state has a duty of returning the property, and those that are in it are custodians of the safety of the children. And custodians of not, letting graffiti or, damage to the property occur. This like moral is or ought about that is, there are other moral is and oughts about what ought to be taught in school and things like that, but I don't think that comes from a libertarian perspective. I think that's a different philosophical domain.
School ought to serve the
right. Like you could say as a Christian or as an atheist or as a, as a whatever, I want, I want this and I think it's wrong. Right. So like, let's take prayer in schools as an example. Ought public schools have prayer in schools? Well, this is an aggressive action no matter what stance you take. If prayer is banned in schools, well, then this is a violation of the rights of Christian parents that are forced to put their kids in some type of school. And so they, because of resources or whatever, they put their kids in public school. And now their children are not allowed to pray, and that their children aren't allowed to have the education that they desire because the state has, sponsored and maintained one without prayer in schools. But if prayer is in schools, it's the exact opposite to all the kids whose parents are atheists. This is the problem of this concept of multiple ownership. So what do we do is, as custodians is, we argue for an attempt at the least aggressive acts and to limit aggression to the best of our ability until restitution is paid, until they get rid of these fucking things, which means we don't let heroin addicts come into the school. And it means we let people pray if they choose to pray, which is their, fundamental religious right. But we don't lead or have, a Christian, prayer-led group over the intercom. But even still, this is still aggressive to everybody involved. Then you agree we have say on it? I said that it would be a different philosophical domain. That I don't think that this is necessarily comes from a libertarian perspective. I'm saying that I would make a different argument that isn't based in libertarianism, that might be based in objectivist kind of thought, that I would say that it's wrong to teach prayer in school. What a wild analogy. Well, that's not an argument.
And there's a group of people in the community who have been paying property taxes into the school for many, many years. I think that school ought to serve those people's interests and not equally the interests of the world. Look, there's nowhere in libertarian principles where you can deduce that because I stole something from you.
Let me hear his argument here.
Property taxes into the school for many, many years. I think that school ought to serve those people's interests and not equally the interests of the world. Look, there's nowhere in libertarian principles where you can deduce that because I stole something from you, it is now unowned or owned equally by everyone in the world. If taxation is theft and everything that the government has built and maintained has been done so by robbing the American people, well then, the rightful owners are still the American people. Now, I'm not saying it's completely possible to divvy that up perfectly, but it's definitely possible to not do what 95+% of the American people don't want, which is to open the borders. And I would just...
it's like if you steal a TV, right? You are acting further aggression if you then take a hammer to the TV. You should, what you ought to do is return the fucking TV. But insofar as you have the stolen TV, it would be a further act of aggression to then destroy the TV. You've stolen it. Now you've gotten rid of the possibility of returning said TV. The fact that I stole, Rothbardy, I break into your house and I steal your TV, doesn't mean this TV is now an unowned TV. But there is this weird argument that a lot of the open borders people will argue is that just because they stole the money and then they built something with the money that they stole, that property is now unowned property because it has no legitimate owner, right? That it's okay, if I steal a TV and then I sell the TV at a pawn shop, right? Is this money now devoid of any crime? You can get the TV returned to you from the pawn shop, but then the pawn shop owner is out a TV to sell. So now the person that stole the TV owes the pawn shop money, and then because of the crime, they likely owe some other form of restitution, or not restitution, retribution to the person they stole the TV from. And so if we take this analogy in terms of the school, the state steals money and then uses that money to build a school. Okay, well, the school isn't unowned. These are assets that can be sold. And these assets ought be taken care of and sold so that the people can get their money back.
I would say this, I'll try to leave on this, which is a thought experiment. I did not come up with this, it was the great Scott Horton, but I've been known for regurgitating his stuff in the past, and I'm not going to stop now. Imagine, if you will, I know this is an extreme to paint a picture, but imagine there's a little conflict right now between India and Pakistan. They both have nuclear weapons. Pakistan nukes India. Somehow India is able to get 500 million people who want to immigrate here. They all come. 500 million all come to America. Is it really the libertarian position? And let's say, hypothetically, 100% of the American people don't want them. We don't want this to happen. Is the libertarian position really, sorry, you lose your country? There's nothing you're allowed to do. You will now culturally and racially and religiously, every tradition that you have is gone. You live in a completely different country now, and you know what? You have to take that. And even if very powerful people happen to be funding it because they like that for their agenda, if the libertarian position is that you have to take that, we have all messed up somewhere along the lines. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave.
Right, but again, my problem with this is that he's not connecting it to the other, he's not connecting it to an argument. It's just... it's just a vibe. That's a vibe. Do you want your country to be full of stinky Indians? It's no. Why is it aggression? You have to connect it to the welfare state. You have to connect it to the lack of, the fact that the state won't allow us to have private borders. That if those people come in, we're not allowed to create our own community and say, yeah, you're not welcome here. You guys can all go to fucking Minnesota for all I care. That's where you guys seem to be coalescing. Go live in fucking Minnesota. And all the people in Minnesota are well, we don't want this, so we're going to create a little community here in Minnesota that excludes all of these people. When the state takes away those rights, and then when the immigration policy is inexorably linked to this other forms of welfare and things of that nature, that's the aggressive act. The aggressive act isn't, imagine if a bunch of brown people came in and changed the culture of a nation of 330 million people. Wouldn't that be gay? Huh? Wouldn't that suck? Won't you like your nice white family? Huh? That's not a fucking argument. That's just that's just an appeal to xenophobia. I don't fucking what?
Thank you, Dave. You get an extra 22 seconds because Dave generously was allowed by you to have those extra 22, which were pretty crucial. Take it away, Alex.
Well, thank you to the Soho Forum, Gene, Nick at Reason, and Dave Smith for debating tonight. I will make 3 points in this debate. 1, libertarian first principles require the free movement of people.
Okay, this is going to be really anti-Semitic, but I'm just going to say it. Let me slow him down. Let me slow him down before I say it. Let me slow him down.
Peaceful and healthy people. 2, evidence shows that immigration is
Nope, slowing it down didn't help. He sounds so Jewy. It's look, I'm not noticing or anything. I'm just saying this is the most Jewy sounding, he has to be. This is he sounds like a stereotype. Hold on, we're going early life and education. Iranian-American filmmaker and his wife Betsy Giffen Nowrasteh, who has collaborated with stars on his film projects. All right, maybe he's just Iranian. I don't know. It's an Iranian name. I need the noticer. I need the fucking Groypers to come in here and let me know. Because he sounds so Jewy. He totally could not be Jewish, but that would not stop him from sounding I wouldn't give up immigration for the whole wide world. He just sounds very cartoonishly Jewish. It's so weird. There are Jews everywhere. I know that. I don't have anything other than from Iran, so I don't know. I'm just saying he sounds like that way. Whoa, that's Gene. He looks terrible. How old is Gene Epstein? Didn't he just turn 100? No, he's 81 years old. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole.
First principles require the free movement of peaceful and healthy people. 2, evidence shows that immigration is beneficial to Americans. And 3, government immigration restrictions are how tyranny will come to the United States.
Oh my God, this is going to be even gayer than fucking Dave Smith's. Evidence shows immigration is beneficial. Oh, like the cherry-picked consequentialist bullshit. You're the one taking the ANCAP libertarian why we need open borders, and you're going to give me fucking leftist nonsense crap. Ugh. He's going to be I hate all of this.
Is beneficial to Americans. And 3, government immigration restrictions are how tyranny will come to the United States. Dave is defending the resolution, quote, government restrictions.
Yeah, and of course he's going to use the resolution against him because the resolution is a terrible fucking resolution that it's a terrible prop. Like it's just you should not have accepted that.
Restrictions on the immigration of peaceful will come to the United States. Dave is defending the resolution, quote, government restrictions on the immigration of peaceful and healthy people make sense from a libertarian standpoint, especially in present-day America, unquote. That resolution is nonsensical from a libertarian position. Dave would see it clearly if he were asked to support resolutions with a one-word difference, like, quote, government restrictions on the private property or drug use or gun ownership of peaceful and healthy people make sense from a libertarian standpoint, especially in present-day America. But he doesn't see it when it comes to immigration. Every strand of libertarian thought, from natural rights theory to ethical intuitionism and consequentialism, requires free movement.
There's no consequentialist strand of libertarian thought. Get the fuck out of here.
Libertarian thought, from natural rights
fuck the Friedmanites
theory to ethical intuitionism and consequentialism, requires free movement. Because immigration laws are government rules that attack our rights and restrict peaceful, voluntary exchange. Government restrictions on the immigration of peaceful and healthy people violates every strand of libertarian thought. Immigration laws are government regulations enforced by the state. We're not talking about trespassers on private property. We're talking about government laws and
in some cases, we're talking about trespassers on private property.
regulations that prevent you, all of you, from using your property as you see fit and from voluntarily interacting with others. Every immigration restriction
Yeah, I changed, Shrek Eyes.
Infringes both on the rights of the immigrants and on your rights to associate with them. Libertarians care about first principles, but we also care about the consequences. We begin with a presumption of liberty, which can be overcome if immigration causes serious harm. Now, that's not the case here. Immigration consequences are
he's going to do a whole consequentialist analysis. This is the easiest one to defeat ever.
Overwhelmingly positive. Empirical economic research shows that immigrants pay more in taxes than they consume in benefits, or at worst, break even. That includes
those studies are such bullshit. They do first of all, what level people fucking take in on taxes is impossible to fucking know. So just making that claim is fucking stupid. Like, how much are they utilizing when they use roads? How much are they utilizing when they use public schools? How much are they utilizing when the fucking pseudo-government run airport system and they're buying plane tickets, but they're also utilizing TSA? Like, you can't calculate how many resources they're using. You can only calculate benefits. And when you do benefits, all of these fucking studies will do two fucking bait and switches. They'll do a Mott and Bailey where they talk about legal immigrants and illegal immigrants and keep using the term immigrants. He'll keep using the term immigrants. There is a substantive difference between illegal and legal immigrants. Why? Because legal immigrants go through a strenuous process to leave their country and come here. And because of that strenuous process, it weeds out low IQ people and it weeds out people that don't make that much money. So legal immigrants, of course, they're better than the average American because they're the high IQ successful people from their country, not representative of all of the people in their country. And they're also very motivated because it's a lengthy process. So of course those people do better. They commit less crimes. They have a higher IQ and they have a higher personality trait conscientiousness. Obviously, they tend to be more successful and commit less crime. But that's not the same thing as hordes of fucking people coming on caravans that then just get a phone app that like makes them legitimate, or the people that just come in and then never follow any of the fucking laws. And Texas is the only place where we have seen that research actually done, because what every other state will do is they do this false negative testing, right? Which is when someone is arrested, some states, not all states, but most states, will send it off and say, is this an illegal immigrant? And if they're not in the system as an illegal immigrant, they're counted as a citizen, and their crime is counted towards the citizen's crimes. Texas is the only state that then spends additional resources, which isn't good, right? But whatever, for data's sake, I guess. Like, we have the data, so we might as well use it. They're the only state that then goes and tries to determine for a long time whether or not those people are actually immigrants, or whether illegal immigrants, whether or not they're American citizens. And what we find in Texas, especially, is that illegal immigrants are orders of magnitude committing more rapes, more murders, and more property crime, and more aggravated assaults, and more armed robbery, all violent crime they're far more likely to commit. But using immigrants in the same category, as illegal immigrants when we have an immigration process is disingenuous. And then the way the data is collected is disingenuous. And then the way that we talk about benefits is disingenuous, because it doesn't calculate all the benefits that they use, only the things that they get through entitlement programs. Then they won't count fucking families that are getting things through the children that are citizens. So if two illegal or legal immigrants hop over the border and then have a baby like 3 months later, all of a sudden they have a right to be here. They're considered immigrants, but the person that is receiving welfare benefits is the child, which is an American citizen. And then the people that aren't entitled to the benefits but are getting benefits through the child are counted as not receiving benefits. On top of the fact that there are states like California that take their Social Security money in federal dollars and then funnel it to illegal and legal immigrants, but those aren't counted as receiving those benefits because they're federal dollars, and those federal dollars don't go to illegal immigrants. They only get counted as going towards citizens. The data that this guy is probably going to bring up, or that at the very least he's referencing, is such cherry-picked bullshit to try and make it seem like immigrants are this net positive to our economy. They still might be a net positive to our economy because it's still labor, right? And that labor, is wealth that, is used to create wealth in this country. And that's not even talking about how much the money goes out of the country and isn't used in multiple transactions in our economy. Multiple transactions in our economy is growth in our economy, and it's growth in federal tax revenue because it's more transactions to be taxed. So that's a double-bladed sword there. But also money that goes out keeps inflation down to a certain degree. So it's really hard to argue whether or not that's good or bad for our economy. But again, there's a whole bunch, getting into the consequential analysis of this and just being I've got data that shows they commit less crime and they don't use as much resources is just fucking bullshit. It's dishonest hack shit. On top of not being a libertarian argument.
Economic research shows that immigrants pay more in tax.
Most crime is repeat offenders, which are easier to catch due to them being cataloged into the system. And illegal immigrants, which aren't cataloged, are harder to track down and convict. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of reasons why the data that we have is bad data.
And they consume in benefits, or at worst, break even. That includes costs like government schools, welfare, and criminal justice, which they all use less than native-born Americans. They are less likely to be arrested, convicted of crimes, and...
Why do they use schools less? Why would illegal immigrants or legal immigrants use schools less? Just think about that for a moment and listen to how fucking sneaky that argument is. Why are they using schools less than legal immigrants? Less than American citizens? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the children that are born here are the ones that go to school. And the children that are born here are American citizens. So every time an immigrant family comes over here and has kids, the kids that go to school that were born here are cataloged under the citizens using those resources, as opposed to the immigrant family using those resources. Now, obviously, if a child immigrates here with their parents, then they end up using it and being like DACA or whatever. But only those kids that are old enough to make the trek to come over here and immigrate, right, are the only ones that are utilizing those resources. And so if they're older than the age 6, they're going to use those resources less because they're going to spend less time in school because they immigrated here when they were 10. And then if they're born here, they're cataloged as a citizen, not cataloged as an immigrant. Like, that is such a nonsensical phrase that, like, they use our schools less. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
In criminal justice, which they all use less than native-born Americans. They are less likely to be arrested, convicted. The case here, immigration consequences are overwhelmingly positive. Empirical economic research shows that immigrants pay more in taxes than they consume in benefits, or
that's bullshit.
At worst, break even. That includes costs like government schools, welfare, and criminal justice, which they all use less than native-born Americans. They are less.
Again, not true, because so many, and here's another trick that they do, okay? The Department of Homeland Security and the DOD give out massive amounts of grants to NGOs, and those NGOs represent illegal and legal immigrants in their immigration cases. So that money isn't cataloged as using those resources or as state funds going towards those resources because it was given to an NGO. But when an immigrant comes here and they have court cases for their immigration, we're literally funding both sides of the court process. We're funding the judges, we're funding the prosecutors, or, you know, the lawyers that are dealing with their case, and we're funding their defense. We're funding every part of the legal defense when they get here. The idea that those people are using less criminal justice, I guess criminal justice is a nice little trick here. If you classify that as not criminal, therefore it's not criminal justice, right? Because it's a different part, because, you know, no illegal is no immigrant is illegal bullshit. Like, again, like, making the consequentialist argument is the weakest fucking argument here, because it's so easy to destroy. Unless, of course, you just lie and say weaselly shit the entire time.
Less likely to be arrested, convicted of crimes, and incarcerated. Historically, more open immigration is associated with slower growth in the size of the federal government. At the state level, more immigration is either not related to changes in economic freedom or positively correlated. Benjamin Powell and I won an award for the best book in Austrian economics in 2022 for showing that immigration mostly increases economic freedom or has no effect. Immigrants are stopping socialism, they are not spreading it.
Again, there's a differentiation between illegal and legal immigrants, but I'm pretty sure fucking the massive amount of Venezuelans from socialist countries that are getting fast-tracked to fucking vote Democrats so that they can be able to vote in 5 years, and the Tren de Agua members are not somehow fucking stopping socialism. It's so fucking silly.
Some immigrants use welfare in public schools. That's absolutely true. The libertarian response is to abolish the welfare state, not to expand government control over the borders. The problem is the government services, not the immigrants. Social Security's problem isn't the elderly, it's the government program itself. The problem with public schools isn't the children, it's the government schools. The problem with immigrant welfare use is the welfare state, not the immigrants. The far less extreme way to deal with this, rather than building a wall around the country, we should build a higher wall around the welfare state. Immigration.
That's such a silly thing to say, like, don't worry, we'll get rid of welfare and we'll get rid of public schools and we'll get rid of these other things. They're inexorably linked to our current immigration system. No. You can't exacerbate it and then be like, but in the future, we'll totally be able to get rid of these things after we bring in millions of people that are going to vote socialist, because I wrote a book that proved that they're not actually increasing socialism, because in the short term, when they get there, there isn't an increase in funds per capita, which is the way that they cook those numbers. Because they'll look at government funds per capita, and then they have a massive influx in people, and then the funds will increase in real net terms, but they decrease per capita because it takes a while to get through any sort of government. Government takes a while to do fucking anything, so it takes a while for them to increase the funds to match the per capita basis. This is literally just him cherry picking data to reach a conclusion that the consequential analysis is importing unchecked millions of immigrants is actually good and doesn't cause socialism, because we cherry pick the data to say that.
Immigration restrictions are how tyranny will come to modern America. Dave has said in previous podcasts and other forums that he wants a full repeal of the progressive era. Now, I agree. The progressive era instituted immigration restrictions and passports to protect labor unions, promote nationalism, and adopt a U.S. government central plan of eugenics based on the science. America's borders were mostly closed to immigration from the late 1920s to the late 1960s. And what did we get during that time? What great libertarian wonders? The New Deal, labor law, government enforced monopolies, union subsidies, the peacetime draft, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, Japanese internment, the CIA, entangling foreign alliances like NATO, the military-industrial complex, the Great Society.
This motherfucker is going to blame lack of immigration for all of the socialism we got from the 1920s to the 1960s. Sure thing, buddy.
And civil rights laws that restricted freedom of association, infringed on our private property, and expanded the state to previously unimagined size. That anti-libertarian time in American history was made possible by immigration restrictions and the practically closed borders that they instituted.
That's such that's such an insane fucking take. And his evidence is, I wrote a book. Like, where is the reasoning or the rationale behind restricting immigration leads towards more socialism, socialist policies, and national? I can see the argument, like, without him having to make one on nationalism, right? Because of the two being correlated in terms of thought, right? Conservative thought in that domain. But come on, man, make your argument. Like, his argument is, I wrote a book that proved it. My argument is, I'm the expert. What?
Believe me? Well, listen to what Paul Krugman said. Quote, "The New Deal made America a vastly better place." I'm quoting him, by the way.
What is Paul Krugman's opinion on how good the New Deal was have anything to do with this?
Yet it probably wouldn't have been possible without immigration restrictions. Absent those restrictions, there would have been many claims, justified or not, about people flocking to America to take advantage of welfare programs, unquote. The Great Society was passed when the immigrant
Okay, so your argument from Paul Krugman is that we wouldn't have been able to get this socialism because people would have thought the socialism would go to immigrants. But if we restrict immigrants, we can get more socialism. This is an argument of like rhetoric that that politicians use in implementing programs. Like, that's not an argument that the two are linked in some capacity. I mean, I guess if you're doing a consequentialist argument, it's a fair argument. Right, like if you're going to do a consequentialist argument to begin with, maybe.
Share of the U.S. population was the lowest in American history, including the colonial period. And that low point was caused by immigration restrictions on the movement of peaceful and healthy people. The Immigration Act of 1965 just slightly liberalized immigration. And what happened after then? Union subsidies fell. Labor law was liberalized. You're noticing a pattern here. I really don't like unions. The number of government monopolies fell. Growth in the size of government actually slowed. Taxes were cut.
This is like literally the same argument that the communist was giving me like just a couple hours ago, or like maybe an hour and a half ago. Is like, well, after 1945, we saw material conditions get better, so obviously welfare is good. Like, this is silly. Also, the more immigration party wants more government benefits as well, so that 1940s dynamic would be out of date. Yeah, it's like the Know Nothing Party is not here like pushing economic conservatism, pushing fucking, protections for unions. The Union Party is the fucking Democrats that want more immigration. Like, what do you mean? And they're pushing for immigration not from Europe and not from Asia, like which was a large portion of our immigration policy back then, but they're pushing from immigration from socialist nations, from full-blown communist nations. Like, this causation equals correlation argument is just nonsense.
Trade was liberalized.
It's not nonsense. It's just a bad argument. I don't want to say it's nonsense.
Of government monopolies fell. Growth in the size of government actually slowed. Taxes were cut. Trade was liberalized, and the draft was abolished. Those liberalizations did not happen when the borders were closed. They only happened after they were barely reopened. Immigration restrictions are the health of the state and a declaration of war on our freedoms. They are also some of the most economically devastating, complex, and Soviet-style laws.
What is your thought about allowing refugees from communist dictatorships? Again, I want a Hoppian system. I just want people that are invited. Okay, and if nobody invites these people, then not NGOs, right? I would ban NGOs until they're no longer getting government funds. But if charity organizations want to sponsor people from communist dictatorships, then they should sponsor people from communist dictatorships. And if they fucking damage a bunch of property and don't respect our laws and shit, and they have to get, deported because they damage property and do all that, then those charity organizations should have to pay for the damages that those people do in the event that those people can't pay those damages. In terms of like when people ought get citizenship, I don't know the right answer to that because I would have to do a consequential analysis on like the strategy that best leads towards liberalization. Like I would guess, if I was to guess or, make a gander, I would not give citizenship to people unless they were born in this country, period, is probably how I would deal with that. But it's the same thing with like, should women vote? Well, voting isn't a right. Voting isn't a right in any way, shape, or form. Okay? It is a defensive tool that I use to try and lower the state, but it isn't a right because it is just a mechanism of who controls the gun. There's no fundamental right to voting. And so because there's no fundamental right to voting, and it's just a mechanism for who gets to control the guns, I have no problem if a party comes out and says, we want to make sure that women can't vote. I would vote for that. I would vote to abolish women's right to vote because it's not a right. And I know that women vote fucking socialism. That's like many of the problems that we have today and the socialist policies that we have today come from giving women the right to vote. I don't have anything particularly against women. I just know that it's a demographic that does that, and it's consistently done that no matter what interventions are put in place. So if it is a means by which we can get, a reduction in government, then fuck yeah.
Laws in the United States. You may have noticed there's a piece of paper on your chairs. It's a very highly simplified map of the legal immigration system, and it is simplified, and it's only part of it. But the point to understand about immigration law is it is the exact opposite of every other portion of American law and our Anglo-Saxon system of jurisprudence. Every other portion of law, it's
in our Anglo-Saxon system of jurisprudence. I felt the leftism deep in his core fucking come out there for a second. I felt the fucking left Rothbardian little fucking slimy fucking in our Anglo-Saxon system of jurisprudence. That white law. Listen to that shit again. I'm gonna listen to it on normal speed. Listen to it. Like you can feel it. You can feel it come out. Here it goes.
But the point to understand about immigration law is it is the exact opposite of every other portion of American law and our Anglo-Saxon system of jurisprudence. Every other portion.
He had to say it. He couldn't just say common English common law. No, it had to be fucking in our Anglo-Saxon system of jurisprudence.
Of law, it says specifically what is not allowed, but everything else is fine. There's no law that says Dave and I can shake hands, right? But there's a law that says he can't punch.
Yeah, Slugma, I would do that. I'd be fine with that too, right? Like if you're a property owner or business owner, the only problem that I have with if you're a business owner or you're a homeowner, you can vote. Is I have less of a degree of confidence that those people would stop socialism. I still think it might be better. So I would have to look into it more because at that point it's just a strategy, right? Taking away certain demographics' ability to vote is not a taking away of their rights. So it's not a rights issue. At that point, it becomes a strategic issue on how we can get less socialism. And given how boomers own all the fucking property and the way that they are the most socialist group of Americans, right? And the way that they have rigged the game many times over in their favor, I would worry that would actually lead to more socialism as opposed to less socialism. Right? And I think this chart kind of just says it all. Right? So this is the median age of US home buyers. So this would be repeat home buyers. In 1992, the median age of home buyers was 42 years old. In 2024, it was 61 years old. So in 32 years, the age difference in repeat home buyers went up 19 years. all home buyers 35 to 56, and first-time home buyers 28 to 38. Right, like the newer generation coming in literally just isn't buying homes. Like the median the median first-time home buyer today is 2 years shy of 40 years old. Like, I'm a millennial, and the median home buyer is 3 years older than I am. But in 1992, they were 7 years younger than I am. Like, these people are the ones that absolutely want Social Security. These people are the ones that, want socialist policies to artificially inflate the price of the homes that only they own. So, like, yeah, I don't know that you're going to get, and like, look at the last election in Canada, right? Gen Z and young millennials not overwhelmingly, but pretty strongly voted for the Conservative Party. They voted for Pierre Poilievre. It was the boomers that were elbows up that voted in Carney, or whatever the fuck his name is, the new Prime Minister of Canada, right? The guy that is all for net zero, who's openly admitted that it's just a scam to funnel money. Well, not openly, he was caught on a hot mic, right? But this is a guy that was, head of the Bank of England for 2 terms, and is a full-blown, we must have, carbon taxes, we have to stop the oil, all like just full-blown progressive socialist, was voted in by the boomers. And they don't give a fuck about the rising, and the main reason was they don't give a fuck about the rising home prices. They don't care that home prices are going up, because that means they're getting more wealth. And the young people were like, I can't buy a home and I can't afford rent. We need fiscal conservatism. Like, we're seeing a shift in America and in the West towards Gen Z being much, much more conservative than any other generation. And part of that reason is because they can't own a home. And so restricting voting to homeowners might lead us towards a massive shift towards socialism. Like, I think if we did that, we would see Democrats elected for the next 20 years. And conservatives are just more economically literate liberals, really, but Pierre fumbled. Yeah, Pierre fumbled, for sure, when it came to the Trump situation.
Punch me in the face. Okay, that makes sense. Immigration law is the opposite. It says all immigration is illegal except what the government specifically allows. If you fit into a narrow Soviet-style category, then maybe if you apply and wait 20, 30, 50 years, yeah, you can get in. Otherwise, there is no way for you to come in.
I love how it's like a Soviet-style immigration policy. What makes it Soviet-style? It's American style. Like, why is it? It's just commie garbage. Is every immigration policy Soviet style? Like, this is just emotional language. It's not really an argument.
Maybe if you apply and wait 20, 30, 50 years, yeah, you can get in. Otherwise, there is no way for you to come in. It is the opposite of our legal traditions. To support government immigration restrictions and mass deportations means that you must also support the methods of actually enforcing those laws.
Also, for the record, nobody thus far has supported deportations. Mass deportation. Like, that is not the prompt, nor anything that was in Dave Smith's argument. Dave Smith might support that. I think he does. But where did you, like, he kind of just pulled that from his hat.
And mass deportations means that you must also support the methods of actually enforcing those laws. These enforcement methods are some of the most anti-libertarian laws in existence. Examples: Trump designated drug cartels as terrorists and is considering designating some gang members arrested inside of the U.S. as enemy combatants to stop immigration.
How the fuck is that bad? How the fuck is Tren de Agua not a terrorist organization when they're taking over fucking apartment buildings and they'll chop you up into little pieces and send the pieces part by part to your family if you oppose them? Like, Tren de Agua is so fucking bad that in Chicago, the several gang members black gangs came together to form a coalition to try and fight against Tren de Agua because they feel like they're stealing their fucking welfare and shit and taking over the black community. I mean, they're not doing it because they're good guys, right? But they're so fucking bad that they've got the black gangs fucking scared because of how brutal and fucking horrendous they are. The idea that it is somehow an example of like extreme evil and like to designate Tren de Agua a fucking terrorist organization is batshit fucking crazy. Like, you've completely lost the plot if you're like, we need to protect Tren de Agua from the evils of the Trump administration. I support deporting all anarchists and their children to New Hampshire. I'd vote for that because then you would forcibly deport my children to New Hampshire and then their mom would follow. And then I'd be like, sorry, you know, those are just the rules. The law said that I had to fucking come to New Hampshire, and so did my kids. I guess we're all moving to New Hampshire. Womp womp. Like, I'd be fucking, you know. Oh, I guess I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. The government says I gotta go. I don't know what to tell you. So sad. I guess you're gonna have to come live in New Hampshire. She hates the cold. The mother of my kids hates the fucking cold. Like, every trip she goes is like Florida beaches or something. Like, she fucking hates the cold. She'd be so fucking mad. And I'd just be like, oh, oops, I don't know. He didn't reply, like the guy you debated, he flips everything to its opposite. He didn't reply to me when I asked why we needed the 18-year-old girl who killed that cadet and tried to escape with her boyfriend.
Trump wanted to send U.S. troops to Mexico to fight a war against terrorist cartels. He deployed the military to the border. He used the Alien Enemies Act to deport migrants to prison camps in El Salvador without due process.
I mean, did he want to do that, or is it just rhetoric? I mean, I will agree with you that that's a dumb fucking move. But again, it's two criminal organizations fighting each other. Like, I would prefer my taxes not be spent on that. So, like, I'll give him this one. That's bad. That's real bad. Though it might be a little bit bombastic to think that he actually wanted to do that as opposed to just using it as a threat in negotiations with Mexico, which is a bully tactic, but isn't necessarily anti-libertarian, if that's the goal.
Deployed the military to the border. He used the Alien Enemies Act to deport migrants to prison camps in El Salvador without due process. The Alien Enemies Act allows federal officers, ICE agents, to enter houses without a warrant to arrest migrants the president designates as terrorists or invaders.
It's not good. The problem is yeah, I mean, I think it's like, I just don't see the point in like, I don't know. Like, it's hard to tell what's more aggressive. If you're an illegal immigrant and that's all you are, right? I'm totally against it. I don't think we should be deporting any illegal immigrant just because they're illegal. I think, you know, we should control the stem at the border. But I think the deportation of people that haven't committed any property crimes is an extra act of aggression that is like unnecessary. But if we're talking about like gang members, we're talking about Tren de Agua. Why not just get a warrant? I don't know what's worse, right? Like how many resources does it take to get a warrant? And so how much of my money is being taken for a warrant that like is unnecessary? But like, I don't know, like if we have the records that you're a gang member, if we have like some verifiable records, like, I don't give a fuck about your due process. If you're in Tren de Agua and we have proof that you're in, like, I don't know. I'm iffy on this one because like the government courts fuck up everything anyways. And I don't know that like due process, there's procedural due process. And then there's like due process for like your day in court. Right. And so like, if you have procedural due process and we have all of the evidence that you are a gang member and then we know where you are, I just don't understand why we can't just get a rubber stamp court to fucking give you a warrant. I don't understand why we need to fucking circumnavigate warrants. It's just, it feels like a dumb thing to do that doesn't actually do any extra aggression, but sounds so fucking bad, right? Like why not just get a rubber stamp that fucking, that like, oh, we have all the evidence to showcase that you're a member of Tren de Agua, and we know in our records that you're an illegal immigrant, so go here. Also, by the way, he's not the one putting them in prison camps. It's such a fucking weird, emotional, gay argument to be like, he's putting them in prison camps. It's like, no, he's sending gang members to El Salvador, and then the president of El Salvador is putting them in prison camps. Thoughts on deporting rights violating Americans? Depends on like, I don't know. It depends. It depends on like what level of crime you've committed. I think you ought to be given a choice though. Like, I think if you let's say you commit like a robbery of like grand larceny, right? You know what I mean? Like if it's rape or murder, like I don't think it's right to like to the other nations, and I don't think anyone would take them anyways, right? Like, where are you going to deport them to, right? So it's just not feasible. But I don't think banishment is like that crazy of a thing if somebody is like incapable of paying restitution, if the offending party is okay with the offended party is okay with it, right? So if like someone breaks into my store and like does a bunch of damage, like, and the government comes to me and says, hey, do you want to deport this guy and just get it over with, get rid of him? Or banish this guy, like we just put him at the edge of a border and say, fuck off? I think that's fine. If that guy has no means of paying that money, like just banishing his ass. Problem is like, what if you're broke and it's like $100? Can you banish someone then? I think if you're capable of paying restitution, you ought to be able to come back in. That's what I would say. You know what I mean? Like you commit a property crime of like 10 grand or something, and then you go somewhere else and you fucking make your 10 grand, and then you're allowed to come back. I don't know. It just depends on like from like, if I look at it purely from a libertarian perspective, that's one thing. If I look about like what I would trust the state to do and the resources that it would cost to engage in that behavior, like, it's probably a retarded idea. But if I think about it purely from like what a society might do in a libertarian stance, like I kind of like the idea of just like banishing people and not dealing with them until they pay restitution and they can come back. But like in a nation like America, like what would that pragmatically look like, and how much money would be spent, you know, going through that process is like, why not just put them in jail and make them work in jail? And like, I would much rather have private prison industry be able to take up contracts for criminals, right? And make those criminals work and bid on individual criminals, right? So like, let's say you steal $10,000, you do $10,000 in property damage, right? So you owe restitution and retribution, which is 20 grand. And you go to court and they go, well, you owe this person 20 grand. And until you pay this 20 grand, you're not allowed on the streets. But if you find a private prison that's willing to contract you, to hire you for this 20 grand, we'll accept said contract. So then there's a private prison somewhere that says, oh, this guy's got a clean record, you know, he's got a skill, right? Like, let's say he's an engineer or an architect, or, you know, I mean, he has some really valuable, marketable skill. And then they'll tell you, we'll pay you $3 grand a month towards your damages that you owe. And so in 10 months, you'll be out of jail and you'll be paid off, but you need to work for us as an architect. And we take you into custody and ensure that you don't do any property damage and that you don't do anything. Right. And so I'd be really for something like that, where like people actually get the money back from the shit that they did, as opposed to like insurance and things like that. Bernie Madoff guys could never pay back. Yeah, fuck him. He stole the amount of money that he stole, he could never get back. Agreed. Fuck him. He deserves life in prison working to pay off his debt until the day he dies. That's what someone like Bernie Madoff deserves. Slavery as punishment isn't bad. Slavery is trying to own someone is bad. Well, it's not slavery. It's indentured servitude towards paying off restitution so that you can re-enter society. You can refuse to fucking work or whatever, and people can refuse to take up your contracts or whatever, and then you just kind of end up housed somewhere. Or we can kill you. You know, like there's a lot of things we can do.
Most federal law enforcement officers actually work to enforce immigration laws. Every time you travel, you must show your papers. Every time you get a job, you must fill out the I-9 form to prove to the government that you are complying with immigration laws. Many states and the federal government require employers to check your papers against federal databases through the E-Verify system when you apply for a job. And, mark my words, E-Verify will be used for gun checks. It's just a matter of time.
This is such like a nonsense thing. It's like, yes, you're showcasing how immigration is tied to taxation, is tied to literally everything in the government. And then you're like, and then E-Verify, I guarantee you it'll be used for gun checks. Like this is, fear mongering is not a fucking argument about immigration policy.
Significant proposal for a national biometric identity card is designed to enforce immigration laws. There are vaccine mandates for immigrants. The government is deporting green card holders, like Mahmoud Khalil, arrested without a warrant, by the way. The government lied about that, of course, because he expressed an opinion that contradicts American foreign policy toward Israel.
That is not why Mahmoud Khalil was fucking deported, you lying sack of shit. He was a part of a group that took over the fucking public university. Columbia University. He was negotiating on behalf of people that had taken over portions of campus and were bullying and like, you know, doing all kinds of fucked up shit to like the Jews on campus, whatever. Like it wasn't like they were killing people or anything, but they took over parts of campus. Like the idea that this, and he was negotiating on their behalf. And then he was speaking about how all violence is justified and that like we've tried peace and like the peace doesn't work. So it's, you know, of course, you know, October 7th, like that's not the same thing as saying America shouldn't do this, guys. Free speech. He wasn't holding up a fucking placard. He was negotiating on behalf of people that had engaged in property damage and in crimes. He committed crimes, and those crimes are fairly egregious. We have background checks for gun purchases, and some states have background checks regardless of FFL sale. What is his point? His point is to just get you on board with his argument by anything that he can throw out.
By the way, the government lied about that, of course, because he expressed an opinion that contradicts American foreign policy toward Israel. Foreign students like Ramesa Ozturk are being deported for writing op-eds critical of Israel. A French scientist was denied entry for a science.
Yeah, I've looked into that case a little bit, like only a tertiary look, but it looks like she got just like churned up for being critical. I mean, it's not being critical is not what they're being deported for though. Like they're being deported for like supporting and advocating for terrorist organizations' actions against Israel. Should they be able to do that is a question that's fine, but like him lying about it, being like, oh, they're just being deported because they're critical of the government is like not what's happening.
Scientific conference because he had phone messages critical of President Trump. America has a secret gulag for immigration offenders. A German green card holder named Fabian Schmidt lives in New Hampshire. He was arrested, held incommunicado, and literally tortured by ICE. He ended up in the hospital. They tried to make him sign a paper to give up his green card. Irish green card holder Cleona Ward, arrested and held for 17 days after returning for the U.S. And you know what she did? They found that she had a 20-year-old marijuana charge in a state that had recently legalized marijuana. An Australian on a work permit returned from a funeral.
What the fuck are these anecdotes about whether or not the, like, what are these anecdotes? Like I understand that these are egregious rights violations that sound really fucking bad, but like even in an anarcho-capitalist society where we had private police would do shit like this, and then we'd have to demand recompense. We'd have to fix those cases. Like bad people do bad things sometimes. Like this random, like this person bad, this person had bad thing. I agree that shit's bad. We should address that. That has nothing to do with the overall immigration policy. Unless your argument is the state ought dissolve. Yes, I agree. So we're in agreement with that, but it doesn't agree on like what the state is doing at the border currently. It's just picking out cherry-picked anecdotal evidence. And those things, like when you're talking about 330 million people and you're talking about potentially tens of millions of immigrants, there's going to be, no matter what is done with these people, egregious rights violations so long as the state exists. And if the state didn't exist, if you're talking about 330 million people, in any world where reality is a thing and human beings are shitty sometimes, there's going to be horrible rights violations that are done by private entities and organizations, maybe to a lesser degree than the state, You know what I mean? Like, obviously the state is, violating everybody's rights, right? But when we talk about, like, how many of these egregious cases will exist, there might be more under the state versus, under private, but like, this isn't an argument.
Funeral in his home country, was arrested by customs and deported for no good reason, separated from his job, his apartment, his property, and his spouse. 2 other German tourists, a Canadian with a visa, and several Brits were disappeared for weeks in immigration detention and not allowed to contact lawyers. Other German tourists were strip searched, detained, deported after arriving legally because Trump's customs agents didn't think their travel schedules were detailed enough. A Russian scientist at Harvard named Ksenia Petrova was detained by ICE for 8 weeks for the heinous crime of failing to deport frog embryos as part of her research on a flight from France. Trump shipped migrants, 40% of whom have no criminal convictions or charges against them, to America's prison camp in Guantanamo Bay. Trump activated the Wartime Enemy Aliens Act to deport.
That one is a fair argument, but the rest of these, like, individual cases, like, it's like he's trying to capitalize on the lefties that hate Trump by being like, look at the evil Trump bad man. It's like, I guarantee you we could cherry pick shit from the Obama administration just as easily. Like, I don't like, and again, if we had private borders and private security, this is so stupid. Shipping migrants to Guantanamo Bay to hold them is a problem. That's the thing we can talk about. Mass deportation. That's the thing we can talk about. These individual cases are just, they don't make sense in terms of policy conversation.
Non-criminal migrants, 20% of whom weren't even illegal immigrants, with limited or no due process, to El Salvador's prisons and bribed the government there with your tax dollars to take them in. One man was deported illegally, and when a judge ruled he had to be returned, Trump's administration said, sorry, we can't do anything about it. Trump's administration lawyers...
Yeah, again, that case is fucking insane. Like, it's against, like, if... I agree. I don't want to get too deep into that case, but the case he's specifically citing where Trump says, we don't do anything about it, is if they bring him back to America, then they will take him in. That is what is ruled. But to demand that Trump go and get them is like, it's just completely unconstitutional decision by SCOTUS, which is why SCOTUS didn't actually make that agreement. This is him lying about the SCOTUS decision. And that is why the Trump administration celebrated it and the left celebrated it, and they just had 2 totally different interpretations. Because facilitate is the word that is in question in terms of the presidential authority. And it's very clear in the Constitution that the president cannot be demanded by the courts or by Congress in how he negotiates with in his foreign relations. Like, they just simply don't have that power. That is a power that only the president has. So he's lying about what the Supreme Court case said, and then he's saying, and then he's giving a vague concept of what Trump said, which is like he's trying to add like an emotional appeal to him defying the Supreme Court, and that's just like not what happened.
Wrote in a March 14th memo that the Alien Entities Act allows ICE agents to enter private property without a warrant. The government is using eminent domain to take private property from people along the border to build a wall. Libertarians who support mass deportations are not defending.
Yeah, I absolutely disagree with that. But here's the other problem. Why are the people along the border not legally allowed to enforce their own fucking border protection?
Private property rights. They are really defending the power of the government to violate your private property. ICE arrested a native-born American citizen by pulling him off the street in Chicago into an unmarked van and held him overnight until they checked his wallet to discover he was a citizen. Native-born American Jose Hermosillo was arrested in Arizona and held in immigration detention for 10 days incommunicado because he wasn't carrying his papers. Immigration enforcers go to schools, churches, courthouses to arrest peaceful people, operate with near impunity in a 100-mile buffer zone along America's borders where they run internal checkpoints, harass Americans and immigrants, and frequently enter private property without permission.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, if you have a police force, private or not private, they're going to violate people's rights. Like, this is literally just a necessary precondition, right? Like, because they're humans and they're fallible. Now, a private police system will be legally responsible for that, and ours isn't. But again, that is, you know, like, you can't, like, he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's saying none of these things are connected. Welfare, public schools, social security funds, none of these things are actually connected to the immigration policy. But then he's talking about like the right of police officers to have, oh my God, what is it called? I can't think of it right now because I'm like 4.5 hours into stream and it's, 10:30 at night. Fucking, qualified immunity. He's like, yes, it has nothing to do with immigration has nothing to do with the fact that you don't have private borders or anti-discrimination laws or welfare or any of those things, but it is inexorably linked to qualified immunity. It's like, no, like you can't say that you're going to devoid the context of the overarching state and all these other programs that are ballooned with forced integration and immigration policy, and then simultaneously be talking about like different consequences of immigration in terms of the police and like qualified immunity and the way that they deal with with American citizens. Like, pick one.
Agents make arrests without warrants and then just create them for themselves in the field after the arrests. ICE recently bragged that part of its job is keeping out, quote, ideas that cross our borders illegally, unquote. Show your papers to travel near the border. Carry your papers or you'll be in ICE detention for weeks. Show your papers to get a job, all for immigration enforcement. The U.S. is becoming a your papers please society to enforce immigration laws.
Okay, it's not becoming a your papers please society when they're talking about if you're within 20 miles of the fucking border. Like, I agree that, like, we have a Fourth Amendment right and, like, I shouldn't have to show my fucking papers and that they actually need fucking reasonable, articulable suspicion of me committing a crime in order to detain me, at least as far as the fucking Constitution is concerned, and that they're illegitimate in that domain. But the idea that we're becoming a papers please society because they're saying, what are fucking Latinos with like thick Latino accents that have no ID on them doing fucking 20 miles from the border, so we detain them? I mean, if we're arguing from a constitutional perspective, that sounds like reasonable, articulable suspicion to me. Like, that's wild. This is statist coded. I'm going to watch Shameless. Yeah, I know. I get it. You're, let me know if you ever find an argument as opposed to just regurgitating the same bullshit and not dealing with the arguments involved.
Are the type that Dave is defending tonight. Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, said the administration was considering suspending the writ of habeas corpus because we're being invaded by illegal immigrants. Finally, Trump and his press secretary have said that they are considering deporting American citizens to prison camps in El Salvador. You heard me right. They are considering deporting American citizens to prison camps in El Salvador.
Yeah, he says crazy shit, and he should absolutely be called out for that. Like, that's fucking wild when he said that. It's fucking psycho. He should be called out for it. It's bad. Again, has nothing to do with the prompt of this debate. like fucking Trump being a piece of shit and saying wild things has very little to do with this debate other than your investing power that the government already has in the government.
El Salvador. The last person to try to exercise this much power here was named George III. If tyranny comes to the United States, it will come to enforce immigration laws. Immigration laws.
That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking Trump derangement syndrome if I've ever heard it. Like, no, the last person to actually suspend the right of habeas corpus was fucking Abraham Lincoln.
Can only be enforced by the heavy hand of the federal government. Do you really think all that is consistent with libertarianism? Dave endorsed mass deportations even over a month ago. Mass deportations require taking money from taxpayers.
Okay, all right, so Dave did endorse mass deportations. Okay, I thought he did. I just couldn't remember.
At force and hiring unionized federal law enforcement officers to arrest people, rip them away from their families and property. In Trump's America, mass deportations require paying foreign autocrats taxpayer dollars to incarcerate non-criminals. Would Murray Rothbard or Ludwig von Mises support that? We got the populist immigration enforcement regime that Dave wants, and it's leading the United States on a dark road.
This is not like, but again, this is not what he's advocating for and not what the prompt is. Like, if you were asking him what he advocated for and what he's painting the Trump immigration policy as what his opponent is because he knows people have an ire and hatred for Trump because he's too much of a bitch to stand on his own argument. Which is sad because Dave Smith's arguments are really fucking weak. But he can't fucking, he's just fucking using like word association of like things you don't like and anecdotal evidence and then cherry picked bullshit stuff. And then like the one argument he's making about, the correlation that he just pulls causation out of his fucking ass from in his like argument about, immigration policy in the 1940s and 1930s is like, and I know because I wrote the book on it and I'm right. But don't take my word for it. Here's Paul Krugman saying it. What?
Hearing people defend these immigration restrictions and the enforcement system that supports them makes people sound like they're defending COVID regime in May of 2020 or the Iraq War in 2006. Give it up. Immigration restrictions.
Yeah, and then I'll tie it to fucking the Iraq War and COVID because reasons. Like, what the fuck is this? This is just word salad.
Must be statist, and they can be populist. They can be conservative, progressive, nationalistic, socialistic, or autocratic, but they cannot be libertarian. Ron Paul recently said, quote, President Trump announced earlier in his second term that foreign students who engage in illegal activity would be deported. Most people agreed with this. But then his DHS began showing up with masks in plain clothes and arresting people. It's a slippery slope that will backfire on those who support it, unquote. Shortly after Ron Paul said that, Dave Smith said, I support mass deportations. Ron Paul is correct, Dave is wrong. They may want mass deportations without the atrocities, but communists say they want equality without the starvation and death camps too. In both cases, the trade-off is our liberty. Immigration restrictions break a lot of eggs. For a libertarian to support those...
This argument is just getting... It's like at a parody at this point.
violations of rights, the government's mass deportation regime had better be cooking up a pretty tasty libertarian omelet. Dave has not made any argument these rights violations and
I'm just fucking. I guess Shrek Eyes like this is starting to get insane. So I guess pull up porn on your third monitor. Then like just go full degeneracy.
Increased state power will do so. Even if you don't care about immigrants, whatever they do to immigrants, they're going to do to you eventually. The worst infringement on the liberties of Americans in our lifetime was the COVID lockdowns. Horrible tyranny, unspeakable and unimaginable that we live through that in this country. Immigration restrictions, I just have a few more seconds, of the kind Dave defends are like a permanent global COVID lockdown, complete with a vaccine passport. Mass deportations and immigration restrictions require a domestic police state like the one we're seeing growing up around us. He desires the government deporting people who broke immigration restrictions, so he desires a tax-funded internal security state to do so. Dave can defend statist mass deportations if he wishes. He can defend...
This is like not the argument at all. Like it's just throwing shit and accusations at him as opposed to dealing with the actual argument of like he's gone so far off the prompt to just like opening statements. Also, like this is just a bad look in general. Like as someone that's done a lot of debates, attacking your opponent's positions should be reserved for the rebuttal. Because the audience has not, you don't know the level of familiarity that the audience has with the other person's positions. And so when you start attacking the other person and saying they want this and they want that, especially if you're going second, I don't know if he knew whether or not he was going second or not up to it. I don't know exactly the structure of the Soho Forum debates in terms of like how people are aware of things, but like, poker, options trading, and porn on 3 monitors is the way. Yeah. Like, I don't know whether or not he was going first or second, but especially if you're going second, if you start attacking positions that weren't in the other person's opening statement, you just come across looking like a fucking dick that has no argument. But even if these are things that he said, like he wasn't, it was like, it's okay. Part of it because he said Dave a month ago supported this, right? So he, like if you have ethos in that moment, but you lose a lot of credibility and you lose ethos from the audience when you start going on an emotional rant about things that haven't been said in the debate that you're currently watching, especially if that's not directly dealing with the prompt. It's just a really, really bad thing to do rhetorically. It's like not necessarily like me saying like it's just not something a seasoned debater should do.
Permanent global COVID-style immigration lockdowns on peaceful and healthy people if he wants.
Especially when you're just saying like, oh, this guy likes COVID. And it's like Dave Smith was one of the leading voices against COVID restrictions. And so like I get that it's like maybe it's designed to rile him up because he knows that he was really against COVID restrictions. But to like the audience, especially when you're not in a back and forth, right? When you're in a Soho Forum debate, you get, there's plenty of time to breathe, calm down, look at your notes and deal with the arguments 1v1. That kind of tactic is a risk, but sometimes worth it in like an online debate where there's a moderator, but you're going back and forth and you're kind of interrupting each other a little bit, right? To try and rile up the other person. But trying to rile up the other person while they're sitting there taking notes and then they have fucking, 33, and then they have fucking 5 minutes uninterrupted is just it's rhetorically bad for so many reasons.
But he cannot do so while claiming to represent libertarianism. Thank you.
Thank you. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of rebuttal from Dave. Take it away, Dave.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
yeah, he didn't take any notes. That's wild. Dave is really not being professional here as well. Like you should have a notepad. You should be taking notes on his arguments. not just trying to remember and wing it.
Listen, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised with Alex's opening. I think if the resolution tonight was Trump's doing a great job with his immigration enforcement, that would have been a very powerful opening. I think if the resolution was, should libertarians support mass deportations, he would have at least started to make the argument there. But really, just nothing is touching the resolution that we're actually here to argue. Which is, the question really is, do we have to embrace an immigration system that would undoubtedly result in an orders of magnitude increase in the number?
Right, they're both making a consequentialist argument. So, like, the consequentialist argument is the weakest fucking argument in this. Because all he has to do is just, again, I don't think Dave is actually that prepared for the debate, unfortunately. But all he would have to do is talk about the Texas studies and talk about the Mott and Bailey that he, engaged in comparing immigration and illegal immigration, and talk about why, immigration in the 1940s is radically different from today, because the party that is supporting immigration is the Socialist Party, and they're bringing in demographics of people that are socialists, and they're trying to fast track them towards citizenship. Like, if you're just going to engage in a consequentialist argument, this is an easy dub.
Number of immigrants coming into this country against the wishes of almost all of the American people. That's really the question, and nothing that he said really touches my argument, so I'll be interested to see his rebuttal. I guess there's a few things that I should respond to. Number one, I will say, I think this is a bit goofy, the direction Alex went in terms of saying that, like, when immigration, the periods of large immigration, the government was being reduced, and during periods of slow immigration, therefore that's responsible for the things that followed. The truth is that the way, I'm pretty sure, because I've listened to some of his presentations on this topic, the way Alex is calculating whether the size of government grew or shrank is by government spending as a percentage of GDP, which no libertarian should ever use as a metric for how you rate how big or small the government is. It's on the level of, like, if I made $100,000 a year and I have one gun, that's my home security, is my gun. And then the next year I got a big raise and now I make $1 million a year. So I got 5 more guns. And then a friend of mine would go, hey, you sure got a lot more guns. And I go, actually, I have less guns as a percentage of GDP. But the point is you have more guns, right? So if you want to look at, since 1965 and the immigration reforms, the size and scope of government has enormously grown. And I don't know if you've been looking around and haven't noticed it, but we haven't had a smaller government as we've been having more immigrants come into the country. In addition to that,
yeah, that was such an easy dub for him on that. Like, it's such a silly argument.
I think that listen, if we have time to get into some of this, I'm happy to. I'm very skeptical about a lot of the claims that Alex makes, and we could get into the studies. I've read through them in terms of immigrants committing less crime or immigrants contributing more than they take out of welfare programs. This is actually kind of misleading to make those claims, and I think if you actually look at the data, it might be the case, but is not really conclusive, actually. But I just want to be very clear. All of that is completely beside the point. That has nothing to do with how libertarians ought to feel about this. The only question that really matters is, do the American people have more of a claim over America than the rest of the world does? Because if that's true, then the question is this a voluntary transaction? So in other words, I do stand-up comedy. I tour on the road all the time. I go out about 2 weekends a month. Now, believe me, if it was up to my agent, I would be out every single day. He would have me at some strip mall every single weekend. I would work nonstop because he'll make more money if I do that. And the truth is, I'll make more money if I do that. But I got 2 little kids and a wife, and I kind of like spending time with them. So I limit now, if someone came and put a gun to my head and said, you got to get out on the road every single day, I would make more money. That would be better for my GDP. But it's not libertarian. The question is it a voluntary transaction or not? And in terms of whether, even if immigrants do commit less crime, which again, this is all based on the Texas homicide numbers, it's not very clear that this is the case. But if it's true that immigrants...
Yeah, exactly. It's the Texas homicide numbers. And again, it seems to be like, again, it's the classification of legal versus illegal immigrant. And it's like, I don't think Dave Smith is saying shut down the borders to all legal immigration. I don't think, and also that's not the proposition. So again, it's a Mott and Bailey on top of like inconclusive studies. But the studies are pretty fucking conclusive that illegal immigrants, at least insofar as Texas, right? Like maybe there's something special about Texas that is untrue of immigrants in the rest of the nation. But at least when we look at Texas, we can see that illegal immigrants commit violent crime to a much larger degree, orders of magnitude more than citizens. And even then, the data is still inconclusive into how much more, because we know for a fact that some of that violent crime, even in Texas, is being counted towards citizens as opposed to being counted towards illegal immigrants. So the numbers are artificially higher, and we can't guarantee, 100% capture rate for citizens.
Immigrants commit less crime. That still does not matter. Listen, Ann Coulter, who is not right about everything, but I did really like this example. She's the one who said, and I think she's right about this in her framework more than Alex is. Saying that immigrants commit fewer crime is kind of like if you had some food in your refrigerator and 50% of it was rotten, and then you went to the supermarket and you said, the food I got at the supermarket is only 20% rotten. Isn't that great? You'd be like, no. Because the expectation is the food that you're voluntarily bringing in is supposed to be 0% rotten. You're just bringing more rotten food in here. Even if illegal immigrants commit crime at a lower rate, that's still just more crime that we're inheriting. We already have to deal with the problems we have here. So the question, the relevant question for libertarians.
That's not actually a good argument, right? Because if they're committing lower crime in comparison to what else? Right? You know what I mean? Like this might be one of the few times that you actually do want to look at per capita.
Is not what leads to economic growth or what leads, who has a higher or lower crime rate. The question is quite simple. Do the American people, we take in more immigrants than any other country in the world, legally. Do we have a right to cap it at any number? Or is it the case that it is incumbent on us, if we believe in liberty, to say you must take in the world if the world wants to come? Thank you.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because Dave's argument's just not a strong argument, but it's an argument. And like what we got from Alex was just like word salad and like association to bad things.
If you support immigration restrictions, then you have to support the methods of actually enforcing those laws. You can't run away from that. If somebody was up here arguing that they want drug prohibition, but they don't really want the police to beat up anybody or arrest anybody, you wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Well, I don't take it seriously right now when Dave says he wants immigration restrictions, but not all that little mean stuff that the government does. He doesn't like the mean stuff that the government does. Well, you can't pick and choose like that. That's one of the reasons why we are libertarians, is because we recognize that government is a blunt instrument, and that is all it is.
Yeah, I mean, Dave Smith married himself to being pro-immigration as it is a good thing, but that's what the prompt did as well, right? It's why I wouldn't have accepted the prompt, because the actual answer is neither of these are good policies. We want private borders. How do we get to private borders? And the way that we get to private borders might not be a Hoppian invitee system, which is what I would prefer, but it certainly fucking isn't open borders while maintaining this welfare state and maintaining all of these civil rights laws and forced integration policies, and the Democrat Party bringing in hordes of people and fast tracking them to citizenship to vote, and Social Security and things like that being funded so that we can overburden, so we can have more debt, so that people can't afford homes, so that communities are drastically changed and there's no power or ability for people to do anything about it, and so the businesses become flooded, so that we have special loans given to immigrants so that they can open up new businesses while the fucking white people that are living here just have to pay taxes so that those people can have those businesses because they're the special class and white people are the second class. Like, that's not how you fucking get less socialism.
Now, when he talks about the rights of Americans, or the rights of Americans choose who comes here, what he's really talking about is the power of the government. You have rights. The government does not have rights to make decisions for you. You have rights. If you want to hire somebody from overseas, if you want to marry them, you should not have to ask the government permission to do so. It is incumbent upon the government to prove that that person is a menace, or will come here and commit crimes, or will spread a virulent disease, or something like that. That is the way that we should frame these things. Not that you have to prove to the government, oh, please, can you please, let this guy in and make sure it satisfies with your central plan. No, there's no other area where we would be having this discussion when it comes to public.
Well, see, this is why you should have argued for a Hoppian invitee system, and the prompt should have been different, because this argument simply doesn't work. It's like, no, I agree. Yeah, like the best, like as we transition forward, like this way, I'm advocating for a Hoppian invitee system, is that the people don't have to ask if they want to marry somebody, if they want to bring someone in, if a job wants to bring in people. What I don't want is people that are uninvited, people that just come across and nobody wants them, and then it's illegal for me to discriminate against them.
Public policy, not a single one. Immigration is the only one when it comes.
Right? Like the immigration policy is inexorably linked to a lack of choice. And that lack of choice is that I'm not allowed to discriminate against those illegal immigrations when it comes to housing, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to rent, when it comes to, who moves into a community, because I'm not allowed to make a community that is, devoid of these people.
Where we would be having this discussion when it comes to public policy. Not a single one. Immigration is the only one when it comes here. I'm also struck by Dave's consistent appeal to public opinion. We're talking about what libertarians should support. I want to remind you, the resolution of the debate is, quote, government restrictions on the immigration of peaceful and healthy people make sense from a libertarian standpoint. Reminding
us of the proposition is wild, considering that his entire opening statement barely barely touched on the proposition.
Especially in present-day America. It's not, well, does the median voter in the United States want to increase immigration? That's not the resolution. Who cares? Like, we're not debating that. We're debating what libertarians should think about this. What's a proper mode and model for libertarians to think about this very crucial issue? Now, when he makes an analogy between government property and saying, well, they should behave like they're private property owners so that they can channel somehow magically the will of the median voter, as if the median voter matters to these types of things in order to manage property, that proves too much. The median voter, and the way that they manage their property, wants all types of crazy non-libertarian things. All types of things. Most people don't have guns in their house and don't want them. Does that mean that I can't carry my gun on the street because the median voter doesn't want that? I can't carry a gun concealed in my pocket? No libertarian would accept that response. None. But for some reason,
yeah, I mean, and this is why Dave opened himself up to bad argumentation, is that he should have said that they're a custodian of that property until such a time that it can be returned. That is libertarian. Like this argument of like appealing to the mob is, you know, opening him up to just absolutely disprove that his argument is libertarian.
we're supposed to accept it when it comes to an immigrant coming to the United States, who, by the way, they come here because people here want to interact with them. They want to hire them voluntarily. They want to sell stuff to them. They want to buy from them. If nobody in the United States wants anything to do with immigration, who's going to sell them a ticket to come here? Who's going to rent them an apartment? Who's going to give them a job and pay them voluntarily? Nobody. This is why we like capitalism. This is why libertarians like these things, because it's voluntary. If nobody wants to buy goods and services from the immigrants, then they will not come. Period. We talk about maybe hundreds of millions.
That's fucking insane. That's, yeah, except we're funneling welfare to them, and you're acting like we don't. You're correct that if we didn't have welfare, that if we didn't have, you know, public property and public infrastructure, and that if we didn't have a state, they wouldn't come unless they were invited. Correct. Or there was opportunity and people wanted them there. But we can't discriminate against them, and we can't stop paying them.
Millions, billions of people coming here from around the world. Give me a break. 330 million people could move to New York tomorrow. Well, where are they? You know, if we take that logic to its logical, we take that logic to its extreme. We cannot look at the way that the state manages its property and reason to popularity. The real popularity is how Americans vote with their feet. It's how they vote with their dollars. And what do? They buy goods and services provided by immigrants. They hire them, they marry them, they move to cities where immigrants are disproportionately. They're not moving to West Virginia, folks. They're moving to places where there are more immigrants and there's more.
This is a bullshit argument because it's only legal in one direction. It's legal to buy from immigrants. It's legal to hire immigrants. It's legal to rent to immigrants. It's legal to marry immigrants. It's not legal to discriminate against them. It's like they vote with their feet, except they're not legally allowed to do that. They're not legally, well, feet, yeah, but they're not legally allowed to vote with their pocket because it's illegal to discriminate against them in a whole host of domains.
More prosperity. The immigrants came here voluntarily. So what I want to say is, you know, there are absolutely concerns about these things. Oh, and by the way that we measure government growth over time and the size of the government, we have lots of different analyses in our books. The percentage of GDP, government spending as a percentage of GDP. We look at the economic freedom scores that have been calculated by organizations like Fraser and Cato. We look at other economic freedom scores calculated by Heritage. We look at the state level scores that are done by Jason Sorens and other people. So we have numerous different ways to take a look at the size of government. It's not just that. But what I want to just say is,
yeah, the Economic Freedom Index is a bullshit thing. It is like it is trying to if the Economic Freedom Index was accurate, then central planning would work. Like it is so fucking difficult to calculate these things. And just like measuring upward mobility and like what like how do you value one economic right over another economic right and give it a point-based numerical value? Like it is subjective and arbitrary. And it's subjective and arbitrary by the Cato Institute, who are the very people that are open borders people. Like it's not, obviously that's not what they're studying in that domain. So it's not necessarily like that they're biased in their reporting of that. But again, come on.
Is if this were any other topic of public policy, if this were drugs, if this were private property issues, if this were the ownership of guns, if this were anything else.
No, I would make the same argument with fucking guns, or sorry, with drugs. I would absolutely make the same argument with drugs, is that the existence of public property is the reason why drug legalization programs don't fucking work that well. And that the implementing a state-based policy of decriminalization, but not implementing we need to start with federal policies, and we need to get rid of the scheduling system, and we need to allow the market to enter into a free market situation so that we can have apps where you rate your drug dealer. And so that public facilities do need public property, public facilities should be drug-free facilities until such a time that we're able to, get rid of that or privatize those systems. That's why, as much as I love the idea of decriminalization, that's why it abysmally failed in Washington state, and why now it has become a marker against libertarianism, despite the fact that the problems were state-based problems. Having an intelligent, look at how we dismantle the state and doing things in a proper order, and realizing that drug policy is linked to a whole bunch of other policies, and that you can't just, like Jenga, you can't just rapidly pull out something. Sometimes when you do that, the whole fucking tower crumbles down, and then it becomes an excuse for more authoritarianism and more power. So no, I would absolutely make this argument against drug policy. I wouldn't against gun policy though, because it's pretty fucking, like the outcome, like there's just no disaster scenario here to worry about. Like, concealed carry reduces crime and makes things better, and it's like it almost always works.
The answer to this from a libertarian perspective would be super obvious. Every argument that Dave has made against immigration is also an argument against people having children. They don't assimilate, they're not next taxpayers, and man, they're going to mess up our culture. Thank you. Okay,
That's a nice quip at the end, and it is a good argument about in terms of like the right of public property, and I've brought that up, which is why I would say that they, new children put themselves in an aggressive position, but it is the state that is the ultimate aggressor that forces them into those positions. But who the fuck is making the argument that children don't assimilate to the American culture? Like, it's like he really ruined his quip at the end by making a nonsense statement that like they're the same arguments. Children don't assimilate to America. Fucking what? Like children born of American citizens that grow up in America don't assimilate to American. What fucking culture are they bringing with them from birth? What fucking retard? That is so stupid.
Libertarian perspective would be super obvious. Every argument that Dave has made against immigration is also an argument against people having children. They don't assimilate, they're not next taxpayers, and man, they're going to mess up our culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's making the argument that they're going to mess up our culture by being no.
Thank you, Alex. Before we move to the Q&A portion of the evening, that will involve 3 different kinds of Q&A. The audience will get a chance to ask questions. That will come a bit later. Each of the debaters will get a chance to ask each other a question. I'm going to exercise moderator's prerogative just initially to toss a couple of questions at our debaters. First, again, a point of clarification that I want to make clear. I am aware of the Fraser Institute's Economic Freedom Index, and only one of the criteria is government share of GDP. The other criteria have to do with rule of law, for example, with measurement of regulation, with other aspects that are non-budgetary about economic freedom. Do I understand you correctly to say, Alex, that you took those into account and that Dave is making a factual mistake in thinking that you only took government as a share of GDP? Is that correct?
That's correct. We looked at all these different measurements separately.
The Economic Freedom Index is fucking nonsense, but continue.
And numerous different analyses, including the book that I mentioned with Benjamin Powell and lots of other papers. We also looked at public opinion. We looked at numerous on public policy issues. So we looked at all of these different measures, yes.
Any comment from you, Dave?
Well, I didn't say that was the only measure. I said I've seen Alex use this measure before. But so are you telling me that the government we have today is substantially smaller than the government in 1960?
No, my claim was that it has grown a lot more slowly since then. So the period of time when it grew the fastest was from about 1930 to the late 60s, and then it slowed down. And my theory for why immigration causes that is that immigration kills labor unions. And labor unions are the most successful progressive organization that lobbies and pushes for big government.
Oh, like that is such a fucking all right. That's so fucking funny. The immigrants come in and bust up the unions, and therefore they're good against socialism. Is like, sure, that might have been true at one point. You may have established a historical fact that played a role. But Jesus Christ, the idea that continues to be true today is hilarious.
Dave, I just want to challenge you.
Unions are now absolutely pro immigrants and pro like the unions, like there are no blue dog Democrats left. Or, like they don't have any power whatsoever.
Successful progressive organization that lobbies and pushes for big government.
Dave, I just want to challenge you then. I'm familiar with the Economic Freedom Index of the Fraser Institute, Cato, and it was increasing from 1970 to 2000. It's still at highs. So if he did use a broad-based Economic Freedom Index, and if it does tend to correlate over the last 50 years with the increase in immigration, would you agree then that there is some connection, that it's not just government? Would you agree with that, or do you
I'd agree there's a fucking correlation. That doesn't mean that is true today or that it is a fucking causal.
Still challenging.
But agree that there's a connection between immigration and
a coincidence, at least. Economic Freedom Index, broadly defined, including all 5 criteria, only one of which is government, increased from 1970 to 2000 and is now sort of plateaued. So economic freedom generally has increased. Deregulation of various industries, all of that stuff.
This is such a consequentialist nerd fucking argument. Like, I don't know why we're fucking harping on this. It seems like Gene Epstein is like trying to help out him here. Like that we're harping on like using the Economic Freedom Index.
Would you concede then that there's some coincidence? You're not granting correlation, but definitely a coincidence.
No, I mean, I don't really know him, but from his argumentation thus far, he seems like a Friedmanite with Trump derangement syndrome. So something in between.
No, I mean, I don't think I would. I think that it's sometimes, really smart people and really good scientists can overestimate how much science can really understand. And it's very difficult to measure how free exactly you think a society is. Okay. The size and scope of government has gotten dramatically bigger in that time period. If Alex wants to argue that it wasn't quite as rapid, I would probably, maybe he's right about that. I mean, obviously World War II has got to be the biggest, most dramatic expansion of, the pure power of the U.S. government. But no, that really that's the point anyway.
But you don't see deregulation of airlines, deregulation of trucking, deregulation of finance.
He's still fucking harping on trying to help out his boy Alex here. Like, what are you doing, Gene? Like, you're being pretty impartial here, I think. Like, you interrupted Dave's point, which I think is super salient here, which is fucking, World War II happened. The Great Depression happened. Like these factors of massive expansion of growth after the Great Depression and after World War II are not somehow I reject the concept that because there's a correlation with immigration policy that this is like the primary causal factor.
A lot of movement toward economic freedom that occurred over this period that had nothing to do with government. Do you see?
No, yes, I agree with you. Those things occurred over that period.
Okay,
sure.
Just a question. Not important. Sorry to belabor. Alex, Milton Friedman has famously said, you can have a welfare state or you can have free immigration, but you can't have both. What do you say to that statement?
So the next line in that quote by Friedman is always forgotten. That's why Friedman supports illegal immigration, because they don't have access to the welfare state. And I think what we need to take a look at here is Friedman is making an empirical claim.
Yeah, this was literally a layup to Alex. Like, he gave him that quote so that he could then talk about how Friedman was right that we need illegal immigration. But again, Friedman was also talking about the welfare trap and things of that nature. But welfare towards illegal immigrants is wildly fucking different than what it was back then. Like, we were not giving cell phones and hotel rooms and bus rides to places where they had government contracts to bring in people, and then we just put them on a cell phone CPB app so that they're a magically legal immigrant now, and being like, oh, we're just going to displace a third of this Ohio town by, bringing in a bunch of Haitians. Like, this is like, these are two, like the what immigration policy looked like back then and what it looks like now are just two, like, I don't want to say that you can't compare them. You absolutely can compare them. But like, the context of that is given the current immigration policy versus the immigration policy at the time. And we're looking at a welfare state that is ballooned specifically to give resources to illegal and legal immigrants. And then he's touting these lies from cherry-picked statistics that, like, oh, actually they're getting less resources. And it's like, it's a Mott and Bailey between the difference of illegal and legal immigrants. It's, not calculating Social Security funds that are, states are doling out to illegal immigrants, but from the federal perspective, they're only supposed to go to citizens. So that doesn't get captured. It's not looking at the resources that are utilized. It's not looking at it's counting all of the welfare that's given to children that are born from immigrants as welfare given to citizens and not calculating it as welfare given to immigrants. Like, it's just not true that they are not sucking up loads of welfare, and every, mass wave of them is proportionally and directly affecting Americans.
That immigrants.
The fuck is this new XP crap? So it's only in certain live streams. Like some channels that live stream a lot, I guess, got picked for it, and some that don't. But basically, it is similar to it's similar to Twitch's point system, but it's only by the stream right now, and you can't actually spend the points in any ways. But basically, the more that you're here, you get experience. The more that you chat, you get experience. And the more that you super chat, you get experience. And then basically, it will give people that are first, second, and third a crown next to their name, showing that basically their, Silver Ogre, for example, is number 2, and because he has 225 experience, which shows that, he's second in terms of chat engagement and in terms of how long he's been in the stream. And so this allows, me as the streamer to see who's super engaged and who's less engaged, and gives you like a cool little badge for the stream to be like, I'm the person that is whatever. Can you make them spendable? Not right now, but because it's a new program coming out, I'm guessing that this turns into a thing like channel points, hopefully. Knock on wood, especially if it gives us like API access. Because if it does that, then we can do all the same shit that we do on Twitch, which is like, spend your experience or your channel points to like be able to have something play on the screen, or like have mini games in chat or things like that. And then that would be under my control. It just makes for a more interactive stream, which is why, it's one of the few things I enjoy about Twitch over YouTube streaming.
A ton of welfare, that more people are going to come as a result of this. It's going to bankrupt the country and fleece the taxpayers. And that may have been true when Friedman said that. The evidence is it's absolutely not true now. And even if it is easier to build a higher wall around welfare than it is to build one around the country, and certainly more libertarian. Welfare is already pretty severely restricted in this country. It should be more restricted. I mean, I'd get rid of the entire welfare state if I could. But it already is fairly restricted. It should be more restricted. And that is...
Yeah, this is just bullshit. Like he's living in a fantasy world where the welfare state hasn't been weaponized as a means of bringing in mass immigration for the Democrats to bring in socialism. And he can't do that, right? He can't admit that, because admitting that destroys his entire argument, because his argument is consequentialist. His argument is not about a rights-based argument about, from a anarcho-capitalist or libertarian perspective.
Is something that we can build on, and I think certainly consistent, or at least partly consistent with libertarian.
Yeah. I mean, like, the idea that welfare is restricted in this country, when without the national debt, it accounts for 64% of our entire budget, 61% of our entire budget. And if you add in debt, it's 74% of our budget. Like, when we talk about why we're in debt, when we talk about government spending being out of control, when we talk about money coming out of your system, it's welfare. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the military budget. We're not talking about education spending. We're not talking about, infrastructure. We're not talking about all of those things that Congress votes back and forth on. We are overwhelming, 1% shy. Actually, the most recent data puts it at 76%. But nevertheless, right? So we were talking about over 3/4 of all of our federal money is going towards some form of welfare. And he's just like, it's actually fairly restricted. It's actually, it's not that bad. That is just an insane lie to win the debate as a consequentialist, and is just not devoted to truth in discussing this issue. Like, if you want to make a rights-based argument about immigrants, do so. The problem is that from a rhetorical position, it's difficult to do, because most people are sick and tired of the problems that they have with the government and with them getting all these special privileges and money. And so when you bring up Lupita, they don't care anymore. It's an appeal to the rights of people that aren't here, and most of them don't care. Chat disconnected. What? Let me refresh. Ruh-roh. Says excellent condition, but yeah, like I can't see chat and my thing is geeking out. But it's on YouTube's end, right? Like I just can't see the YouTube Studio wasn't working first. There we go. YouTube Studio was like geeking out. I didn't want to connect to chat. Like this program, I had to refresh this program, not my like my Streamlabs was good. Streamlabs was good and it was still saying excellent connection, but this program was geeking out. We're too based, yeah, right?
So I'm sorry. So you're not making the claim that I thought Brian Kaplan made. You're not claiming that even if we just did nothing, immigrants get less welfare. We would still have a pretty neutral fiscal effect from immigration. That the claims that immigrants are costly are invalid. Are you making that even if we did nothing?
Yes.
You are making that claim.
Yeah, I'm making that claim right now. So one of the big costs of people is public education. Enormously expensive. Average of about $20,000 per student per year. Now, what happens when a 20-year-old moves?
It's not $20,000 average. It's like $15,000 average. Now, in poor areas, it's like $11,000, and in like the upper areas, like New York, it's like $25,000. I don't know where he's getting $20,000 from.
Here, we don't pay for any of their education, but they start working immediately. That is one of the big secrets in a lot of these fiscal welfare studies about how immigrants come in and how they're net taxpayers. Is that somebody comes at the age of 20, even if they don't have much education, right? They start working, they're paying. Meanwhile, somebody like me, I went to school in Southern California. I cost that state like $200,000. I'm like $200,000 in the hole when I start working. It's gonna take me a lot of years to build up. I'm never paying California back. Forget them. But like, yeah, but it's you know, immigrants come in right away and they're just like that. We get basically a freebie.
So David,
I mean, the government gets.
That's so not how that works. like that's just, it's, yeah, you're not calculating children. You're not like a lot of the children are born in immigrant families. And so it's just, it's very disingenuous to talk about like anchor babies as, you know, part of the data of American citizens when it is an immigrant family that came over here and then they're using them for welfare and they're putting them in public school. And then that all of that data gets counted towards immigrants gets counted towards citizens as opposed to immigrants when the family is using those resources.
It's a freebie.
Well, taxpayers get more workers in a larger economy, more
Sure,
friends,
yeah, but you were talking about
entrepreneurs,
paying
but, yeah.
taxes. Okay, the government gets more money. Well, what libertarians love, more taxes being paid.
It's better than taxpayers getting fleeced by immigrants who.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That is funny, some dude. But here's the funny thing is that like Social Security payments, they make it seem like that's not going to illegal immigrants. And the reason and you'll hear Democrats say this all the time. There's not a single immigrant that's getting Social Security, federal funds from Social Security. And they always say federal funds. And they say federal funds over and over again. And the reason that they say federal funds over and over again is because the federal funds go to the state, and then the state is the one that doles out temporary assistance for needy families, food stamps, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. So in some states, immigrants are not getting them, and in other states, they are. And if we keep importing fucking immigrants and then giving them the right to vote, what the fuck do you think will happen? Hey, Stacy Pastry. I'm probably gonna like wrap up here soon, but you know I'm in the zone still.
To take more, certainly it's better that way than that, right?
Yeah, Dave, I was going to ask you then. I thought that you were concerned in respect to obviously taxpayers pay for the education of immigrant children, so you don't like taxpayers being fleeced. It seems as though we're having difficulty this evening because we're going to get way into the numerical weeds. Alex is making the claim that immigrants are, with respect to the fiscal cost, including everything, including schooling, approximately neutral, that they are not costly. I believe you may, do you doubt that? Do you regard it as irrelevant, or do you think that the opposite is the case? Or do they cost? Are they
like even without cherry picking the data, right? Like we can go another level in this conspiracy theory. Like we found that they were funneling like $50 million from FEMA into illegal immigrants, and then they didn't have money from FEMA when American citizens got hit by flooding. So there's also money that is just that the state and NGOs are funneling that are not counted as money towards illegal immigrants, that they're using FEMA to put people in hotels and give them cell phones and give them access to medical services. And then on top of that, we're also not counting money that is given towards the legal defense because it's given to NGOs. So these are counted as like charitable donations or like funding towards NGOs, when those NGOs are on the defense of immigration cases. And as well as we're also having the courts used, right? So that's money that is being spent on them, but we're not calculating that. And that's why Alex specifically said the criminal justice money as opposed to court fees and court money, because he wanted to isolate and separate money that is used from, that is funneled to NGOs and used in immigration courts. Like immigration courts only go to immigrants. There's no citizens. I mean, maybe there's like a couple because of like, some paper slip up, or like, Elian Gonzalez type situation, like, where some American citizen is utilizing, immigration courts because there's a dispute over immigration status and they are a citizen. But overwhelmingly, all of the money that goes into immigration courts and all of the money that gets funneled to these charity organizations that are just, rich kids, fucking, rich billionaires' kids, like fucking George Soros' son, that are like that are making profit off of our taxpayers funding both sides of immigration cases. And all of this shit doesn't get calculated so that they can pretend that money isn't being funneled massively to these people. Like, it is bullshit. It is bullshit cherry picking to act like our tax dollars are net neutral or net negative towards immigrants. Even with the Mott and Bailey of separating legal immigrants versus illegal or undocumented immigrants, it is so fucking, it's like they're sucking status dick because they love the idea of open borders, that they're running cover for Democrats and what the Democrats are attempting to do so that they can funnel in socialist voters. It is so short-sighted and so slimy.
Costly to the taxpayer.
I doubt that. It's also irrelevant to my argument. But from what I've seen of studies that Alex has co-published himself, that oftentimes this will be over a 30-year horizon where we'll say then eventually the immigrants start paying it back. But the question, this is more fundamental, and you kind of can just think about this as a person and don't even have to worry about that. The question is, look, if somebody who, forget the way we use welfare, let's think of welfare the way libertarians think of welfare, because everything the government does essentially. So if you're saying there's an immigrant if there is an immigrant family who comes here uninvited, and they come into the country, immediately they have access to the roads, the fire departments, the police, the emergency room, the public schools, all types of things that the taxpayer's on the hook for. Now, if Alex wants to argue, and he has demonstrated in some of his studies, that those costs will be offset by later, those immigrants working, and then the second and third generation, fine. But it's the taxpayer ought to have some choice in whether they feel like laying out.
Yeah, and using the second and third generation is fucking wild. Yeah, bro, but by the second and third generation, it's a net positive. You mean those people that are born in America and their parents were born in America?
Out that money or not. And I don't think that the libertarian answer is to say that, like, if you're forced to essentially give a loan to someone but you get the money back, therefore that's libertarian. By the way, the point I was making before is that this is the nature of government, right? They screw you coming and going. It doesn't matter. If people are getting welfare services, then yeah, the taxpayer was forced to fund that. And if they end up paying more taxes, they're just giving this criminal organization that robs me and you more money. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of the state.
One of the best observations by Ludwig von Mises in his theory of interventionism was that one government regulation or law causes other problems that then require other regulations to fix, and this sort of never-ending cycle till you get total government control over society. So what we have here is Dave saying there are some problems caused by public schools, by welfare, and these other things, and the solution is even more government control over the movement of people across borders. I think he's falling into this trap that Ludwig von Mises identified as being one that leads increasingly toward more state and government control over the economy.
Dude, the same exact thing can be said about open borders. Jesus Christ, it's the same argument that you use against closed borders. They're both connected to immigration policy. And bringing in hordes of fucking people is a growth of those services in the immigration industry. It's an industrial immigration complex of NGOs and fucking you know, and tax services and corporations that like get subsidies and kickbacks for like hiring CPP workers and all of these other things, man. Like it's so fucking naive. And like the argumentation is so isolated on one action without looking at the cathedral. It's just so it's like it's peak midwittery.
Economy. And I think the duty, the goal, the point of libertarians is to push back against the state control, not to try to make little compromises here and there and try to play the political economy game as if there's more than like 50 of us in the entire world and we can control political outcomes. Is to try to think through what kind of system, what kind of rules maximize individual liberty, maximize our freedom, maximize.
The argument that libertarians are too small to make a difference is a meaningless fucking thing. It's just like it's word salad to like to garner support. It has nothing to do with the argument. Because if you're saying libertarians are so small that they can't affect change, then it doesn't matter whether or not you're arguing for open borders or whether or not you're arguing for closed borders. Like it has nothing to do with the topic at hand. It's just like the nihilism, so therefore support me because I'm based or something is stupid. He doesn't see the cathedral because he's part of it. Yeah, Cato and Reason love working with corporations to funnel in these people. And like it's just and work with leftist prags and then act like he's the principled one.
Maximize our prosperity.
Can I ask Alex a question?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Like a hypothetical question. Let's say there's a government, could be a foreign country. Let's say it's in Sweden. The government is doing something me and you would both agree it shouldn't be doing. Yeah. And let's say you're there and you convince them all with your superior arguments. You know, the government has a factory that's producing shoes. And Alex, you convince them that this should be privatized. Like the government doesn't need to be in the business of making shoes. The market will do it much better. This factory should be privatized. And there were two proposals for privatization that were on the table. And so proposal A was, I don't know, something like, we're going to privatize this company and all of the taxpayers will get like a share in it, or the people who homesteaded it will get a share in it or something like that. And then proposal B was, we're going to privatize this company and it will 100% be owned by a Chinese firm. That had nothing to do with paying the taxes, nothing to do with building it, none of that. Is one of those proposals preferable to the other?
Depends whatever gets the maximum price. Whatever you sell the asset for at the highest price, which will partly, hopefully, compensate the poor Swedish taxpayer who's had to suffer, at least for a tax rebate for the crappy government shoes they've had to wear for so long.
Wait, hold on, Alex. I just want to be clear on this.
So whatever maximizes the price.
Hold on, so I want to be clear on this, okay? So if the taxpayers are forced to build something, you do not think that they have any better claim on that? Like in those two scenarios, everyone in this room cannot say that there isn't one that's clearly preferable, which is that the taxpayers who have been forced to build and fund the maintenance of this thing get it, rather than some Chinese company who had absolutely nothing to do with it, they just get it? Like it just seems to me, Alex, like the answer is so obvious, but you just don't like the implication of what that answer would be.
I'm thinking like an economist who believes in getting maximum price for the assets that you sell. Obviously, I think the Swedish government should get the maximum price it can for the assets it sells and use that to do a rebate on the taxpayers of Sweden, rather than trying to give it
Okay, but that second part, kind of
some kind of like centrally planned scheme.
Yeah. Now he sneaks in, like, and then they'll get a rebate, and it'll be all good, right? So you're saying that they have some level of ownership in that property when the property is privatized.
Okay.
We see countries around the world try to privatize state-owned assets for the schemes that you justify, and it doesn't work. It didn't work.
Hold on. But it would
There's a lot of other things going on here.
Alex.
Yeah, no, he's just going to interrupt and try and run out the clock on this L.
But it would go as a rebate back to the taxpayer. So like if I were to steal money from you and buy a house, and then I'm out of money, it's rightful that it should go to you. It should just go to whoever I can get the most money for. But you see, he snuck in there on the condition that I'm giving the money back to you afterward. So that's kind of like, okay, why? Why should the money go back to the taxpayers?
Because they own it. Because they got
fleeced.
Do they? Because they got fleeced.
Oh, that's interesting that you said that, Alex. You heard it here. That's all I needed. Because they own it. That's right, Alex. They sure do.
Yeah. And let's see.
Dude, he walked into that L. Holy shit. Wow. Oh man. How do you walk into that L? It's so obvious. Holy shit. Oh my God.
See how they vote with their dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Not through their politicians once every 5 or 6 years, but through their tax dollars. What do? They buy goods and services from immigrants. Nobody believes this story about government ownership of property and them trying to behave like private owners.
Nobody believes the story. You just agreed with the story. It's your words. They own it.
Right, you just agreed with the story. You agreed. The fuck are you talking about? Like that fucking, oh God, that's rough, man. How do you walk it? Like
Listen, the idea that if there's
they own the tax dollars that was taken from them, that should be given back to them. That was taken from them. They're owed the money back from them.
Exactly. Okay.
How do Americans vote with their dollars, ladies and gentlemen? Do they vote for closed borders, or do they buy things from immigrants every day? Their dollar, the way they vote with their dollar.
Like now he's just trying to speak to the audience and like talk over him. And oh man, like what a fucking hell. Holy shit. I'm glad I went into the Q&A. Like this is it. This is over. Even though I think most of Dave Smith's arguments are sophomoric here in their appeals to the will of the people and shit like that, this is just a complete and total own. Like he just accepted his entire framework. He walked into accepting the framework because he's a consequentialist, and then no, not even because he's consequential. Like he just accepted he accepted his framework, which is multiple owners of property, which is just like bad. It's like not the way to go about it. Now, I have similar argument to Dave Smith, but I reason it obviously very differently, which is that they're owed restitution and that the state is a guardian or custodian of that property, and that when that property is sold off, that money should go, to pay restitution for their crimes, right? The wording is different. In reality, it looks the same, but it's a very, very different argument.
Matters a lot more than how they vote in a polling booth every couple of years.
So the truth is that the American people really, really agree with Alex's immigration policy.
I say we should let the market decide.
Yeah.
Let's let the market decide.
I agree. I have no problem.
I'm not a socialist. I don't want the government to decide these things. Let the market decide. Let people vote with their dollars.
Now he's just fucking like, let the market. He's like, he's yelling out platitudes to run from the L that he took, which is such a slimy fucking way of debating. Like he lost. Like, I don't need any of the rest of this. There's no way he recovers from this. He is 58 minutes in, and he has accepted Dave Smith's framing completely and wholly and done so accidentally. And now he's just trying to scream platitudes that like to try and run from the L he just took.
The pure market decision was the UN and NGOs funding caravans by the hundreds of thousands coming over the southern border.
I oppose.
The pure free market, ladies and gentlemen.
So look,
come on,
Dave is trying to have it both ways. He's trying to say immigration is a government program. It only exists because of the government. But we can't liberalize immigration because then too many people will come. Which is it?
That's not having it both ways. The point is that I'm saying it's a government program.
It's not a government program any more than free trade is.
That's not true. And here's the crucial difference.
It's not any more than
one second, Alex. Here's the crucial difference between free trade. And it does seem, I don't know if you guys are picking up on this so far, but I was kind of interested in how Alex was going to grapple with the arguments I'm presenting, and it's turning out he's just not going to. But here's the major difference between free trade and immigration, right? When you have free trade, it's a voluntary interaction. A business purchases something from a foreign country. That is a voluntary interaction. When hundreds of thousands of people come into this country against the will of the domestic population, when nobody invited them
the will of the people.
Yes,
come on,
Alex.
Man. No, they buy.
Yes, human beings have wills. Individuals have wills. When they get together, there is a group.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Fuck, dude. He's fucked. Oh, man. He is on the ropes. And so he immediately brings up Hoppe's argument, right? Which is goods are invited. People can come even if they're not invited. And we don't have private property rights. We don't have private borders. So the ability to, like people can move even if they're not invited. It's like an old Hoppe argument.
Group of individuals.
The government has a will. Okay, comrade.
No, listen. But see, no, I'm sorry. That's a bullshit.
Want to sell their labor. Americans want to buy their labor. We want to.
He's getting booed right now. Holy shit.
The government
is voluntary.
By the way, Alex, here's the funny thing. The government does have a will, and the people have a will. I've been talking about the will of the people. The will of the government has been very close to Alex's policy.
No, it hasn't.
If you want to be honest about it.
95% closed borders. Ladies and gentlemen, I appeal to you to something called facts. They are the diagram in your table of what the Soviet-style immigration system actually looks like. If you think this is anything close to open borders, my God, I've got multiple bridges in this city to sell.
I want to. That is so fucking hilarious. Where he's like, "Oh, I appeal to facts. Here's what the legal immigration process looks like." We're not fucking talking about that, dude. We're talking about, especially the Biden administration, right? Where there was mass immigration and then people were able to sign up on a CPP app and all they had to do was fill out a fucking phone app and then they were funneled apartments and cell phones and they were given a bus and then corporations were given tax rebates so that they could be a part of initiatives to bring people in for workers so that they could pay lower taxes on the lower wages they were paying, but also more importantly, pay lower taxes in general because of all of these kickbacks and NGOs being fun. Like we were talking about massive amounts of money and a streamlined process that rapidly increased under the Biden administration. but has been something that has been here for 10 years. This idea that like, well, look at what the legal process looks like. Yeah, the legal process is cumbersome, but we're not talking about the legal process. We're talking about that basically anyone can claim refugee status at the southern border so long as they lie and say like, oh, there's gang violence in my country, and if I go back, they'll kill me. Oh, okay, well, here's your immigration court date in 6 months. Remember to show up to your immigration court date. We'll provide you with a lawyer and on top of everything, and if you don't show up, well, then you'll just be an illegal immigrant, and who knows what happens there. But if you do show up, we'll give you a continuation, we'll give you another thing, and then by then we'll get your immigration status put through and you'll be an American citizen in 5 years. He's like that is absolutely what the Koch brothers have wanted, what large corporations have wanted, what NGOs have wanted, where most of the billionaires that have been funding Democrat candidates have wanted, because they're getting NGO money and because they're getting cheap labor and because they're getting, some of it is ideological because they hate the idea of the American. And on top of that, they want more socialism because socialism protects the wealthiest people. Like it is it's hilarious that he thinks bringing out a chart of what the current process is under the legal status and not addressing how immigration actually works in reality is somehow relevant here. Like, dude, he's getting destroyed by Dave Smith, and Dave Smith is presenting fucking like very entry level libertarian argumentation, not even libertarian, just conservative argumentation here.
I want to jump in and ask you a question.
But if I call it Soviet style, I automatically win. It's like, no, it's not Soviet style. It's American style.
Okay. Alex, Dave challenged one point about the apparent, what his view was of the apparent inconsistency between your idea that you want an Ellis Island type system versus open borders. You are saying, if I understand you correctly, that all illegals would be told, if you report to a checkpoint, you have a general amnesty, report to a checkpoint, and submit to the government's query about
shilling that hard takes a physical toll. Oh man, I hope people are this nice to me when I'm in my 40s.
Your state of health, your mental health, your criminal background, submit to all of that, and then you can qualify to be a citizen. First of all, I take it anybody who doesn't respond to that, you would join Dave in evicting them.
I think it is the government's responsibility to prove that an individual shouldn't be here, and if they are a violent and property criminal, if they're spreading a disease, if they're a terrorist or something like that, they should treat them like they do every criminal, or somebody who should be in jail, or somebody who should be quarantined for making everybody sick.
You would evict them?
Yes, absolutely. All these people who don't, who are criminals, who violate other people's rights, yes.
Comment from you, Dave, about that.
So, do you support an Ellis Island style system to get into the country?
It'd be a vast improvement over what we have now. So yeah, it's a vast improvement. If that was the vote,
okay, but so what's not an improvement? What do you support?
So I think that if it should be on the government to prove for each individual who wants to come to the United States that they're not allowed, with the goal of keeping out violent and property offenders or people who spread serious contagious diseases, national security threats, terrorists, and situations like that. People like that.
Yeah. So unrestricted, unlimited immigration, with the exception of, because it's still a closed border. Like what he's arguing for is still technically a closed border. Like open borders really only exists in failed states, right? So he's talking about a closed border where everyone goes through a security checkpoint and they make sure they're not terrorists or they're not, they don't have an infectious disease. But he's talking about, letting in anybody that can get here can come in and immediately get access to massive government services that are funneled both illegally and legally, by, billionaires and private corporations and NGOs and our own government agencies, to the tune of whatever. And we still can't discriminate against them in any capacity, and they don't have to pay the same amount of taxes, and they get tax rebates for these people. But of course, we're just going to pretend that they actually pay more taxes. It's insane.
Yeah, but that's not the question. I'm not saying who should be kept out. I'm saying what system do you support? An Ellis Island style system? You said that would be preferable, but what would be even preferable to that?
Well, I just laid out, if you want to come through an airport to the United States and the government says, we think you're a criminal, we can prove it, and if they can prove it through due process, then they should be able to exclude you.
And when you say, so if they're
sort of the same legal thing that we would apply to anybody else, like to you and I, if we were out of jail and wanted for a crime or something.
Okay.
One final question, which I want to lob at Dave and then have Alex respond. Dave, let's say that it's 1910. Mm-hmm. Where we sit.
You just turned 30. I love him. He's my mentor. I love this guy so much.
Love him back.
That's funny.
Love him back. Love him back. And,
and Dave said he wasn't going to piss off a Jew tonight.
For those of you guys watching, if you rewind the tape, I said I wasn't going to piss off the Jews tonight.
Dave.
There's two over here, buddy.
I fucking told you. I fucking told you. I fucking told you. Look, I'm not saying I'm noticing or anything weird like that. I was just going off of stereotypes because I'm anti-Semitic, but my bigotry goes towards everyone, all right? I was like, this guy's voice alone is so fucking Jewy. It's like a caricature. Like, it seems like he's trying to be extra Jewish, and people were like, I don't know, man. I was like, no, I'm fucking done. And then we looked it up, and it's like, he's from Iran, and they're like, there's not a lot of Jews in Iran. I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. He's got that fucking, what in the whole wide world? He was Jew. I fucking told you. I'm just saying. I'm just, just throwing that out there.
I love Dave. He didn't piss me off. And I turned 80, and doing something, this is the best job you could possibly have if you're 80 years old. It doesn't take up all your time, but it gives you something to do in the morning. I love it. And I love you guys being here. I love Dave being here. So, with that,
Thanks, Gene.
We love you, Gene. It's 1910.
Okay. Yes. Now, I'm going to play... just briefly, of course, the emotional card is that all four of my grandparents went to Ellis Island, and they submitted to all that bullshit. They had to prove this, they had to prove that. And by the way, the German Jews who lived uptown didn't want them to set foot in this country. All the evidence, the Italians were streaming in. Some of them, as we know from Godfather 2, were bringing mafia. The population just didn't want my grubby ancestors, I don't know if they were your grubby ancestors as well, from coming in. And they had to submit pretty much to what Alex is saying. Now, I'm happy that they did, personally, but that's irrelevant. The only question really is this. In 1910, would you have taken the same position about these immigrants moving in, sending the kids to school,
Yeah, like 1910 is a wildly different culture. There isn't this massive bloated welfare state. And there was a culture that enforced, that put pressure on these people. And we can see just how many immigrants, like a majority of immigrants that came over on Ellis Island went back to their country of origin because they didn't get freebies here and because people didn't respect them. Right? It was, you showed up on Ellis Island as an Irish during the potato famine. You went into fucking New York City and it was no Irish need apply. No Irish need apply. Good luck finding a job. You had to, they had to formulate their own insular communities. They had to find people that, respected them, or they had to prove that they were so good that they weren't like other immigrants and that they didn't bring that culture with them. And so they worked their fucking asses off uphill, and the people that stayed absolutely made our community and our country better because they were the hard workers, they were the higher IQ people, they were the people that could assimilate to this culture. What we have now is a culture that is multicultural. We have a culture where you are canceled and attacked if you dare say anything about anybody, not being a part of our culture. So there isn't this cultural enforcement. We have a massive welfare state that is designed to bring these people in and fast track them towards citizenship. Like if you're holding a consequentialist argument and you're taking the David Friedman position, right, which is, you can't have a welfare state and, and open borders. And then you're like, but like, actually you said that's why we should have illegal things to collapse the welfare state. What you're arguing for is way more than what Friedman argued for, which is to totally collapse the American economic system and to put us into so much debt that only boomers will be capable of owning a home and the rest of us won't be able to put food on our table because our rent has skyrocketed. And then the government comes in and promises a solution. I don't think you're going to get fucking libertarianism from that. It's the cultural context of 1910 and the legal context of the rights that they have. And by the way, the Civil Rights Act doesn't exist. So it was totally legal to say no Irish need apply. It was totally legal to say I'm not fucking renting to these people. We had far more rights to freedom of association. So when those people came over, it was a vote with your dollar. It was a vote with your feet. In the current system that we have, it is wildly different. So yeah, I am talking about the fact that both open borders and closed borders are a violation of rights. And I'm doing a consequential analysis as to what policies we can put forward to best maintain property and bring, and until such time that we can dissolve the state and bring us philosophically closer to libertarianism. I still think an invitee system would be what I support. Back then as much as it is now, but the context wildly changes. And so, given that context, I might be more open and in favor of an open immigration system.
You do now, or is it because you take a different position because there was less welfare?
Well, I mean, okay, so I essentially think, as I was saying, that the way libertarians ought to think about this is that
if he does not bring up the Civil Rights Act, this is a massive L for him. If he does not bring up the fact that it is inherently aggressive that immigrants are allowed to come here and that we are not allowed to discriminate against them, this is a huge fucking L.
the people of the country ought to have some say in this. And that's not to say that, this isn't what, I'm not saying the will of the government or that the government perfectly, expresses the will of the people. I'm just saying that once the government has taken from the people and created this public property, then yeah, that should be more of a factor than say what the will of some destitute person. Now, in this example, listen, it's kind of almost like asking from a libertarian position to me, look, if there were if some homeless people showed up at my house tonight and were like, hey, we want to stay here. Can we stay in your house? You got some extra room. It's like the decision ought to be mine because it's my house and I can judge that against what. Now, if the story was that homeless guy was like my grandfather or your grandfather, I might be very happy if they were taken in. I think at points in American history, it worked pretty well, probably better than almost any country ever, at bringing people in and assimilating them. Now, if you're asking me, do I think the fact that in 1910 there was no welfare state and no central bank and no income tax and no regulatory state, and no culture of there was a culture of you're either going to work hard and make it or you're going to have to go home. We don't have that same culture here today. And there was also a culture of embracing, at least to some degree, that capitalism and kind of rugged individual mindset. And so I think, yeah, it's probably not going to work as well in large numbers today as it did back then.
To go with that analogy
oh my fucking God, he mentioned everything but the most important thing that he fucking should have mentioned is that the Civil Rights Act 1965 makes it illegal to discriminate against people based upon their immigration status. What the fuck, man? I mean, he hit all the conservative talking points and not the libertarian one in a fucking Soho Forum debate. What the fuck, Dave? You dropped the ball so hard here. The momentum of him accepting your framework was fucking so good, and now you have flopped on the momentum because you didn't dig in the most important thing, which is that the very immigration policy is tied to my right to freedom of association. That letting in more people when it is illegal for me to discriminate against these people is an act of aggression against me.
Real quick, if I may. The homeless person comes to your house, asks for a room at your property. The proper analogy is you say yes, and the government comes and says, no, you can't. This is all, I think, the point that Dave is not looking at.
I mean, yeah, maybe he's trying to apply to a wider audience, but I guess.
Is the voluntary interaction that is the basis of this. Americans want to hire immigrants. They want to rent to them. They want to sell to them. They want to buy from them. They want to marry them. All this stuff. It's a voluntary interaction.
Again, and this is where he's getting destroyed here. It's they want to rent to them. Hey, Alex, it's illegal if I don't rent to them. Yes, some Americans want to rent to them. But if I'm a landlord, it's illegal for me not to rent to them. Now, of course, I can come up with some arbitrary bullshit to not rent to them. But what I can't do is create a community that says these people aren't going to be here. I can't advertise that as a selling point that says, hey, you know what? My apartment complex isn't getting taken over by Tren de Agua. You know why? Because all of the apartments in this neighborhood do not rent towards illegal immigrants or legal immigrants from Venezuela. That shit's not coming here because there's not a single one of their friends or family members here. So you don't have to worry about this apartment complex being taken over by Tren de Agua because they don't have a foothold to get in. And it's illegal to ask. This was such a thing that needed, that's how you appeal to that audience.
Action at the core of this that is present in all these situations. And in that analogy used, it's the government coming in and saying, giving their answer for you about how you use your property and interact with people.
All right, can I just, let me respond, because I do think this might be right at the heart of the entire debate. This is for Alex to say that, look, this is a voluntary interaction that the government is just getting in the middle of. You know, like the people want these immigrants in, and then the government's telling you, no, they can't. I'm not saying that that's never true in any instance. I mean, there certainly are instances where someone in America has a cousin in Italy and wants to invite him over here, and they got to go through that whole thing that Alex just showed you. And yeah, libertarians should be against that. But man, is Alex missing the forest for the trees if he thinks that's the description of immigration in present-day America. What the American people actually wanted, in terms of the popular vote, was Donald Trump back in the White House, because that's how much Biden's immigration policy pissed them. Hold on one second. Let me just finish, then please respond. The issue is that when you have a situation like we've had over the last few years, where millions of people are pouring into the country uninvited, that the American people did not ask to be here, the scenario is not I'm trying to have my friend into my house and the government's stopping me. The scenario that we've all been living through is the American people are screaming at the top of their lungs, we don't want this. We do not wish to have this level of immigration, and the government is saying, screw you, you're taking it anyway. And the fact that after some people have gotten in here uninvited, that some people trade with them, that does not prove that they were invited, that it's a voluntary reaction. The American people are screaming at the top of their lungs. This is not voluntary.
Wait, Gene.
I mean, he's fucking up by not saying that it's illegal to discriminate against these people. Like, if you're trying to appeal to libertarians, especially about aggression, you have to show where the government is aggressing. Like, you're so fucking close. Yes, Povel. Like, you're so fucking close to the actual argument here, and yet that one little thing is the domino that's necessary to make the entire argument of Alex fall down. Is like you're just missing the first domino that falls, so that the rest of the ones that you've laid up can make sense. We didn't want them here, and we are forced to let them into our businesses and communities. It's illegal for us to discriminate against them. The government says that I'm forced to take in these people. And, you know, in your analogy of like someone showing up on my doorstep, the government says, the Civil Rights Act is telling you that you're not allowed to discriminate against these hobos on your doorstep. That if you let anybody in, you have to let these people in.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that your answer to my 1910 question was good. I just want to add, as you probably know, not only did the Gentiles object to us Jews coming in, the German Jews didn't want us. If there was a vote, we were not welcome in 1910. Immigrants, generally speaking, they're strange, they're grungy. Generally speaking,
they made some good points.
Okay, but listen.
But that aside,
guys, the American.
He said they made some good points. Oh fuck. Oh goddamn! Fucking Legion of Skanks Dave popped out for a second. Oh fuck! They made some good points.
Voters were furious, and rightly so, at the chaos along the border. Why were those people coming illegally? Because of the border socialism and control over this. Why are people selling drugs?
His fucking face says it all. Like, of course. And the problem is that we don't allow more immigrants. That's why the border crisis exists. Just look at his fucking face when he drops his mic. Like, what a fucking L take.
On the streets because drugs are illegal. Yeah, people are mad at that. The solution is to legalize.
Dave lets up way too often. I thought it was a tactic like others seem to, but this guy is that lefty liberal type he used to smash. Yeah.
Drugs. The solution is to legalize immigration. It is not the duty of libertarians to come in and go, you know what? That socialist government-controlled system that the people really want, yeah, that's great. Now, our duty is to come in and say these problems, which are real problems. These are real problems with illegal immigration and border chaos, but they are caused by the government. And the solution here, as in almost every single area in our lives, is getting the government out of the way.
Okay, just a moment. I want to now give it over to audience questions.
You can clap.
The microphone is over there, and I will recognize.
Yeah, right. Capital Science. The solution to crime is to legalize it.
People up at the balcony. So please ask your question. Ask a question. No need to identify yourself. Lay it on us. What's your question?
So I want to refocus the debate on the fact that it's focusing on the American present moment. So Alex, considering the debate focuses and centers the argument on present-day America, where in places like Aurora, Colorado, and parts of Ohio, immigrants are negatively impacting American communities, and where the state still compels taxpayers to fund expansive welfare systems and programs that support immigrants, and where Americans, as Dave mentioned, voted overwhelmingly for this restriction on immigration after, some would argue, after seeing European communities decimated by open border immigration. How does that impact your argument that you're making? Can you please frame it into this current moment that we're living in as Americans? Thank you.
Nope.
Could you clarify your question?
Just anchor your arguments in the current moment we're living in America as the debate resolution states. So currently in America, Americans are anti-immigration after seeing Europe decimated with open border immigration. Places like Aurora, Colorado, where these hotels were taken over, are negatively impacting the American experience.
Okay, I think I get it now.
Just anchor it in the current moment.
Yeah, so all of the problems you described are caused by state intervention and state regulations in other areas of the economy. The government funding welfare systems, the government funding public schools, the government in Europe, for instance, which makes it illegal.
Yeah, but this is fucking insane. Is that like he wants to have his cake and eat it too, right? When he talks about the abuses of the police state, and when he talks about qualified immunity, and when he talks about Trump, doing like no warrantless raids, all of these things are inexorably linked to immigration. But when we talk about open borders policy, we can't talk about like the CPB app. We can't talk about welfare. We can't talk about the busing of immigrants into small communities. We can't talk about the Civil Rights Act making it illegal for people to discriminate against. Like you can't talk about any of these other things that are inexorably linked to our immigration policy, because those things make my argument look bad. But we can talk about the Trump derangement syndrome things that I have, and why Trump is the greatest evil Hitler. Didn't you know that he's worse than Hitler? Because Hitler at least could paint. George Bush can paint, but fucking Donald Trump can't paint, so he's worse than Hitler. Like, it's fucking, it's you can't have your cake and eat it too here. It's psycho.
For large numbers of migrants to even get a job if they want to, forces them on the welfare. Listen, Europe has a bunch of problems. To pretend that Europe has open borders, they have a system similar to this. The problem, of course, is large amounts of illegal immigration and a lot of those migrants not being allowed to work, being forced to be on welfare. Yeah, there's lots of problems in other places, right? We're focusing on present-day America, but most of those problems, vast majority of them, are caused by other government interventions in the economy. And if this were any other public policy issue we were talking about, Dave and I would agree that that is the issue. The issue is the government policies and restrictions on our liberty, not the people necessarily who take advantage of it.
Coming from you, Jay.
I think, listen, I think this is a problem that some guys at Cato, and libertarians in general, libertarians I love, have a problem of doing, is that sometimes we almost want to impose the way we would like it to be onto the world. This is not Alex, by the way. I'm making fun of other people at Cato here. But this is my favorite thing that I've ever seen from Cato. This was a study in 2021, and they did a write-up of it. What they found is that, and this was really good numbers, they were celebrating how high the numbers were, 23% of Americans wanted a high level of immigration. 68% of Americans wanted a low level of immigration. 9% of Americans wanted no immigration. Cato wrote this up and said, only 9% of Americans want zero immigration, 91% welcome immigration. Do you see how you...
Yeah, all right. That should have been in his opener, right? Like, I was like, you have to have this available to you.
You could sometimes, but listen, I understand what Alex is saying. We have large areas of agreement about how much government interventions create other problems that then beget other government interventions. That's true. If you think the only reason why people were like upset at the Biden immigration was the chaos at the border, as your guy,
yeah, and then not.
Hold on, but let me just say this. Yeah. As your guy said, since 1965, for most of the years, it's been single digits of Americans who supported high levels of immigration. The truth is that the American people don't want these people here. And the problem is that if you're not willing to grapple with that kind of uncomfortable reality, you're going to get it all. You could run me all the regressions you want to about how immigrants expand the economy. They contribute more to the economy. Therefore, if we have Alex's immigration policy, which will probably lead to, 5, 10, 20 million immigrants coming here next year, we're going to get this big explosion in GDP. Let me tell you what we're going to get. We're going to get Pinochet elected president. That's what you're going to get if you have immigration.
I sure wish you appealed to libertarian principles as much as you appeal to public opinion.
I actually am.
Okay. No, you're actually not. All you're doing is democratic fundamentalism. What does the median voter want? What does this poll say? What does this survey say? Well, this debate is about libertarianism and libertarian principles. I wish you would stick to that rather than making these arguments.
Okay, now Alex is just coming off as bitchy. Like, you can't talk about libertarian principles when you're doing consequentialist analysis in your opening and in your rebuttal. Like, you can't, like I agree with Alex's point here that it should be about principles and not about the will of the people, and not about the consequences, that occur from it in that domain, other than the situations in which, there is kind of like no non-aggressive answer available to us. So we have to engage in consequentialism as a means of recognizing that there's rights violations in every domain. But he completely opened the door in his opening statement by engaging in consequentialism as the analysis here. So attacking him on not engaging in libertarian principles because of like what the consequences would be, in a scenario where 30 million, immigrants pour into the country is against his own, it's against his own argumentation here.
It's about, oh, gee, I wonder what the moderate Republican wants. We got to do what that guy wants.
Alex, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Who cares?
Okay, fine. You can say that. You can say, who cares? Listen, I do think in my opening, I was making an appeal to libertarian principles. If you don't agree with them, that's fine. Let me tell you this. When you say who cares, You're making empirical claims about what's going to happen if we have higher levels of immigration. When you say this appeal to democracy, it's called, something libertarians don't like that much, living in reality. That's what we live in. We live in a country that has votes. We have a presidential election every 4 years. What was the result of record high numbers of people coming into this country illegally? The result was Donald Trump winning every swing state and the popular vote. You guys want to deal with reality a little bit? What do you think it would be if we took the numbers that came in under Joe Biden and multiplied them by 5 or 10? What do you think this country is going to look like? And is that just me making an appeal to what the average voter thinks? I'm making an appeal to what type of country our children are going to grow up.
And Dave has the gall to call me a beltway libertarian? He called me a beltway libertarian in Cato? That is the most in the swamp argument that I've ever heard from a libertarian.
That's the most in the swamp argument I've ever, like, so you appeal to consequentialism until the consequentialism doesn't agree with you, and then you're in the swamp. That's such a beltway, because no, Cato and Reason are the fucking beltway libertarians. He's engaged, like if you open the door to consequentialism, you can't be mad when someone else, engages in that same argumentation, internal critique or not.
Libertarian. My God, man. Where are your principles?
Somebody in the cheap seats. You got a question?
That's a derogatory term.
What's your question?
I'm sorry, seating challenge individual.
Yeah, seating challenge.
Ask your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. It's been wonderful, great styles. Coming to a libertarian debate, you guys are talking a lot from the government perspective. I'm just really surprised because at the individual perspective, from individual liberty, looking from the immigrant's perspective, right? What have they done wrong? You understand? When you're talking about immigration, you're prohibiting them from entering public spaces, from interacting in local marketplaces. Those are normally rights that we really protect as libertarians. So I'm just a little confused as to what their crime is and why they've met the high bar of prohibiting them from that fundamental liberty.
Excellent question. This is the type that is a question that should be at the level of a Soho forum debate.
The crime of it sounds like it's a
No, I got
you,
the,
Dave.
I got the
Take it, Dave.
Well, I mean, I'm certainly not claiming that the immigrants have done anything wrong. I'm not saying they're bad people any more than I would be saying that if 5 homeless people knocked on my door and were like, "Hey, can we stay the night?" Like, it's not that they're bad people. It's just I got a wife and 2 kids in here, and like that's my. It's not. I'm not a bad person for being like, "No, I'm sorry, you can't come in. This is for my family." And the question of like restricting liberty, it's like, look, there is a legitimate restriction of liberty. If somebody is invited to the United States of America and they're not leeching off of the taxpayer and they're invited by a host and the government says, no, you can't come, no question, that's a violation of liberty. But I'm sorry, where exactly is the natural right to enter property uninvited that you do not own?
That's not what we're talking about.
That is what
we're talking about. Private
you're
property.
Talking about, it's reality.
We're talking about private property. I'm saying you should be able to invite anybody on your property from anywhere in the world without asking for permission from the state. Dave is saying you got to ask permission from dear leader.
No.
Come on.
No, hold on.
This is the easiest thing in the world.
Well, it is if you completely misunderstand what I'm saying.
This is the easiest thing in the world. Well, it is if you completely misunderstand what I'm saying. No, I mean, Alex's argument here is correct, right? There is no aggressive action by crossing the border, the American border. There is an aggressive action once you start utilizing services that are, they're not communally owned, right? What they are is stolen property. And the government is a custodian of that stolen property. And it is the government that is creating the public property. And because the government has created that public property, they are the aggressor by taxing us for the maintenance of that public property and then creating an immigration system that brings in more and more people to utilize this public property and tax us more and more to maintain this government property. What they ought do is abolish public property. And when they abolish public property and abolish taxation and abolish the state, then there's nothing then only people that are invited can cross into private property. The problem is that it is illegal under many circumstances to enforce my private property rights because of the Civil Rights Act, and we have the creation of public property that the government has created, and that is the creation of conflict itself. Public property is inherently conflict-inducing because multiple people want to use this scarce resource, right? This public school, this public park, these public highways, they want to use them, and they want to use them towards opposing means. Some people want immigrants there, some people don't want immigrants there. Some people want to go to a park and they want to camp out, or smoke weed and make the entire park smell like weed. Some people want to take their children to the park and they don't want a bunch of fucking fucking druggies with their shirts off, right? There's this conflict of how to utilize this scarce resource towards opposing means that is created by the state. And until such a time that the state gives up that property, it is their duty to be guardians or custodians of that property and ensure that that property doesn't incur additional costs and doesn't occur additional resources and doesn't occur additional damage. And so when you are inviting, when you have an immigration system that is inviting more and more and more people and then funneling money and taxes to these people and allowing them to use this property, what it is an additional form of aggression against the American taxpayer that is owed restitution, that is consistently being stolen and funneled into the public property. That is the aggressive act. It is not the immigrant that is committing the aggressive act. It is the government that has created public property. And then as they do that, they refuse to treat that property as such a private property owner would, and instead an open borders policy is funneling additional abuses that are inherent to the immigration system upon the American people, and it is causing all kinds of economic and cultural disasters because of our inability to discriminate and because of our inability to freely associate and utilize and recognize our private property rights. That is the aggression. It's not the immigrant that is aggressing. The immigrant hasn't done a fucking thing wrong. And so this is one of the major reasons why I say that we should not be engaged in mass deportations. The only people that I believe should be deported are people that are violent criminals or criminals that have created, that have engaged in some form of property damage. Okay? But, Lupita that's lived here for 15 years is not the one aggressing. The one that's aggressing is the state that created this immigration system and then has this loophole in the immigration system, and created the citizenship system that has this loophole in it where we can bring in and funnel and attract people from socialist countries that we're not allowed to discriminate over here and have them utilize and fuck up our resources. Now, it is true that the argument is the same for babies that are born, right? Like when a baby is born, this is an additional person that is utilizing these resources. But again, it's not the baby that is the aggressor. Now they any more than so like. And this is the problem is like we have to look at who the aggressor is in a situation and people that become, innocent bystanders that become a part of that aggression. So let me explain. Let's say I'm robbing a bank, okay? And the police show up, and let's say it's private police, just to make it simple. And then the police or maybe not police, a citizen is walking down the street and accidentally ends up in between the getaway car and the front of the bank because they're just going to the bank and they have a gun. And then a bank robber comes out and points a gun at them and they go to pull their gun out. And so the bank robber doesn't want to get shot. So they grab a random bank teller or a lady that's on, some lady on the side of the street, and they point the gun to her head. And then they say, put your gun down. I'm going to kill you, but, put the gun down, I'm going to kill you or whatever. Right now, if I shoot, I'm not trying to shoot the lady, but I'm trying to shoot the robber. And let's say I clip the ear like Donald Trump of the lady and I shoot the robber. I am not the aggressor for firing my gun at that lady. That lady is an innocent bystander, and she is a victim of being shot by the gun that I'm holding and pointing at her, and I pulled the trigger. The aggressor is the person that kidnapped that woman and held a gun to her head. Okay, because he is the aggressor in this situation. But that doesn't mean that I, as the person holding the gun, am not put in a situation where I have to choose between my life or potentially shooting this person that is an innocent bystander. That is the situation in which we're dealing with.
I agree with you. You should be able to invite anybody you want onto your property.
So he agrees.
I just realized how good that point Dave used against Alex, saying more of Joe Biden levels of immigration leads to what, Alex? Something worse than Trump? It plays in on his TDS perfectly. Stumped? Yeah. Realistically, whenever will we see a point when thieves will go give up public lands? Would it be easier to ignore thieves and defend property from them? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't think it's unrealistic to be able to restrain government power, but it is an uphill battle. Realistically, what we have to do is we have to change the philosophy of the people, right? Because like at the end of the day, if every single American citizen that is not a government worker and is not in the military and is not in the police, right, woke up tomorrow and said, I refuse to pay taxes, I will defend my property, and I want nothing to do with this government, the government would collapse instantaneously. Like the reason the government survives is because the government has a presumed legitimacy from people. Or at the very least, people are complacent in the government operating because they fear the reverse. But if we are able to change a critical mass of people, we will be able to do things like, get New Hampshire. We'll be able to have those little projects that are successful and be able to convince people through pragmatic reality in certain domains, right? Like I would love to get rid of the FBI, every 3-letter agency tomorrow, but it's not going to happen. But one thing I might be able to do is get a small town in Georgia to have a private police force, right? And then let's say they use a private police force instead of a local elected sheriff. And then let's say they do so fucking well and they save the state money and they save people money and there's less rights violations because the company is competing and knows that they're financially liable for any rights violations that occur and that they're financially liable, for criminals that get away, and that they're financially liable if the police, even though police currently don't have a duty to act because they're private, they might be contractually obligated to a duty to act, or they have to pay, a stipend, to exit out and behavior of that clause, et cetera, right? So a private police force just outperforms in every metric, the locally elected sheriff. It's cheaper, there's less rights violations, there's less cases against them, and more criminals are caught, and they're more effective. Well, that only needs to happen once for like a whole bunch of towns to be like, hey man, our budget sucks, and this company did a really fucking good job in Georgia. Maybe we should try that company out. And then what happens, right? Because I know it will be better. It won't, maybe not the first one won't be better, but I know statistically speaking that it will be better. And so what happens when there's 20 of those and then there's 100 of those? And then we're out and we're talking about policing. We're like, yeah, private police are just superior. Like we have the data, we have the evidence, we can see it. It's working in this town. It's working here. It's working here. It's working here. All of a sudden, maybe the state of Georgia, because they were the first to implement it, maybe they do that with their state police too. Now, of course, it's not free market capitalism because it's a monopsony, right? There's only one purchaser, which is the state. But maybe that leads to deregulation of private security, and it leads to deregulation, at least at a state level. I mean, that's the goal and strategy that I do. That I believe in, but it's not going to be the thieves that give up the power. It's going to have to be the people that change philosophically, and they're not going to become libertarians because libertarianism basically has an entry fee of 110 IQ. Let's be honest. Like, libertine bullshit doesn't, but like actual libertarianism, it's like if you're not 110 IQ, you're probably not in the club. And so, and that is like, I'm not even trying to be egotistical or anything. Like I'm just engaging in reality, right? There's a reason that like, it's just true. But we can't have enough critical mass of people that are like, yeah, but this private shit works better and it's cheaper. Like that doesn't require you to adopt the non-aggression principle and, estoppel theory and justice and all this other shit. I saw an article about it. What? I dream of a town of non-compliance, a town where thousands of people are armed and do not comply with the state. Sounds great. Isn't there a private police in the UK that has arrested 400 rapists with a 100% conviction rate? Yeah, but they're not arresting rapists for the crime of rape, Povel. And they don't have a 100% conviction rate on rape. That's the misnomer. What they have a 100% conviction rate on is petty theft, right? So they work for like grocery stores and shit, and the grocery stores basically will call the police, and the police won't show up because they don't care that people are engaging in like shoplifting. And so what those private police forces do is they work with grocery stores and supermarkets and stuff, and they wait until they have enough evidence that they've stolen values exceeding the shoplifting charges to like grand theft, right? Because like they'll come in, they'll steal again, and they'll steal again. And then once they get to that grand theft, then they'll engage in arrest, and they'll turn them over to the police. And when they turn them over to the police, they'll be like, here's all of the video evidence, and here's all of the documentation proving that they stole like $2,000 worth of shit. And so here's an open and shut case of everything that you need to prove that they've done that. And then if they won't charge them criminally, they'll go into a civil case, and they'll be there presenting evidence and everything for the civil case. And that's what the 100% conviction rate is. So they don't have a 100% criminal conviction rate. They have a 100% conviction rate of either criminal or civil cases. And they have arrested 400 rapists, because it turns out that rapists also shoplift. But it's still based, and it's still awesome.
Yep, you'll get it. Don't worry, hang in there.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But that's not what characterizes the overwhelming majority of the people who have...
Yes, it is.
It's not what characterizes the overwhelming majority of the people who have come into this country, specifically over the last few years. What you've had is waves of people uninvited by the millions. That's what's been going on, and that's what the American people are objecting to. And so, I know Alex likes to say they're all nativists or something like that, but like, I think I would recommend you listen to some of these people. There are very specific grievances that they have. Towns that have been completely transformed, where people are living there for 4 generations. 4 generations they've been paying property taxes, and all of a sudden the local public school is majority not speaking English. It's made up by students that have come from this incredibly brutal journey where many of them have been abused. Now, again, to your point, this doesn't mean I think those kids are bad kids. I don't think the kids who made this horrible journey who have been abused are bad kids, but also I don't really think I would want my kids going to school with a bunch of traumatized kids who don't speak English.
He doesn't think they're bad. He doesn't think they're bad, but he wants the state to use its power. So he'd like the state.
Okay.
Like, I don't want my kids going to a fucking school with a bunch of traumatized kids that don't speak English. Boo. He's like, you're gonna boo that? Like, yeah, right? Like, what fucking, like, half of the I do think there is a fundamental difference in how conservative people are in having children, especially in the libertarian circuit. Like, there are a lot of libertarians that don't have kids. And like, I know this is such a cop-out argument, but it just kind of is true. Is like, I think a lot of these like open border type people that don't give a fuck about the community or the culture, it's like, yeah, dude, come talk to me when you have kids. Come talk to me when you have kids and you go out and your neighborhood is full of like aggressive people that like aren't a part of your community or your culture. It's really fucking like, I just like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you don't see it from that same domain. Jonathan Haidt's theory of morality shaping politics seems to apply here. Yeah, for sure. What is that? Oh my God. I can't remember his morality psychologist. What is his 5 traits? Values traits or whatever? I can't remember. Jonathan Haidt, 5 values. The fuck is it called? Moral foundations theory. That's it. I'd completely forgotten the name of it.
Use its power to push them out.
You boo for that. You boo for me not wanting my children to be at school
you
with
want
traumatized
the government
kids.
to go after them with guns and
on.
deport them and take away their property and shove them out of this country.
No, that's not what they booed for.
Boo at a libertarian event.
They booed for me saying that I don't want my 6- and 3-year-old kids to be going to school with traumatized kids who don't speak the language. And they booed for that.
Great argument for school choice.
Yes, we all agree on that, Alex. Yes. No
it's
kidding.
not an argument for closed borders. It's an argument for school choice.
Actually, it's an argument for both.
No, it's not. It's not.
Next question.
Just like fucking, it's so funny how Alex will tie everything to the state when it works for him and then won't when it doesn't work for him. Like, Dave Smith is giving some decent arguments, but they're mostly conservative arguments, and him not grasping or tackling or bringing up the Civil Rights Act and why it is an act of aggression and how it's illegal to discriminate is like a huge weakness in his entire argumentation here. But Alex is just being a slimy, shifty little fuck here. It's just like his entire argumentation is dishonest. It's full of cherry-picked data, Trump derangement syndrome, yelling platitudes when he's losing the argument, and then, and consequential analysis that is completely dependent upon, his own cherry-picked data and like acting like he's principled here, not engaging in reality. It's like he's so fucking bad at this. Like, just like, not even like, I'm not even saying like morally, like I mean from a rhetorical position, he just looks awful. It's like, this is a very, very poor debater. Like, this is like he's really passionate and really confident at the L's that he's just taking over and over again, almost to the point where it seems like someone has been gaslighting him into thinking that he's good at debating. Meanwhile, Dave Smith seems pretty unprepared for the debate, to be honest. Like he's not very organized. He doesn't have good notes. He didn't have any statistics or things like available on hand. He's just kind of winging it. And yet he's very clearly a more experienced debater. And the Q&A portion where there's a back and forth, he is just destroying him. And even, again, the debate ends like right around here where he basically gets Alex to completely accept his framing of his entire opening and rebuttal statements. Like, it's all downhill from here. It's just L's. I just really wish Dave Smith had stronger philosophical arguments here, because he's got the pathos down very well. And he has the quips, and the ethos that comes from charisma and comedy down very well. But the logos portion of his argumentation is very weak. Like, he's killing it for pathos and ethos in this debate. I think he could do a lot better with ethos if he, took notes, and had some statistics available to him, etc. Right? So, I mean, but like, Alex just looks horrible here. He just looks as slimy as his argumentation is.
You guys spent the debate discussing what the federal government should and shouldn't do, but nobody brought up whether the federal government is actually authorized to do it. Now, Lysander Spooner notwithstanding, the Constitution is the law of the land. Do the two of you believe that the Constitution authorizes the federal government to place restrictions on immigration when it comes to peaceful people? And if you do, where in the Constitution is this authorization granted?
Sounds like a challenge for you, Dave.
It's for both.
Well, sounds like.
I mean, I'm not really a constitutionalist or any type of expert on it. I mean, I'm arguing how I think libertarians ought to feel about this. And there's lots of great things in the Constitution, but there's been lots of bad things in there too. So
you'll pass. Any response to you?
Happy to share this with Dave if you want. Constitution, but there is no enumerated.
Dude, he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to like match him with like joke energy. I don't know who prepped Alex. I'm assuming he prepped himself. But like, trying to get quips against the comedian is just a really bad idea. Like, I'm a fairly experienced debater. I know most of you guys have left now or fallen asleep, but like, we're gonna go tomorrow, and tomorrow should be a fun show because that debate I had last week on Admiral Gibbs, I'm gonna be with her and a bunch of other people, and we're gonna break down our debate and like basically debate coach the loser with the winner there, which is gonna be awkward but should be fun. I don't know if you guys are gonna like that content or absolutely hate it because I'm helping a communist get better at debating, but I think it'll be fun. That's what we're doing tomorrow. But like, as much as I am a competent debater, the first thing I'm saying to myself is I'm debating an experienced comedian. So say some jokes, but do not say jokes at the expense of Dave Smith. Because the moment I say a joke at the expense of Dave Smith, I give him an opportunity to make a joke against me, and his joke is just gonna be better. Right? It's such a unnecessary risk. Like, if you're gonna say a joke that like is lighthearted and it is inviting and makes you seem like you can be funny too and you can match the energy. But don't fucking make jokes and quips at the expense of a comedian. Like, you're gonna lose that game. I don't think Dave Smith is gonna come back at him right now just because he's not in that mood and he's not in attack mode, and I think he knows he's already won. but like it's just such an unnecessary risk for like it's just a bad idea. Like I don't know how this guy prepped for the debate, but Dave Smith is mostly winging it, and somehow this guy that brought paperwork and sheets and notes seems to be so much less prepared. And like again, it seems like people have gaslit him into thinking that he's ready for debates, and he's just not.
Power for Congress to control immigration specifically. It was made up during the Progressive Era by a Supreme Court that said, it's like an inherent power of the sovereign, that mighty magical beast that channels the will of the people, the Leviathan. It's an inherent power because of like magic words and stuff. So no, there's no
Wasn't it,
power.
Alex, I'm sure you know this better than me, but wasn't it run by the states at the beginning of the Union? Like, wasn't it?
So it's like states in theory had that power. Almost none of them exercised it. So like Castle Island in New York, they said.
This is where Dave is being masterful here. Alex made a shitty joke at his expense, being like, it was fine. It wasn't a big deal, but he's like, I got a pocket constitution. I'll help, give it to you. Like trying to like make him seem dumb. And what he did is he just embraced that framing by saying, well, you probably know better than me. Wasn't it like this? Right. Like he's going into letting him get into professor mode. And it's like, it makes the quip before it look bad. And it makes him look shitty.
States in theory had that power. Almost none of them exercised it. So like Castle Island in New York, they set up like a place that was kind of like a pre-Ellis Island. But basically in the 85 years before the feds took it over, the states deported on total, I've been able to count about 7,000 people total, and most of them actually to other states. So basically they shoved them all in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, hey, now we may have found a policy we can both support. Here, all right.
I support shoving everybody we don't want in Pennsylvania.
I want to apologize to the audience. Guys, this will have to be our last question, and you can come to the party and confront the debaters afterwards. Final question from the balcony. Take it away.
Thank you. The resolution references peaceful and healthy people, seemingly off the table that non-peaceful or non-healthy people may have the right to come here without restrictions. You, Alex, spoke to that a little bit, and you said they might have due process when they get here, so they'd be innocent until proven guilty, rather than, I guess, the way it is now, where you're saying they have to prove their innocence. I'm wondering how that would work, because, right, that process begins when a crime happens and an accusation is levied. And then there's due process for the state or whoever to prove that the crime occurred. I don't think, to me, that could happen very easily in a large-scale Ellis Island type setting where people are coming in and no accusations have been levied against them. So I'm wondering what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of little practical concerns. Listen, one of the things that I think Dave and I probably agree on is we are very, very far from a libertarian world in practically every way, right? Now, there's lots of ways that we can imagine this stuff being done. You have one of the ways that was done before Ellis Island, actually, when criminals were barred, is that they usually look at, like, the manifests and basically just be like, hey, you're covered in face tattoos. The only people from Italy covered in face tattoos are criminals. We're just going to talk to you for a few minutes and check it out. But there's lots of practicalities. But, man, I spend a lot of time in D.C. talking with...
Maybe while you have Trump derangement syndrome as one of your arguments, don't bring up fucking, you have face tattoos, so maybe not you, when you're freaking out about Trump deporting people to El Salvadorian prisons, when most of those cases that people are freaking out about is based off of a dude with MS-13 tattoos. You know what I mean? Like maybe not bring that up. Like it seems like a self-defeating thing you didn't need to mention.
Bureaucrats and politicians about these things, and I'm just looking forward to having a drink so we can talk about principles.
I think that there's so one of the things that's kind of been interesting in this whole debate is that there just is this disconnect between how libertarians like to think about these things versus the reality of what we're living through. And I understand that. In my heart of hearts, I really don't ever want to be advocating that the government do anything to anybody. But the idea that you're going to say you have due process for, and there's very different arguments here. Making the argument that you have due process for someone before they're deported from this country is a very different argument than saying that anybody from anywhere in the world, whether invited or uninvited, has some due process right, like as if they get the presumption of you're allowed to be here before they can be pushed away. Look, again, there's just no way to do this without having a dramatic increase. And then, look, I'll just say this. Do you know, this is one of the craziest stats, and it was a little bit because the height was in the middle of Joe Biden's administration, but we had record high border crossings under Joe Biden, and then we have record low border crossings right now under Donald Trump. And so much of that isn't even just like a policy change. It's just like what the president is saying, what the impression is, that the bat signal that goes out to the world. If we were to say right now that we have Alex's immigration policy, anybody can come, and actually the burden is on us to prove that you're sick or you're a terrorist or...
Yeah, no, he's not. Like, even they had to try and send Kamala Harris down to South America and be like, don't come. You know, like, and it did not work because every policy and everything that they were doing was inviting them.
Or you're a violent, whatever that means. We're convicted of a violent crime once. Are you being violent right now? Whatever exactly that means. I mean, you'd be sending out the bat signal to the world. This is why I was saying I'm not making an appeal to democracy or an appeal to popularity. I am making an appeal to reality. And like, I just don't know if libertarians really appreciate how destabilizing this would be for our society.
Could you start your 5 minutes of summary? Because it's your time for summary. So.
All right, I'm not going to watch the summaries. You guys are getting tired. I'm getting tired. We'll be back tomorrow. All right, but I got through the whole Q&A as well. All right, so, you know, I feel like that's pretty good. I'm happy I'm not sick anymore. You know, figuring out what I can and can't eat has been, I think, making me a lot more metabolically healthy. And I'm excited to come back tomorrow. And I think we had a good stream tonight, and I appreciate everybody that showed up. And, you know, I will see maybe, we'll see what happens Sunday. Because obviously tomorrow I'm streaming, like what I told you guys, I'll be streaming with like Average Debate Enjoyer and iCal Rich and a couple other people to go over the debate I had with Admiral Gibbs and like kind of do some debate coaching, fun stuff. Appreciate the react. It was a fun thing to react to. But Sunday I may or may not stream. If I do, I might play some Night Rain with Mark if it turns out to be good. Because I know he's probably playing either tonight or tomorrow night. And so, yeah, if Night Rain, the new From Software, like kind of, it's not a looter shooter. What's the fucking live service Elden Ring type thing? If it turns out to be good, I'll probably buy it. And maybe we'll just hang out Sunday and play some Night Rain. And if you get it, you know, hop in the Discord or whatever, and we can, you know, maybe play it together. I'll be learning how to play it because I don't play Dark Souls games. So I'm probably going to be really bad, and that should be fun. like I'm really good at games that allow me to be OP by building game-breaking builds. But when it's purely skill-based, I am old, and I'm bad at games. So I'm probably going to play a rogue just because I saw they had a really large dodge. And I was like, yeah, the guy that can stealth and has a large dodge is probably way more forgiving of my mistakes. I'm not playing one of these like slow two-hander builds. So that should get good. Yeah, I mean, you know, if I want to. You know? I was just like, I've been just sick and playing Mass Effect Legendary again. Because I just, you know, waiting for those Night Rain to come out. But yeah, I mean, I just beat Mass Effect 1 on Insanity, and I'm like halfway through Mass Effect 2 on Insanity. All right, so like there's some games I can play, but it's usually only because it's like it requires some brains. If it requires some brains, I can do it. Everyone plays Stealth Archer. I played Sentinel in Mass Effect 1, and I'm not playing Stealth Archer in fucking Mass Effect 2. I'm playing fucking just Soldier because the sniper is fucking OP when you slow down time. But yeah, in like from what I understand, the Archer is gonna suck. Is probably gonna suck in fucking Night Rain because it's just there to like fill up the stagger meter. But who knows? Maybe it'll be good. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow, and if not, join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. Consider super chatting or you know, joining the channel for only $3.99. And appreciate you guys so much. Peace.